Chapter 1576. Greetings, Your Majesty. Rise, all my beloved subjects. In Taiji Palace, after a round of greetings, the morning court session officially began. Before the morning court session, I have a piece of good news for all my beloved subjects. Li Er seemed to be in a good mood today. Before the officials went forward to report to the court, he spoke first. Hearing this, all the officials in the palace perked up and listened carefully to what Li Er was about to say. Li Er paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Last night, with the help of Dr. Sun, Taoist Xianxia, and the Marquis of Yong, Teacher Wenji is out of danger. He only needs to rest for a few days to fully recover." What? Wenji's illness is cured? Hearing this, the palace was instantly filled with the whispers of the officials. Li Gang was an old official of 4 dynasties. Not only did he have a good reputation among the scholars, but he was also familiar with many of the officials under Li Er's rule. Xiao Yu was one of them. Previously, when they heard that Li Gang was seriously ill, Xiao Yu and the other old officials had even formed a group to visit Yunshan, but they were all stopped by Sun Simiao. Now that they heard that Li Gang's illness was cured, Xiao Yu and the other old officials who had dealings with Li Gang were all overjoyed. Teacher Wenji has been through 4 dynasties. He is upright and outspoken, serving the country and the people. It can be said that he is loyal to the core. Fortunately, the Marquis of Yong, Dr. Sun, and Taoist Xianxia have saved Teacher Wenji's life and saved our Tang Empire from losing a good official. This is a joyous matter. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The first person to stand up was not Xiao Yu. There was someone who was even more enthusiastic than him, and that was Wei Zheng. This time, the old flame didn't scold anyone. Instead, he stood up to congratulate Li Er. This made old Li wonder if the sun had risen from the west. Congratulations, Your Majesty. All of the civil and military officials, regardless of whether they were familiar with Li Gang or not, all of them clasped their hands towards Li Er with joy. This was the reputation of an old official of 4 dynasties. Li Er was in a good mood. He laughed heartily and said, "Ha, good." Actually, the Marquis of Yong played a huge part in Wenji's recovery. I'm sure all of you know that before yesterday, the Marquis of Yong was still at Longmen Pass, which is 600 kilometers away. After receiving the news of Wenji's critical condition, the Marquis of Yong rode a fast horse and rushed back to Yunshan within a day. According to what I know, if the Marquis of Yong had arrived a moment later, Wenji would have been in danger. When the ministers heard this, they all looked at Li Zishuan with respect. Li Zishuan had transmigrated here. Although his skin had become thicker, he still couldn't handle so many hot gazes. Hence, he quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, you flatter me." This official only did what he should have done. What he said was the truth. Li Gang was a teacher from Yanhuang College. This time, he was injured because of Yanhuang College. Treating Li Gang was his duty. He had never thought of this as a merit. On the contrary, treating Li Gang was equivalent to redeeming himself for Li Zishuan. Seeing Li Zishuan being so humble, Wei Zheng couldn't help but secretly nod. Ever since the water wheel was used to solve the drought problem, Wei Zheng found Li Zishuan more and more pleasing to the eye. However, Li Zishuan didn't let Wei Zheng have his way. According to Wei Zheng, Li Zishuan was a talented person and should have taken the path of a civil official. However, not only did he take on the position of Black Armored Army Adjutant, he even fought a battle with the Turkic army at Longmen Pass. He was deviating further and further from the path of a civil official. You don't have to ask for a reward, but we can't not reward you. However, this is not the only merit you have earned this time. Later, I will reward you for all your merits." Li Er smiled and waved his hand as he spoke. In fact, the reason why old Li was so concerned about Li Gang's matter and specially brought this matter to the morning court was inseparable from Li Er's appreciation of Mr. Li Gang's personality and charm. According to the official history, Li Er invited Li Gang to be Li Gang's teacher the 2nd year after he ascended the throne. One had to know that Li Gang had been Li Qingxian's and Yang Yong's teacher before. Yet, old Li was willing to let such a sensitive person be his beloved son's teacher. This was enough to show how much Li Er admired and acknowledged Li Gang's knowledge. In addition, in the official history, every time Li Er attended court, he would always have Li Gang, Fang Xianling, and Wang Gui accompany him. Later on, when Li Gang fell ill, Li Er not only sent Fang Xianling to his home to express his condolences, he even went there personally. This kind of treatment was probably only possible for Li Er's most trusted officials. Although Li Zishuan's transmigration to Great Tang caused a small deviation in history, Li Gang didn't become Li Qingxian's teacher, but came to Yanhuang College as a teacher. Old Li's respect for Li Gang had never changed. Reward him for his merits. Hearing Li Er say these 4 words, the civil and military officials in the hall all looked at Li Zishuan with a complicated and surprised expression. One had to know that Li Zishuan was only 15 years old this year, but he was already a Marquis of Great Tang. If he was rewarded again, then it would be too frightening. Niu Jinda, Li Jing, and the other generals who were close to Li Zishuan didn't show any surprise on their faces. They were only happy for Li Zishuan's achievements. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, said, "Half a month ago, a locust plague broke out in the Guangzhou region. The people were in a constant state of panic. At the same time, under the influence of some people with ulterior motives, rumors spread among the people. At this time, the Marquis of Yong led a sky pheasant brigade made up of more than 100,000 chickens and set off from Lantian County. In just half a month, the Sky Pheasant Brigade destroyed the locust plague in more than 70 counties, benefiting millions of villagers. Not only did it stabilize the people's livelihood, it also stabilized the people's hearts. Since ancient times, every time there was a locust plague, there would be countless people who would leave their homes and become homeless. The tragedies of selling children would be endless. But now, our Great Tang is facing a locust plague. The scale and severity of the locust plague far exceeded the past, but with the help of the Marquis of Yong and Sky Pheasant Brigade, not only did Great Tang not have a large number of refugees, the locust plague was also stabilized and controlled in the shortest time possible. The Marquis of Yong has contributed greatly to all of this. It had been nearly half a month since the locust plague began, and the Sky Pheasant Brigade's disaster relief work was nearing its end. In the Great Tang, more than 100 provinces and counties had been affected by the locust plague. In this half a month, the Sky Pheasant Brigade had saved more than 70 provinces and counties. There was no time to save the remaining 20 to 30 provinces and counties. This was because half a month was enough for the locust plague to finish eating all the crops. The people of these provinces and counties could only rely on the imperial court to provide relief food. But speaking of which, it was much easier for the imperial court to provide food for 30-some provinces and counties than for 100-some provinces and counties. Given the Great Tang's current grain reserves, there was no problem in providing relief food to 30-some provinces and counties at the same time. Thus, Li Zishuan's Sky Pheasant Brigade had done Li Er a great favor this time. Otherwise, the Great Tang would have suffered a great loss. At the very least, once the disaster relief was over, the imperial court would not have the energy to organize an army to attack the steppe. Li Zishuan's Sky Pheasant Brigade had greatly reduced the losses caused by the locust plague. It was precisely because of this that Old Li had the confidence to issue a war mobilization order to the officials of the 6 bureaus. Within 3 months, the officials of the imperial court would organize an army of 300,000 and set out for the steppe. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong first built the water wheel to alleviate the drought and feed the people. Now, he is using the Sky Pheasant Brigade to eradicate locusts and stabilize the people. This old subject believes that the Marquis of Yong has rendered great service to the country and should be rewarded. As soon as Li Er finished speaking, Wei Zheng stepped forward and said. Although Wei Zheng was unwilling to see Li Zishuan promoted too quickly, Old Wei was wholeheartedly convinced by Li Zishuan's great contribution in eliminating the locust plague. In the words of the modern people, Li Zishuan did not deserve to be slandered this time. Fang Xianling frowned and wanted to object. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it would be unreasonable if he did not reward the Marquis of Yong's great contribution. This was a contribution that would make people wholeheartedly convinced and unable to have any thoughts of objecting. Thus, he stepped forward and clasped his hands. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and has put an end to the locust plague and prevented the Great Tang from starving. He has rendered great service to the country and the people. He should be rewarded. Zhang Sun Wuji's eyes flashed and stepped forward. Your Majesty, Prime Minister Feng is right. This old official agrees. The old cunning fox's thoughts were actually quite complicated. Li Zishuan became the Marquis of the Great Tang Empire at such a young age. To be honest, even he was shocked by the speed of his promotion. Now that Li Zishuan had made another great contribution, Zhang Sun Wuji was no longer as fearless as his name suggested. To be honest, he was starting to feel some fear towards Li Zishuan. He was afraid that in a few years, Li Zishuan would directly replace the positions of these old fellows. As for these old fellows, they could only retire early. However, even though he had fear in his heart, Zhang Sun Wuji could not directly object at this moment. This was because Li Zishuan was also a staunch official of the Crown Prince's faction. If he were to object at this moment, wouldn't he be leading an internal strife? The influence would be very bad. Your Majesty agrees. Feng Xianling and Zhang Sun Wuji expressed their opinions one after another. Very quickly, the position of the civil officials appeared to be one-sided. Your Majesty agrees. The military camp led by Niu Jinda and Li Jing also bowed and seconded at this moment. This was Li Zishuan. If it was someone else, they might not be able to get the support of both the civil and military camps at the same time. As the person involved, Li Zishuan could be said to be extremely conflicted at this moment. Firstly, he really did not want to be promoted. This was definitely not a lie. He really did not want to be promoted. His current official position was enough for him to live a carefree life for the rest of his life. The higher the official position, the greater the responsibility. If Old Li were to arrange another important position for him, wouldn't he be busy to death every day? But on the other hand, if he were to reject the reward under such circumstances, wouldn't he hurt the hearts of people like Niu Jinda and Li Jing who were sincerely thinking for him? Would he be labeled as someone who did not know what was good for him? After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Li Zishuan gritted his teeth and finally took a step forward. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, the matter of the Sky Pheasant Brigade going up north to exterminate the locusts was not done by me alone. That was done by His Highness King of Shu, Chengchumo, and hundreds of children from the Han family village and Plum village who worked tirelessly for thousands of miles. Until today, they are still exterminating the locusts in the north. Compared to them, this little bit of merit that I have is not worth mentioning. If Your Majesty wants to reward me, I implore Your Majesty to reward me along with these children. If not, I will not be able to accept this reward. Chapter 1577. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Actually, Li Zishuan didn't have any other intentions when he wanted to help Li Zishuan keep the Academy's confidential files. It wasn't because he coveted Li Zishuan's knowledge and wanted to take it for himself. The scrolls themselves were of no use to him, as only the people of the Yanhuang Academy could understand them. The reason why Li Er wanted to personally take over the safekeeping of the Academy's scrolls was mainly to prevent the scrolls from being stolen by people from other countries. Overall, it was a form of protection for the Academy. But no matter what, those confidential files were the core secrets of the Academy and the crystallization of the wisdom of all the Academy's teachers and students. Once Li Er touched those files, Li Zishuan would inevitably have a knot in his heart. That was why he came up with such a method of raising the first and then suppressing the second, but Li Zishuan rejected it. It had to be said that Old Li truly valued Li Zishuan. Otherwise, he would not have been so cautious and overcautious. In any era, capable people would not only be respected, they would also receive preferential treatment. In the entire Great Tang, the only people who could receive such treatment from Li Zishuan were probably Feng Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, Qin Xiong, and the other founding ministers who had accompanied Li Er in his campaigns. Xiaoxian. Hearing Li Zishuan reject Li Zishuan's reward again, Niu Jinda couldn't help but feel anxious. He wanted to persuade him, but Li Jing stopped him. Jinda, don't be rash. Xiaoxian should have his own considerations. Li Jing's eyes flashed with wisdom as he spoke softly to Niu Jinda. But, forget it, this old man won't meddle in other people's business. Niu Jinda still wanted to say something, but when he saw Li Jing shake his head slightly, he sighed softly and said. Sitting at the head of the table, Li Er was silent for a moment. Finally, he looked at Li Zishuan and said, "Since you insist on not receiving a reward for this matter, then I will not force you. However, you must be rewarded for curing civil and order and eliminating the plague of locusts. Marquis Yong, and if you have any reward you want, feel free to tell me." Li Er was slightly disappointed that his wishful thinking had failed. However, he did not blame Li Zishuan because he did not want to create a rift between him and Li Zishuan. After all, the files in the academy only recorded part of Li Zishuan's knowledge. Compared to those inanimate objects, Li Zishuan's value was undoubtedly greater. There was no need to make Li Zishuan feel uncomfortable because of some inanimate objects. Capable people all had pride. Li Er understood this very well. He could also tolerate such people. That was why Wei Jing could often point at his nose and scold him in court. If Li Er could tolerate Wei Jing, then naturally he could tolerate Li Zishuan. Standing below, Li Zishuan was slightly stunned. He thought to himself that Li Er had given him a blank check to fill in. But could he really fill in whatever he wanted to fill in as he pleased? Obviously not. Anyone with a bit of intelligence would understand that he could not be too arrogant at this time. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Thunder and rain are all thanks to your majesty's kindness. From a commoner to today's marquis of the Tang Empire, it is all thanks to your majesty's support. I am already very grateful and dare not ask for more." Li Zishuan felt that Li Zishuan was a little strange today. As for what was strange, he could not pinpoint it at the moment. If he really had to pinpoint, it would probably be that he was too attentive. There were some rewards that Li Zishuan did not want, but Li Er insisted on giving them to him. This made Li Zishuan feel that something was wrong, so he might as well reject all the rewards that Li Er gave him. After all, some of the rewards were hot and he did not lack money or status now. Why should he take the risk? You brat. Although Li Er did not understand what Li Zishuan was thinking, he was still angered by Li Zishuan's slippery personality. He pointed at Li Zishuan and said, "You do not dare to ask for extravagant things, but I want to reward you." After saying that, he looked at the officials in the hall and said loudly, "Mark Yong, and has performed meritorious service by treating the civil officials and eliminating the locusts. I wish to promote him to the Crown Prince's junior tutor and bestow Weinan County as his fief. I will also reward him with 100,000 yuan and 1,000 pieces of silk. The children of the Han and Mei villages who participated in the disaster relief will each be rewarded with 10 pieces of silk. Do any of my beloved officials have any objections?" This time, Li Er only promoted Li Zishuan by 1 rank, from the original junior tutor of the Crown Prince to the current junior tutor of the Crown Prince. He still did not promote Li Zishuan's title, because above the Marquis was the Duke. A 15-year-old Duke was too shocking to hear. Unless Li Zishuan had made a great contribution by destroying a country, Li Er would not allow Li Zishuan to be promoted to the position of Duke in such a short period of time. However, among these rewards, the most important one for Li Zishuan was his fief. Li Er directly bestowed the entire Weinan County to him as his fief. This was not a small amount. One had to know that Weinan County was under the jurisdiction of Chang, and like Lantian County, every inch of land in the capital was worth an inch of gold. This was not only the case in modern times, but also in ancient times. Usually, the counties near Chang and were not directly bestowed to officials. However, Li Zishuan was different. His fief actually covered 2 counties near Chang. No one in the current imperial court could compare to this kind of favor. Right now, there was not a single marquis or duke who could surpass Li Zishuan in both quantity and quality of fief. At this moment, the officials in the imperial court couldn't help but look at each other after hearing Li Er's reward for Li Zishuan. This reward was indeed not excessive based on Li Zishuan's contribution in eliminating the locust plague. However, Li Zishuan already had Lantian County as his fief. Wasn't giving him Weinan County a little too much for a marquis? Your Majesty, Thmarkyong, and Sky Rooster Brigade has saved countless lives. This subject has no objections to this reward. Xiao Yu stepped forward and cupped his hands. Li Zishuan cured Li Gang. This made Xiao Yu have a good impression of Li Zishuan. Furthermore, Li Zishuan's contribution in eliminating the locust plague was completely worthy of Li Er's reward. What reason did Xiao Yu have to not support this? This subject also has no objections. Wei Jing also stepped forward. This subject has no objections. Finally, all the civil and military officials expressed their support. Li Er smiled and said, "Good. Then the reward for Markyong and is decided." Since both the emperor and his subjects had agreed to this reward, what reason did Li Zishuan have to object? He could only bow and say, "This subject Li Zishuan thanks your majesty for the reward." Li Er nodded and then looked at the officials and said, "Everyone, if you have something to report, please report. If not, the court is dismissed." This meant that today's morning court had officially begun. After a moment of silence, Wei Jing stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this subject has a report." Seeing that it was Wei Jing, Li Er couldn't help but rub his eyebrows and said, "Dear Subject Wei, please speak." Wei Jing didn't hesitate and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, this time, Yanhuang College's secret files were stolen. Although Markyong and eventually took them back from Wuxia, everyone knows how dangerous it was. If this happened again, who can guarantee that those secret files would be recovered? And if those files that recorded the key technologies of Yanhuang College fell into the hands of outsiders, it would be a huge threat to our Great Tang. Thus, this old subject pleads your majesty to allow the imperial court to safeguard these secret files for Yanhuang College." The moment the old troll said this, the officials immediately broke out into discussion. This was because they had also thought of this problem before. Li Er raised his eyebrows. Although he had this idea from the beginning, he definitely did not collude with Wei Jing beforehand. Wei Jing, who had always opposed him in the past, was secretly helping him today for the first time. This made Li Er feel a little uncomfortable for a moment. "Your Majesty, Left Minister Wei's words are reasonable." Unexpectedly, the one who stood out to support Wei Jing wasn't from the civil officials' camp, but from the military camp, Qiu Xingong. Under Niu Jinda's furious gaze, Qiu Xingong clasped his fist and said, "Your Majesty, Markyong and's engineering has indeed created many advanced tools and weapons, which have greatly improved our Great Tang civil and military affairs. But if these things fall into the hands of outsiders, they will become sharp weapons for them to attack Great Tang. We have to guard against them. Thus, this subject agrees with Left Minister Wei's words." Qiu Xingong. Niu Jinda couldn't hold it in anymore and was about to step forward to reprimand Qiu Xingong. Fortunately, Li Jing's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast enough to pull him back. At this moment, a few more officials in the Taiji Palace bowed in agreement. Chapter 1578. In historical records, people in the Central Plains often fought with people in the Northern Steppe. Wars between countries were always at the crucial juncture of each dynasty. The once powerful Han dynasty was able to establish a great dynasty through war. As for those countries that were slightly weaker, such as the 5 dynasties, the 10 kingdoms, and the Song dynasty, they could only choose to be annihilated under the powerful attacks. However, the Tang dynasty recorded in history books was different. It did not go through a difficult struggle, nor did it pay a bloody price. Instead, it easily defeated the other side. Was it because the Turks were too weak? Obviously not. According to historical records, the Turkic Empire was very powerful. As early as the period of the 16 kingdoms of the 5 barbarians, the Turkic Empire had interfered with the political power of the Central Plains many times and destroyed several powerful countries. North D has never been so prosperous. Looking down on Yin Mountain and belittling Xia. The Turkic Empire at the end of the Sui dynasty and the beginning of the Tang dynasty was not weaker than the Xiongnu before the Han dynasty. In fact, it was much stronger. The Tang dynasty's victory over the Eastern Turks was attributed to Li Er's great talent and the Tang dynasty's military strength. That was why it was so easy to defeat the Eastern Turks. Moreover, the Tang dynasty's military genius, Li Jing, was even deified. It was said that he only had 3,000 men to defeat the Eastern Turks. It was possible that Li Jing was able to defeat the Eastern Turks with 3,000 men. However, it was not because of Li Jing's military talent or the Tang dynasty's military strength. Think about it, there were not many records of this unprecedented war in the history books, and there were no records of any large-scale battles between the two sides. The Eastern Turks seemed to have surrendered easily without a fight. This phenomenon was very abnormal. Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty had spent a lot of manpower and money to attack the Xiongnu. The Turks were very likely to be stronger than the Xiongnu. No matter how strong the Tang dynasty was, it could not have defeated the Turks so quickly. But why was the Turks destroyed by the Tang dynasty, which was slightly weaker? Other than the Tang dynasty's commander Li Jing's outstanding military talent, the more important thing was that the Tang dynasty was blessed by the heavens. Heaven's protection sounded very mysterious, but it really did exist. Firstly, the Sui dynasty, with the help of Zhang Sun Sheng, had split the Turks into two parts, the Eastern Turks and the Western Turks. Although the Turkic Empire's strength was still there, its internal divisions had already taken shape and were very difficult to resolve. In this context, although the Tang Empire had been beaten into a sorry state by the Turkic Empire in the early days of its founding, the Turkic Empire had not been truly unified. The two sides had either engaged in internal friction or were unable to focus on attacking the Tang dynasty. In addition, in history, when the Tang Empire was preparing to go to war with the Turks suddenly suffered from ice and snow disasters for 2 consecutive years. The history books recorded that in the first year of Xinguan, heavy snow fell in the country, several feet of flat land, sheep and horses died, people starved. In the second year of Xinguan, snow fell in midsummer in the country of Jieli. How serious was this disaster? In truth, this was not a disaster limited to the Mongolian grasslands, but a disaster that affected the entire northern hemisphere. The Tang dynasty was also affected. In the second year of Xinguan, the Yellow River region of China, especially the Hebei region, also suffered from a snow disaster. Even if the Turkic Khaganate went deep into the Tang dynasty to plunder, they would not gain anything. The temperature in the northern hemisphere plummeted, and the severe snow and frost caused a large number of livestock to freeze to death, causing an unprecedented famine. In order to maintain his military strength, Sheli Khan had no choice but to forcefully collect military supplies from the various tribes of the grasslands. However, this action caused the resistance of many tribes in the Turkic Empire. After all, the Turkic Empire was no longer united. Thus, it was under this background that Li Er had launched a war against the Turks. The Turkic Empire had long since lost its indomitable fighting power, so this massive war between countries had been fought so quickly and easily. After the destruction of the Eastern Turks, Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty issued an edict. Since last year, the tribute has been reduced one after another. There is no need to trouble the generals of Wei and Hua, no need to wait for Jia and Chao. The Chanyu bows his head and passes his arm across the street. From this edict, one could see that after the Tang dynasty sent out its soldiers, it encountered almost no resistance. Many Turkic tribes, in order to survive, surrendered one after another. Li Er could only sigh. There was no need for generals to work, no need for stratagems, and the Eastern Turks had been destroyed. But now, Li Er was planning to start the country war with the Turks 1 year ahead of schedule, making it very difficult to determine the outcome. This was because the Turks at this time were still extremely powerful. At the very least, no one dared to disobey Sheli's orders on the steppe. Thus, Li Zishuan was resolutely opposed to sending troops to attack the Turks in 3 months. Your Majesty, this subject believes that attacking the Turks at this time is extremely inappropriate. Within Taiji Palace, Li Zishuan struggled internally for a moment before clasping his hands and solemnly speaking. These words caused an uproar among the officials. All the officials knew that Li Zishuan was a warmonger. Back when the prime minister of the Jianri dynasty had come to the Great Tang to propose marriage, Li Zishuan had directly rebuked him, and Li Zishuan had even threatened to fight. And when the Wa diplomatic mission had visited the Great Tang, not only had Li Zishuan been on guard at every turn, he had even targeted them at every turn. It was clear that he was not afraid of stirring up trouble. This sort of warmonger who was tough on foreign affairs, upon hearing that the Great Tang was about to attack the Turks, his first reaction was not to raise both hands in approval, but to oppose. All the officials felt that the sun had risen from the west today. Seated at the head of the table, Li Er frowned and sternly asked, "What's inappropriate about it?" Xieli disregarded the Great Tang, disregarded us, and dared to send soldiers to Yanmen Pass. As the ruler of the Great Tang, why can't we return the favor? Those familiar with Li Er knew that Li Er was somewhat angry at this time. This was because Li Zishuan had always been a junior that Li Er valued greatly. But today, Li Zishuan's stance on the war between the Great Tang and the Turks had greatly disappointed Li Er. To think that the talent that he had painstakingly nurtured was a cowardly scoundrel, how could Li Er not be angry? How could he not be pained? "Your Majesty!" Since the Sui dynasty, when the Turks were divided into the Eastern and Western Turks, the Turks had already been in chaos internally. In addition, there was a snowstorm last year, causing the Turks to lose a lot of food. These are all signs that the Turks' national strength is gradually declining. Meeting Li Er's disappointed gaze, Li Zishuan calmly cupped his hands and said. Li Er indifferently said, "Since that is the case, shouldn't we send troops to destroy Xieli now?" Li Zishuan quickly shook his head and said, "That is not the case. Your Majesty, although the Turks have encountered internal strife and natural disasters, Xieli's strength has been preserved well, and the national strength is still stronger than our Great Tang. In this official's opinion, since the Eastern Turks' national strength is already declining, why shouldn't our Great Tang wait a little longer?" "Then how long do you think we should wait?" Li Er coldly laughed and said in an unfriendly tone. At this moment, the officials in the hall also looked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan almost cursed in his heart. Wait until when? Of course, wait until next year. But once he said that, Li Er would definitely get to the bottom of it and ask him why he should wait until next year. Then, would he have to tell old Li that at the end of this month, there would be seasonal abnormalities on the grasslands and snow in midsummer? No one would believe him even if he said that. "Your Majesty, this official thinks that it would be best to wait until next year." Under the pressure of everyone's eyes, Li Zishuan finally opened his mouth and replied. At the same time, Li Zishuan's mind was spinning, and he began to think about how to answer Li Er's next question. Next year? Why wait until next year? As expected, after hearing Li Zishuan's answer, Li Er directly asked. Li Zishuan straightened his clothes and cupped his hands with a solemn expression. "Your Majesty, the Turks met with a snowstorm last winter, and many cows and sheep froze to death. If another snowstorm occurs on the grasslands this year, the Turks will definitely suffer another heavy blow. At that time, if Xieli wants to maintain his current military strength, he will have to ask for food from the other tribes of the grasslands. This will increase the dissatisfaction of the tribes of the grasslands toward Xieli, and the internal friction of the Eastern Turks will definitely worsen. At that time, when your Majesty sends troops to attack the grasslands, you will easily defeat Xieli." After Li Zishuan finished speaking, the officials all opened their mouths in shock. They did not expect that Li Zishuan's reason to persuade Li Er to stop fighting would be so childish. Yes, childish. Below the hall, Xiao Xingong coldly laughed and said, "Marquis Yong, and the premise of all your assumptions is that there will be another snowstorm in the grasslands this year, but who can guarantee that it will snow this year? War is not a game. How can you make the emperor postpone the country war plan based on your guess? What a joke." Qiu Xingong did not take Li Zishuan's words seriously, but Li Er, Zhang Sun Wuji, and Fang Xuanling's expressions all changed at this moment. Others might not know, but they knew that Li Zishuan had predicted a locust plague last year, and in the 6th month of this year, the locust plague came as scheduled, completely proving how accurate Li Zishuan's prediction was. Now that Li Zishuan said, if another snowstorm occurs on the grasslands this year, it instantly alarmed the sensitive nerves of Li Er, Fang Xianling, and Zhang Sun Wuji. Was this a casual remark, or a prediction of the situation of the grasslands this winter? Li Er, Zhang Sun Wuji, and Fang Xianling all had this question in their hearts at the same time. After Qiu Xingong finished speaking, he thought that Li Er would quickly praise his point of view, but he stood there and waited for a long time, and did not hear Li Er's voice, which made his heart sink gradually. The civil and military officials in the imperial court also felt that the atmosphere in the hall was not right, so they all lowered their heads and did not say a word. After keeping silent for a long time, Li Er finally opened his mouth and said, "This matter can be discussed later. I am not feeling well and am a little tired. Today's morning court will end for now." Court dismissed. Li Zishuan, stay behind. After saying that, Li Er did not give the officials a chance to greet him, and directly stood up and walked towards the back of the hall. "Xiao Xian, you must be careful. In front of His Majesty, you must think thrice before you speak." Seeing that Li Er had left, the officials all left the court. Before Li Jing left, he looked at Li Zishuan and reminded him softly. "Uncle Li." Feeling Li Jing's goodwill, Li Zishuan nodded slightly and responded, then he walked towards the direction of the Sweet Dew Hall alone. Chapter 1579. Your Majesty, it is an indisputable fact that the Turks are at their peak. There is no need for the Great Tang to choose to knock against the hard rock that is the Turks. Only by preserving its strength and eliminating the Turks with minimal losses can the Great Tang become truly invincible. In Ganlu Palace, Li Er was frowning in thought. Li Zishuan had been waiting for a long time, but seeing no response from Li Er, he finally couldn't help but break the silence. Li Er finally raised his head, his unfocused eyes focused. He stared at Li Zishuan and slowly said, "We understand the strength of the Turks better than anyone else. Ever since we ascended the throne, the spies we sent into the steppe have never stopped. We admit that the current strength of the Turkic army is truly 30% greater than that of my Great Tang, but yesterday, we issued a decree for the 6 bureaus of the imperial court to prepare for war. 3 months later, an army of 300,000 soldiers will be dispatched from Chang and to the steppe. We are the sovereign of a country, so how can we go back on our word? You said that at the end of the 7th month, the Turks would have a frost in midsummer. Although this matter is absurd, we believe you. But even so, what can we do? Since ancient times, a sovereign has never joked. Do you want us to go back on our word and lose all our prestige? When that time comes, the Great Tang will definitely fall into chaos." Li Zishuan frowned and fell silent. Li Er's words were completely sincere. The problem now was not that Li Zishuan didn't believe him, but that the imperial decree to mobilize the Turks had already been issued. No matter how reasonable Li Zishuan's words were, Li Er couldn't possibly change his mind, right? If all the officials in the court believed that the Turks would have a frost in the 7th month, then things would be much easier. At that time, even if Li Er wasn't willing to withdraw the imperial decree, the officials would still force him to do so. But the problem was that the officials couldn't just rely on Li Zishuan's one-sided words to believe in something as absurd as midsummer frost. Thus, Li Er was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Your Majesty, this subject believes that the lives of the Great Tang sons are the most important. If we can delay the attack on the Turks for a year, not only will our chances of victory be greater, our casualties will also be much lower. In comparison, this subject believes that the sovereign's words can also be taken lightly. After a long while, Li Zishuan once more spoke. At this stage, do you still think that we are a tyrannical and fatuous sovereign who would rather push countless Great Tang into the abyss of death for the sake of face? Li Zishuan understood the hidden meaning in Li Zishuan's words. He slammed the table and stood up, his face full of anger. There is no turning back for an arrow that has been shot. The sacred decree of war has already been issued, and the 6 branches of the imperial court are making intensive preparations for this war. If we were to suddenly issue a decree at this time ordering the officials to stop preparing for war, the officials of the imperial court would definitely think that we are afraid of the Turks. There is no wall in this world that does not have a crack. If the officials were to spread this news to the common people of the world would definitely panic. Even if the Turks were to encounter a great snowstorm this year, even if Xieli's strength would be greatly damaged as a result, would the Great Tang at that time be able to organize another attack against the Turks? As the saying goes, the first drum builds the spirit, the second will weaken, and the third will be exhausted. Rather than the morale of the army falling apart in the future, it would be better to gather the army now and attack the steppe in one go. Although the Turks are strong, our great Tang does not necessarily have no chance of victory. We have wise and resourceful civil officials, valiant and brave generals, as well as the celestial lamp, telegraph, telescope, gunpowder, peerless divine weapons, and invincible armor. Why can't we fight the Turks fair and square? Only by defeating the Turks when they are at their strongest will the great Tang have the capital to be unrivaled in the world, and only then will the surrounding small countries not dare to provoke the great Tang. Back then, you were still full of mettle, declaring that you would make the great Tang unrivaled in the world. Now that you have gone to the north, why have you become so fearful? Could it be that your backbone and courage have been beaten up by the Turk state preceptor? Li Er's voice was like thunder, and his words were like a storm, hitting Li Zishuan's face. The entire Sweet Dew Hall reverberated with his angry roar. Zhao Song, who was standing in the corner of the hall, could not help but feel anxious. This was the first time he had seen Li Er so furious in front of an official. Although Li Er had often been angered by his officials in the past, old Li would not directly vent his anger in front of his officials. He would only smash his cup after the officials had left. Thus, Zhao Song was somewhat worried about Li Zishuan's current situation. This official did not. Li Zishuan was not frightened by Li Er's thunderous anger. He looked straight at Li Er, his eyes red, and his voice hoarse as he retorted, "This official does not fear the Turks. This official's blood is still hot, and my heart is still red. This official loves the land beneath my feet, and even more so, I love the simple and brave people of the Great Tang. If the Great Tang were to send troops to the Turks now, this official would be willing to immediately join the army and be the vanguard, charging and breaking through enemy lines, killing the enemy and serving the country. But this subject does not wish to see countless good men of the Great Tang die under the iron hooves of the Turks. This subject does not wish to experience the pain of separation between life and death, where one could be talking and laughing with his fellow soldiers one moment, and then be buried in the ground the next. Each of them represented a warm family behind them. They could be sons, husbands, or even fathers. When they were buried on the battlefield, their parents would lose their sons, their wives would lose their husbands, and their children would lose their fathers. Their warm family would instantly be shattered. In the Battle of Yonghe Pass, our great Tang lost tens of thousands of soldiers. This means that tens of thousands of families were shattered because of this battle. This official was the one who brought them out of Bing province, but this official did not bring them back. This official has let down their families. Their bones are already on the dry sand, and their families are still in cold clothes. Based on Jun Mo's words, a general's success is built on the bones of 10,000. This official does not wish to stand on these piles of bones to make a great contribution. Such a contribution is stained with blood, and this official will feel uneasy. If there is a battle, this official is willing to fight. However, this official does not wish to see more meaningless sacrifices. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Li Zishuan's eyes couldn't help but turn moist. He thought back to Su Tingda and the other Bing province soldiers who had accompanied him out of Bing province. Just how high-spirited had they been when they had first left Bing province? They had believed that they could seize the advantage by anticipating the enemy's moves, but who could have expected the Turks to invest so much capital, dispatching 50,000 elite wolf cavalry? The defense lines at Yanmen Pass, Yonghe Pass, and Medu Pass had all been destroyed. Meanwhile, of the 30,000 soldiers that Li Zishuan had brought out of Bing province, only several thousand were left. Every time Li Zishuan thought about this gruesome battle, he felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Based on Jun Mo's words, a general's success is built on the bones of 10,000. From the late Tang poet Chao Song's 6 Years of Life, Li Zishuan was taken aback by this poem. After a few moments of silence, he stood up, a complicated expression on his face, and walked up to Li Zishuan. Patting him on the shoulder, he sternly said, "Brat, since ancient times, people have died in war. If not for those soldiers who risked their lives on the battlefield, how could my great Tang have enjoyed its current peace? When we first stepped onto the battlefield, we were just like you. We also experienced the heart-wrenching pain of seeing one of our fellow soldiers leave us one by one. But we will not run away, nor will we be unable to recover from this setback. This is because we know that only by bringing peace to this country can we prevent even more people from bleeding on the battlefield. However, we can think of a way to reduce the number of deaths. Li Zishuan earnestly said. Think of a way? The way you speak of is to have us order the officials of the 6 bureaus to stop preparing for the expedition? Is it to have the people of the Great Tang know that their sovereign is a cowardly sovereign who fears the Turks? Or is it that you have a way to have the people of the Great Tang believe that the Turks will suffer another snowstorm this year? Li Er coldly snorted and continued, At this point, the best method is to make ample preparations for the expedition in the next 3 months. The soldiers of the Great Tang are not any weaker than the Turks. Moreover, the imperial treasury is abundant, and your workshop has advanced technology. It can provide the soldiers with even more provisions and even better weapons and armor. This way, we can reduce the number of casualties. Brat, you were high-spirited and fearless back then. Don't tell me that you don't even have the confidence to defeat the Turks now? Li Zishuan was rendered speechless by Li Er's lecture. Old Li's words were reasonable, and he had no way to refute them. Given the current situation of the Great Tang, changing the imperial edict would be too risky and costly. It was better to properly prepare for the expedition. More importantly, although the Turks were stronger in this period, the Great Tang was also stronger than it had been in history. Its treasury was abundant, and its national strength was flourishing. The Great Tang's current industrial level was also more advanced than it had been in history. It could produce sharper weapons and sturdier armor, and it also had auxiliary tools like radio transmissions, celestial lanterns, and telescopes. In this situation, it was not impossible for the Great Tang to repeat that glorious victory in history. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan's heart was once again filled with confidence. Since there was no way to change the matter of the expedition to the steppe, he had to think of a way to increase the Great Tang's chances of victory. Although 3 months was a short period of time, he could still do many things. Your Majesty's lecture is right. This subject was momentarily blinded. In the next 3 months, this subject will do his best to help the imperial court prepare for the Turks. Li Zishuan bowed deeply to Li Er's hen and said with a firm expression. Seeing this, Li Er's face finally revealed a smile of relief. He nodded and said heroically, Good. This is the high-spirited immortal son. So what if the Turks are strong? As long as we work together, the destruction of the Turks is just around the corner. Your Majesty's words are very true. Li Zishuan agreed with a smile. After saying that, he suddenly remembered that he came to the imperial court today with a mission, so he hurriedly cupped his hands towards Li Er and said, Your Majesty, this subject's martial uncle from Mount Longhu wishes to have an audience with Your Majesty. He is currently waiting outside the palace, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Li Er's eyes lit up. He said in surprise, Oh? You mean Taoist Xianxia is also in Chang'an? Quickly invite Taoist Xianxia over. Then, Li Er impatiently shouted to the eunuchs outside the hall. One of the eunuchs bowed and replied, then turned and left quickly. In the Ganlu hall, Li Er looked at Li Zishuan and asked thoughtfully, Tell me honestly, why did Taoist Xianxia come to the palace to see me this time? Longhu Mountain had always been a secluded sect and had never been enthusiastic about the secular imperial power. Therefore, when Taoist Xianxia took the initiative to come to the palace, Li Er immediately felt that something was wrong after the initial excitement. Therefore he asked Li Zishuan. In addition, this time when Li Zishuan was seriously injured at Longmen Pass and his life was hanging by a thread, Taoist Xianxia, who had been cultivating in Longhu Mountain, actually arrived in time. This kind of coincidence that shouldn't have happened. Old Li had been suspicious for a long time. Hearing this, Li Zishuan thought for a moment and replied, Your Majesty, Martial Uncle came down the mountain this time to carry out a mission given by sect leader. Unexpectedly, when he passed by Lantian County, he found out that I was already at Longmen Pass, so he rushed to Longmen County on a horse and happened to see Longmen Pass being besieged by the Turkic army. Your Majesty should have heard about what happened after that. Li Er nodded and then asked, You just said that Taoist Xianxia came down the mountain on the orders of sect leader Feng Lingzi. Can you tell me what the mission is? After the heart-to-heart conversation just now, the emperor and his minister were much closer to each other, so Li Zishuan didn't have much scruples about what he said. When Li Zishuan answered, he also didn't deliberately hide it. Your Majesty, to be honest, sect leader Feng Lingzi wants the disciples of Celestial Master Taoism to enter the secular world to cultivate. Most of those disciples are proficient in medicine. Sect leader also heard that I have set up a medical school in Yunshan and set up many joint medical centers all over the Tang Empire. Therefore, he wants those disciples of Celestial Master Taoism with excellent medical skills to enter the medical centers and take the pulse of the people. For the people of Taoism, saving the dying and healing the injured, and curing the diseases of the people, is also a kind of cultivation. I see. Li Er's eyes lit up. After a pause, he nodded and said, Good. With the help of the people of Celestial Master Taoism, this joint medical center of the Tang Empire will definitely become bigger and bigger. The people of the Tang Empire will definitely have less illness and more happiness. This is a great thing. The Tang Empire respected Laozi as their ancestor and regarded Taoism as their national religion. They took measures to promote Taoism and raise the status of Taoist priests. Emperor Gaozu of the Tang Empire, Li Yuan, stipulated that Taoism is great and Buddha is small, age first and then release later. After Li Er ascended the throne, he immediately reiterated that, my origin is from the pillar, and collected the hidden and secret Taoist books of the Jin and Wei dynasties to spread the Taoism. As Taoism was beneficial to the orthodoxy and sanctity of the imperial power of the Tang Empire, Li Er had a very good impression of Taoism. When he heard Li Zishuan say that the people of Celestial Master Taoism of Longhu Mountain were planning to enter the secular world to cultivate, Old Li was naturally overjoyed. Your Majesty, Taoist Master Xianxia is outside the hall. At this moment, a little eunuch ran in and bowed. Quickly invite Taoist Master Xianxia in. Li Er was shocked and said excitedly, Your Majesty, but Taoist Master Xianxia is unwilling to remove the sword case. The eunuch had a difficult expression. Li Zishuan quickly went forward and explained, Your Majesty, please forgive me. Little martial uncle is obsessed with swordsmanship and views swords as his life. He has never left his sword. Please forgive him, Your Majesty. I am willing to guarantee with my life that little martial uncle definitely has no ill intentions towards Your Majesty. Li Er smiled indifferently and said, It's fine. I believe you. Then he looked at the eunuch and said, What are you waiting for? Quickly invite Taoist Master Xianxia in. Sir. Chapter 1580. Li Er had followed Li Yuan to rebel against the Sui dynasty when he was young. He had been fighting on the battlefield for nearly 10 years. Old Li was used to seeing life and death and those martial arts masters. Although Xianxing's strength was very high, Li Er was not afraid that he would suddenly attack in the Sweet Dew Hall. Firstly, his own martial arts were quite good. Secondly, Zhao Song and Li Zishuan were in the hall. Thirdly, he did not believe that Xianxia would suddenly attack and assassinate him in the Sweet Dew Hall. Since ancient times, only tyrants would be easily assassinated. Li Er had always been kind to the people ever since he ascended the throne. He had never done any evil deeds that angered the heavens and the people. As a member of Dao, there was no reason for Xianxia to assassinate him. Thus, Li Er did not mind that Xianxia carried the sword case in. Back then, he often met some generals who wore armor and carried weapons here. Why would he care about Xianxia bringing weapons into the hall? Li Er still had this little bit of tolerance. I am Xianxia. Greetings, Your Majesty. After a while, Xianxia came to the hall. After standing still, he bowed to Li Er and said. Li Er said politely, You don't have to be so polite. Come, give him a seat. No matter what, Xianxia entered the palace this time representing the Celestial Master Taoism of Longhu Mountain. Li Er should give him the corresponding respect. Not long after, a chamberlain brought over a chair. It was an old-fashioned wooden armchair. With one look, one could tell that it was a pirated version that Old Li ordered people to copy from Li Zishuan. Xianxia had seen this kind of chair in Li Zishuan's house last night, so he didn't show much surprise. He cupped his hands towards Li Er and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Then he sat down leisurely. Li Zishuan secretly curled his lips. He was also from the celestial master Taoism of Longhu Mountain. Why did he never enjoy this kind of treatment in the sweet dew hall? Old Li was trying to discriminate between the two. After Xianxia sat down, Li Er smiled and said, "The celestial master Taoism has been the leader of Taoism in the world for hundreds of years. I have always wanted to go to Mount Longhu to visit the leader of your sect, Taoist Fenglingzi, and discuss the great Tao of heaven and earth together. I did not expect Taoist Xianxia to come to Chang. I am very happy." Under Li Zishuan's persuasion, Old Li had given up the fantasy and pursuit of immortals. However, it was hard for Li Er not to pay attention to the arrival of such an important figure of Taoism like Xianxia. Besides, it was inevitable that Li Er had some improper thoughts in his heart. After all, the celestial master Taoism was the oldest Taoist sect in the Central Plains. It could also be regarded as the sect closest to immortals. Its founder, Zhang Daoling, was respectfully called Celestial Master Zhang by the world. In the history books, Zhang Daoling was a real immortal who had achieved immortality. This also covered the Celestial Master Taoism with a layer of mystery. Li Er was still somewhat in awe of the Celestial Master Taoism. In the face of Li Er's enthusiasm, Xianxia was unmoved. He sat on the armchair, cold and arrogant, and said, "Your Majesty is too kind. Since Your Majesty ascended the throne, the world has been peaceful and the people have been prosperous. The Tang dynasty has been thriving in Your Majesty's hands. The head of the sect has admired Your Majesty for a long time and has always wanted to come to Chang and to pay respects to Your Majesty in person. However, due to the busy affairs in the sect, he could only send me to Chang and to pay respects to Your Majesty." Although Xianxia's face was cold and arrogant, the meaning expressed in his words was the goodwill of the celestial master Taoism to Li Er. There was no other way. This was the task given to him by Fenglingzi. Even if he was unwilling, he had to complete it. Hearing this, Li Er was really happy. He said with a smile, "Ha! As the 14th celestial master of the celestial master Taoism, Fenglingzi's Taoism is profound. I have always admired him in my heart." According to the historical records, the first 4 heads of the celestial master Taoism in Longhu Mountain, including Zhang Daoling, had all received the Taoism of the Taishang Laojun and became immortals. The current head of the celestial master Taoism, Fenglingzi, whose real name was Zhang Zixing, was the 14th successor of Zhang Daoling. He could be considered to be from a famous family. Seeing that the pleasantries were almost finished, Xianxia went straight to the point and said, "Your Majesty regards Taoism as the religion of the Tang dynasty. All the disciples of the Taoist sects in the world are grateful to Your Majesty. As the leader of the Taoist sects in the world, the Celestial Master Taoism wants to lead the disciples of the Taoist sects in the world to help Your Majesty stabilize the country. This time, I came down the mountain under the instructions of the head of the sect. I want to ask Your Majesty for an order to let the Celestial Master Taoism enter the world to save the common people. In addition, the head of the sect also asked me to bring something for Your Majesty. I hope Your Majesty will kindly accept it." After that, Xianxia took out a book with a blue cover from his sleeve. Li Zishuan, who was standing at the side, curiously stuck his head out to see what the book in Xianxia's hand was. However, Xianxia seemed to notice his action. He directly put the book into his sleeve and turned around, saying, "Xiao Xian, I have something important to discuss with Your Majesty. You go out and wait for a while. After the discussion is finished, I will leave the palace with you." "Uncle." It was obvious that Xianxia had something to hide deliberately. This made Li Zishuan very confused. He secretly wondered what the mysterious content of the book was. Why did he have to hide it from him? In his impression, youngest uncle had never hidden anything from him. Li Zishuan, who was puzzled and a little uncomfortable in his heart, responded and cupped his hands to Li Er, saying, "Your Majesty, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave first." Although Li Er did not understand why Xianxia had to do this, he was more curious than Li Zishuan about the content of the book in Xianxia's hand. Hearing this, he couldn't wait, to wave his hand and said, "Yes." Then Margyong, "And you can leave first." Damn it. Old Li is a classic example of getting rid of the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness. How unkind. Li Zishuan scolded Li Er for being unkind in his heart. However, he said, "I will take my leave." With a complicated feeling of curiosity, doubt, and disappointment, Li Zishuan reluctantly left the sweet dew hall. Actually, if he looked carefully, he would be able to see the deeply hidden awkwardness on Xianxing's face. Outside the hall, Li Zishuan, who was angry, wanted to leave the imperial palace and return to Yun Mountain. However, he remembered that this was Xianxing's first time in the imperial palace. If there was no one to lead the way, it would be easy for him to get lost. Li Zishuan could only wait patiently outside Taiji Palace. It was almost 10 o'clock in the morning. Li Zishuan thought to himself, the academy should be having their final exam right now, right? I hope that group of children can do their best and live up to old teacher Wenji's expectations. After returning to Yun Mountain, Li Zishuan knew more and more about the attack on the academy that night. This included Li Gang's passionate and righteous words when he faced Wuxia. This old man was originally a scholar. I know the 4 books and 5 classics. I am familiar with the records of the Grand Historian and the Book of Han. I only have a few plain clothes and no money. I only have a few hundred students. This is this old man's greatest asset. This old man respects the heavens and the earth, respects morality, and fears the people. You are just a barbarian. How can I be threatened by you? This old man knows that your martial arts are strong and invincible, but I want to see what you can do to me today. Thinking about these words now, Li Zishuan could not restrain his entire body from trembling, his blood vessels pulsing. His chest was filled with literary knowledge, his mind was as deep as a valley, his belly was filled with poetic and scholarly spirit. Li Gang's heart was filled with awe-inspiring righteousness, therefore he was not afraid of ghosts and serpents, much less the Tujue's imperial preceptor, who was highly skilled in martial arts. Li Zishuan admired Li Gang even more for his courage and magnanimity. Fortunately, Li Zishuan successfully pulled Li Gang back from the gates of hell. Otherwise, Li Zishuan would still be in deep self-reproach. Little Xian, let's go. Back to Lantian. At some point in time, Xianqing walked out from the Taiji Palace and stood behind Li Zishuan. Little martial uncle? Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked in surprise, Junior martial uncle, you finished your discussion with His Majesty so quickly? Xianqing faintly replied with a and did not say anything more. Li Zishuan didn't want to let go of Xianqing. He asked, Little martial uncle, the book you gave His Majesty, what's the content in it? Xianqing paused and didn't say anything. Li Zishuan suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, could it be that the book recorded the martial arts secret of the Celestial Master Sect? Little martial uncle, did you give His Majesty the secret of Taishin Sutra? Facing Li Zishuan's wild guess, Xianqing's face turned red. He finally couldn't help but say angrily, it's not a secret martial arts secret, and it's not Taishin Sutra. Little Xian, stop guessing. Go back to Lantian County quickly. Little martial uncle has something to discuss with priest's son. Seeing that Xianqing was unwilling to tell him the content of the small book, Li Zishuan gave up and had to agree. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, Little martial uncle, how was your discussion with His Majesty just now? Did His Majesty agree to the request of our sect? Hearing this, Xianqing's face immediately returned to normal. He nodded and said, His Majesty agrees that the Celestial Master Sect and your medical school will jointly set up joint medical centers in all the counties of the Tang Empire. The cost will be borne by the imperial court. That's great. Hearing this, Li Zishuan immediately forgot some of the previous unpleasantness and said happily, with the help of our sect, the joint medical centers of the Tang Empire can be set up in all the counties of the Tang Empire in the shortest time. By then, the people will have no disease that is difficult to treat. The biggest obstacle to the implementation of the joint medical centers of the Tang Empire was not the problem of money, but the lack of talent. The Tang Empire had a vast territory, with a total of more than 360 counties. If the joint medical centers of the Tang Empire wanted to cover the whole Tang Empire, how many medical talents would they need? Now that Old Li had specially allowed the people of the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain to join the joint medical centers, this was undoubtedly good news. Because the people of the Celestial Master sect had taken the lead to set an example, in the future, there would be more and more Taoist priests from other Taoist sects who wanted to join the joint medical centers of the Tang Empire. This was a snowball effect. Taoism had developed for nearly 1,000 years, and there were more than tens of thousands of disciples. Most of the people in Taoism were good at medical skills. If more than 30% of these people could join the joint medical centers, the problem of the medical centers being short of people in the early stage would be solved easily. Chapter 1581. Brother Crown Prince. Are you saying that Brother Xiaoxian has returned from the north? Chang and City, West City. A gorgeous carriage slowly moved forward with the flow of people. In the carriage, a young lady with bright eyes and white teeth raised her head to look at the young man in embroidered clothes. There was no need to guess. This young lady and young man were Changel and Li Qingqian. After the morning court session, Changel sent someone to invite Li Qingqian. Yesterday, the two siblings had agreed to leave the palace together today. That's right. Xiaoxian even attended the morning court session today. I heard that he returned to Cloud Mountain last night. Li Qingqian lightly nodded as he replied. Brother Crown Prince, why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known earlier, I would have waited for Brother Xiaoxian in the palace to come out together. Changel wrinkled her nose and said regretfully. Li Qingqian's eyes flashed as he asked with deep meaning, Changel, father kept Xiaoxian alone after the morning court session. Could it be that you want to continue waiting in the palace? Of course not. We left the palace today for mother to go to the Drunken Immortal Inn to make a meteoric rise. In any case, Brother Xiaoxian is already back. If we want to see him, we can see him at any time. Don't you think so, Brother Crown Prince? Changel hesitated for a moment before hurriedly changing her words. After saying that, she couldn't help but pat her collar and heave a sigh of relief. She secretly praised herself for being quick-witted. Otherwise, she would have fallen into Li Qingqian's trap. Li Qingqian helplessly shook his head. Just now, he indeed wanted to test Changel's reaction, but now it seemed that there was no need to test anymore. His younger sister's thoughts were so complicated. Venerable One, it's that carriage. Under a tea shed 100 feet in front of the carriage, a large man whispered to a bamboo hat man sitting beside him. Are you sure that the one sitting inside is the current crown prince? Soon, a middle-aged man's voice sounded from under the bamboo hat. I'm sure. I saw this carriage coming out of the palace. Moreover, I recognize the soldiers behind the carriage. They all came from the Eastern Palace. The one sitting inside the carriage is undoubtedly the crown prince. The gray-robed man hurriedly whispered. Good. The middle-aged man wearing the bamboo hat nodded and then whispered excitedly, Tee. What a pleasant surprise. Initially, he had already completed the Dragon Head mission and was about to return. However, he didn't expect to encounter such a heaven-sent opportunity. If this poor monk can capture the Great Tang's crown prince and bring him back, Li Shimin will definitely be wary. Venerable One, are you really going to fight here? The burly man's face tightened slightly, and then he moved closer to the bamboo hat man and asked anxiously. What happened here? The more people there are, the safer we will be. In a while, follow the plan this poor monk gave you. The bamboo hat man said coldly. The burly man responded, then turned around and left. On the street, the carriage that Li Qingqian and Changel were in was still moving forward slowly. The pedestrians outside the carriage were bustling with activity, talking and laughing. It was very lively in contrast to the peddlers' shouts. This was the busiest market in this era. Bang, bang, bang. Help. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Suddenly, a series of loud bangs came from the depths of the Western market. Soon after, the crowd fell into chaos. A large black yak was madly charging through the streets, knocking away the pedestrians who couldn't get out of the way in time. Some of the pedestrians who were caught by the yak's horns had their bodies pierced, splattering blood on the spot. However, the black yak did not slow down in the slightest. Screams and howls merged together, and in a short while, the main street of the Western market was in chaos. Even worse was that the black yak was like a fugitive, not slowing down in the slightest as it charged toward Li Qingxian's carriage. Protect the Crown Prince. As the Crown Prince of the Great Tang, Li Qingxian could not leave the palace alone. The Eastern Palace guards following Li Qingxian out of the palace quickly noticed the commotion in the Western market. Seeing that the black yak was about to reach them, the leader of the guards, Wu San, hurriedly pulled out his saber and shouted, "Sir!" 10 some Eastern Palace guards answered in unison, and then they rushed to the carriage and stood in a row with mo sabers in their hands. "Big brother Crown Prince. What's going on outside?" As the carriage came to a sudden stop, screams and howls came from outside. Changle's face paled in fright as she grabbed Li Qingxian's arm and asked, "Assassination?" There was a high chance that this was an assassination. Li Qingxian's face was as cold as water. As someone who had lived in the depths of the palace for many years, he instantly sensed that something was amiss. He patted Changle's small hand and sternly said, "Changle, you stay here. This solitude will go out and take a look." Even though Li Qingxian already had a bad premonition, he had to step out at this time. If there really was an assassin, the assassin was probably coming for him. If he stayed in the carriage, he would only drag Changle down with him. As her elder brother, Li Qingxian felt that he had the responsibility to protect his little sister. "Wu San, what's going on?" Jumping out of the carriage, Li Qingxian frowned and sternly called out, "Your Highness, quickly enter the carriage. There's a mad yak coming from the front." Li Qingxian's carriage was a thick steel carriage specially made by the Odd Interest Pavilion. Ordinary arrows would not be able to penetrate it. At this critical moment, Wu San placed his hopes on this heavy carriage. He then loudly shouted, "Stop it!" With that, Wu San wielded his mo saber and led the charge towards the black yak. At this time, the black yak was only 4 to 5 zhang away from the carriage. The rest of the soldiers hurriedly controlled the carriage to stop at the side, while the rest charged with Wu San. The distance between them and the black yak was getting closer and closer. Wu San was able to become an Eastern Palace guard, and his martial arts were also quite good. When he was about to reach the black yak, he directly soared into the air and flew above the black yak. Then he raised his mo saber and viciously chopped at the yak's neck. Clearly, Wu San also understood that if he directly used the mo saber to chop at the yak's head, he would not be able to cut through it. Therefore, he chose to chop at the black yak's relatively weak spot. Pooh! This was the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. The middle of the mo saber in Wu San's hand had almost completely sunk into the black yak's neck. Although the saber had cut through, it did not cut through the black yak's neck. In fact, to be able to cut through the black yak's thick neck in such a situation, one would have to be at least at the peak of the Qi Transformation Realm or the Grandmaster Realm to be able to do so. Wu San's saber did not cut through the black yak's neck. Instead, it aroused the black yak's ferocity. The black yak, who was in pain, had completely turned into a mad bull. Its 4 big hooves desperately stomped on the limestone floor, and then it carried Wu San and charged towards the 4 or 5 Eastern Palace guards. "Evil beast! You dare!" Seeing this, Wu San was both shocked and angry. He pressed one hand on the saber's hilt and used the momentum to fly up, directly riding on the black yak's back. Then, he pulled out the mo saber from the black yak's neck and ruthlessly stabbed at the black yak's neck from the side. Although the laws of the Great Tang clearly stated that no one was allowed to kill a farm cow, in this situation, not only did the black yak threaten the lives of the common people in the West City, it was also threatening Li Qingxian's safety. Wu San almost did not hesitate. In an instant, he made a decision: directly kill the black yak. Cheat. This time, because Wu San was riding on the yak's back, it was easier for his wrist to exert force. Therefore, the saber directly pierced the black yak's neck from top to bottom. Blood spurted out from the black yak's neck and sprayed onto Wu San's face. Moo. The black yak let out a sorrowful cry. Finally, it could no longer run and died on the spot. And at this time, the black yak was less than 1 zhang away from the carriage. Wu San, who was on the yak's back, jumped to the ground before the black yak fell to the ground. Then he finally let out a big sigh of relief. But before he could finish his sigh of relief, he caught a glimpse of a burning bamboo tube tied to the black yak's tail. Wu San's heart instantly rose to his throat because he knew that the black yak on the ground had not gone crazy. Instead, someone was using the black yak to create a disturbance. Quickly protect His Highness and the princess. Wu San, who had reacted, quickly pulled out the Mo saber from the black yak's neck and shouted loudly. But his warning was too late. Just as Wu San's voice fell, a tall and sturdy man wearing a bamboo hat was flying in Li Qingqian's direction. His speed was so fast that Wu San had no time to react. He could only stare blankly as the man put his hand on Li Qingqian's shoulder. Impudent! What kind of thief dares to commit murder in Chang'an City? Li Qingqian's heart was slightly alarmed when his shoulder was clamped, but his expression was still calm. He looked at the tall and sturdy man beside him and coldly reprimanded. Chang'an City? This place will soon become our world. Ha! The man in the bamboo hat snorted coldly and laughed arrogantly. Then, seeing that Wu San and the others were rushing over with all their might, the man in the bamboo hat waved his sleeve at a nearby stall. The wooden shelves, sheds, baskets, and other things were brought to the group of Eastern Palace guards by his powerful true qi. He, on the other hand, lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, grabbed Li Qingqian, and leaped into the air, about to escape into the flood of pedestrians. Stop! Let go of Brother Crown Prince. At this moment, the carriage's curtains moved slightly, and a little girl dressed in a pink palace dress jumped out of the carriage and shouted at the man in the bamboo hat who had just leaped into the air. Changle! Don't worry about your brother. Quickly go back. Li Qingqian, who was being held in the air, saw Changle come out of the carriage and couldn't help but anxiously shout. Changle? I didn't expect good things to come in pairs. It seems that today is destined to be a fruitful day. The man in the bamboo hat lowered his head and looked at Changle, then looked at the anxious Li Qingqian. Then he laughed proudly. Then, the man in the bamboo hat came back, grabbed Li Qingqian's shoulder, and flew down. To be precise, he was flying in the direction of Changle. Protect Her Highness. Wu San was shocked and angry. He held the Mo sword and flew in the direction of the man in the bamboo hat. Then, he raised the Mo sword above his head and viciously slashed at the man in the bamboo hat. Umph! The man in the bamboo hat sneered. Then, he turned the hands that were holding Li Qingqian slightly and sent Li Qingqian's body in the direction of Wu San's slash. Despicable! Seeing this, Wu San turned pale with fright. He hurriedly put away the Mo sword, but at this moment he was already in the air. He wanted to change direction, but there was no point for him to use. He could only continue flying in the direction of the man in the bamboo hat. Die! This word floated out of the wide bamboo hat. Then, the man in the bamboo hat stretched out his left palm and viciously slapped Wu San's chest. Wu San, be careful. Li Qingqian was the closest to the man in the bamboo hat and was the first to sense the man's actions. He hurriedly warned him loudly. But how fast was the man in the bamboo hat? By the time Li Qingqian finished speaking, that wide palm had already firmly imprinted itself on Wu San's chest. Pfft! Wu San spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was like a kite with a broken string as he rapidly fell down. The fresh blood that was floating in the air reflected the morning sun, making it look very sorrowful. Protect the crown prince. Protect the princess. Quickly call for reinforcements. This was the death cry that Wu San used all his strength to let out before he landed. More than 10 Eastern Palace guards immediately swarmed in front of Changle with their Mo swords in hand. In addition, another guard rushed out of the crowd and ran to report the news. You overestimate yourselves. The man in the bamboo hat snorted coldly. Then he used the tip of his foot to pick up a wooden stick on the ground. It was probably scattered by the roadside stall during the chaos earlier. Then, the man in the bamboo hat held the wooden stick in his hand and directly rushed forward. Without any movement, the 10 Eastern Palace guards were all swept to the ground by the wooden stick. After knocking down all the Eastern Palace guards, the man in the bamboo hat retreated back to Li Qingqian's side. All of this happened in a flash. From start to finish, it was probably only a few blinks of an eye, and all the Eastern Palace guards were down. This was the absolute difference in strength. And Li Qingqian wanted to take advantage of the time when the man in the bamboo hat attacked, but he couldn't escape because the time interval was too short. It's the Crown Prince. Someone wants to kidnap the Crown Prince. Shi City was originally a bustling place. The commotion caused by the Black Yak earlier had caused many people to flee, but there were still some brave people who didn't go far. At this time, when they saw the situation on Li Qingqian's side, they couldn't help but exclaim. Then, the surrounding commoners all reacted and surrounded the carriage. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. The man in the bamboo hat, who was walking towards Changel, suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at the crowd that was gradually coming closer. After that, he flashed in front of Changel. Changel didn't even have time to react before she was grabbed by the man in the bamboo hat. Let go of me. Let go of me. You heinous villain, how dare you commit murder in Chang'an City? My father won't let you off. With her shoulder grabbed, Changel wanted to struggle but found that she couldn't exert any strength. The little girl protested loudly in fear and anger. Both of you, brother and sister, come with this poor monk. The man in the bamboo hat snorted softly and then prepared to leave with Li Qingqian and Changel. But things didn't go as he wished. Let go of the Crown Prince and Princess. The man in the bamboo hat suddenly felt his legs sink. He looked down and saw a man covered in blood hugging his legs. Chapter 1582. You want to die? Then I'll fulfill your wish. On the main street of the West Market, the bamboo hat man was enraged when the leader of the Eastern Palace guards, Wuxian, hugged his legs. He snorted coldly and circulated his qi to his legs. A powerful surge of Zhenqi suddenly erupted, causing Wuxian to spit out a mouthful of blood. Pfft. Help me. Quick, help me. Wu Sanji felt a surge in his chest. At this moment he felt as if his internal organs were about to shift. However, his powerful will allowed Wu San to hold on tightly to the bamboo hat man's legs. He used all of his strength to shout to the other soldiers around him. Go. Protect His Highness. The dozen or so Eastern Palace guards who had fallen to the ground stood up again and ran toward the man in the bamboo hat with all their might. Seeing this, the man in the bamboo hat panicked. He channeled true qi into his legs again and released it, trying to shake Wu San off completely. This time, Wu San spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. The joints in his arms were completely broken, and he was sent flying far away. It was not that he did not want to continue holding on to the man in the bamboo hat, but his arms were completely powerless now. Wu San, Commander Wu! Li Qingqian and the group of Eastern Palace guards were all shocked. Wu San was clearly heavily injured and looked like he was about to die. Who knew that the man in the bamboo hat would not give up? He took 2 steps forward like lightning and kicked Wu San in the abdomen. Wu San was instantly kicked into the air and smashed into the Eastern Palace guards who were rushing over. You overestimate yourself. After breaking free of Wu San's restraints, the man in the bamboo hat snorted coldly. Then, like an eagle catching chicks, he picked up Li Qingqian and Changel and prepared to leave. But, bam! Protect His Highness! Protect Her Highness! Just as the man in the bamboo hat was about to leave and the Eastern Palace guards were smashed to the ground, a burly man in coarse clothes suddenly slid toward the man in the bamboo hat. When he slid to the feet of the man in the bamboo hat, the burly man did not hesitate to imitate Wu San and hugged the man in the bamboo hat's legs tightly. After witnessing that brief exchange with the burly man on the ground as a demonstration, the surrounding commoners all followed suit and swarmed toward the man in the bamboo hat. Even if they knew that they were no match for the man in martial arts, what could they do? This was the capital, under the emperor's feet. Kidnapping the crown prince and princess right under the emperor's nose, how was that just lawless? This was simply treason. The Tangs worshipped martial arts, especially the people of Chang. Their customs were more valiant than those of other places. Someone wanted to kidnap the crown prince and the princess right under the emperor's nose. As Tangs under the emperor's nose, they would not allow such a thing to happen. His Highness! His Highness! His Highness! His Highness! After a while, dozens of people from Chang and cities surrounded the man. They not only surrounded him but also hugged his legs tightly. The reason why the citizens were so fearless was that the Li Tang royal family had won the hearts of the people. Li Qingqian had also done a lot of good deeds before, so the citizens had a very good impression of Li Qingqian. But now that the man in the bamboo hat wanted to capture their crown prince, these citizens would definitely not agree. You're all courting death. The man in the bamboo hat was furious, especially when he felt the ground tremble slightly and knew that it was very likely that the patrolling Marquis of Chang and was about to rush over. His heart was filled with rage and panic. With an angry snort, many of the people around him were sent flying or vomited blood from the shock. The crown prince and princess are under attack in Shi City. Soldiers in the city, go to support them. The crown prince and princess are under attack in Shi City. Soldiers in the city, go to support them. On the Vermilion Bird Avenue, Li Zishuan and Xianxia were chatting as they walked. Suddenly, a soldier appeared in their field of vision, and that soldier was running while panting. What? Chengqian and Chang'e were under attack? Hearing that, Li Zishuan and Xianxia looked at each other and were shocked. He hurriedly urged Big White to come in front of the soldier and asked anxiously, "You said the crown prince and princess were under attack. Who attacked them? How are the crown prince and princess now?" The soldier looked up and saw that the person who asked was Li Zishuan. He immediately became excited and grabbed Li Zishuan's arm, saying excitedly, "Marquis, quickly go to Shi City and save the crown prince and princess. There is a thief wearing a bamboo hat and is extremely skilled in martial arts who wants to do something bad." Li Zishuan took back the academy's information from Wuxia at the Longmen Pass and became famous in the world. Now, who did not know that Li Zishuan could fight a great grandmaster alone? Therefore, after seeing Li Zishuan, the soldier who sent the message felt like he had seen his savior. Shi City. Extremely skilled in martial arts. Li Zishuan's eyes narrowed. Without any hesitation, he turned his horse around and said to Xianxia, "Young Uncle Master, I will go save the crown prince and princess. You go back to Yunshan first." Then, without waiting for Xianxia's reply, he kicked Big White's stomach and rushed to the west side of the city with his horse. "Little Xian, Uncle Master will go with you." Xianxia quickly made a decision and chased after Li Zishuan's back. He was not interested in fighting and killing at all. However, since the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain had chosen to enter the world, now that he knew something had happened to Li Qingqian, he had to help. Seeing that, the soldier who sent the message could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that with the help of the two masters, Li Zishuan and Xianxia, it was basically settled. Even if the man in the bamboo hat was skilled in martial arts, he would definitely not be a match for Li Zishuan and Xianxia. Chapter 1583. Clang! Just as the man in the bamboo hat was about to hit Chang'e's head with his right palm, a loud and clear sound of a sword suddenly came from the street of Shi Market. The man in the bamboo hat instantly felt a sense of extreme danger. If this palm hit, Chang'e would undoubtedly die, but he would also be seriously injured by this sword. Humph! Of course, the man in the bamboo hat didn't want to die like this. He snorted coldly and directly turned his palm into a claw. He directly grabbed Chang'e's right shoulder and pulled her in front of him. He wanted to use Chang'e to block this sudden and peerless sword. "You're courting death." This sword was the fifth move of the 9 Taishen swords, leaving dust, which was used by Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan rode all the way to the entrance of Shi Market. As soon as he arrived, he saw that the man in the bamboo hat was about to hit Chang'e's head with his palm. Li Zishuan was so shocked and angry that he directly used the fastest move of the 9 Taishen swords to save Chang'e. However, the man in the bamboo hat's reaction was both unexpected and reasonable. In order to avoid hurting Chang'e, Li Zishuan could only forcibly change the direction of the sword to avoid the man in the bamboo hat and Chang'e. However, the man in the bamboo hat's action had also thoroughly angered Li Zishuan. Today's matter was destined to be irreconcilable. Grand Master late stage. The man in the bamboo hat, who had dodged a bullet, couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he felt the momentum from Li Zishuan. He had never expected to meet a master at the Grand Master late stage here, let alone a teenager of 15 or 16 years old. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and couldn't help but say in a low voice, "You're Li Zixuan." In the whole world, Li Zixuan was probably the only person who could reach such a high level of martial arts at such a young age. Changel, who had thought that she was doomed, closed her eyes and waited for her death. However, after waiting for a long time, the bamboo hat man's palm did not land. Instead, she heard the words, "Li Zixuan." She hurriedly opened her eyes and saw Li Zixuan brushing past her with the wind, chasing sword in hand. At this moment, Changel couldn't help but feel a little dazed. When she was at her most dangerous and desperate moment, the man she respected and admired the most finally appeared. Was this fate, or was it a coincidence? How could a grandmaster commit such a despicable act? He really deserves to die. Just when the man in the bamboo hat was shocked by Li Zixuan's arrival, a cold snort came from his left. Then he felt a sharp light locking onto him. The fifth sword of the 9 Taishen swords, leaving dust, a sword leaving dust and desolation. A handsome man in a Taoist robe, holding a long sword, was stabbing towards him at an even faster speed. Powerful. In the face of such a powerful swordsman, the man in the bamboo hat couldn't even think of resisting. He knew that he couldn't hide or resist, so he could only run. As for using the same trick again and pulling Changel to his left as a shield, there was no time at all. Because this swordsman's speed was more than 30% faster than Li Zixuan's. When did so many demons appear in Chang'an City? And each one was more powerful than the other? This was the most depressing thing for the man in the bamboo hat at this moment. Venerable, be careful. The burly man who had been standing beside the bamboo hat man flew over at this critical moment. With a chi sound, the long sword pierced his body in the next moment. The bamboo hat man took the opportunity to retreat quickly, and directly retreated more than 5 feet away. Venerable, leave quickly. The big man spat out blood, but before he died, he still worriedly said these 4 words. The man in the bamboo hat didn't stop. He directly jumped up and flew away over the heads of the onlookers. There were 2 guru masters, and one of them was a super sword master who was about to break through the great grandmaster realm. In the face of such a lineup, he didn't even have the courage to stay for a moment, let alone care about the 2 hostages, Li Chengqian and Changel. Xiaoxian, you stay here, I'll chase after him. The last sword master who was wearing a Taoist robe was Xianxia. Seeing the man in the bamboo hat jump away, Xianxia moved his feet slightly and used all his strength to perform the cloud-piercing steps. In a flash, he had already disappeared, leaving only these 4 words in the air. Uncle, be careful. Li Zixuan also wanted to chase after him, but he was worried that there would be an ambush here, so he had to stay and shouted in the direction where Xianxia disappeared. Changel, Changel, are you all right? The exchange of blows just now seemed to take a long time to describe, but to an ordinary person, it was only a matter of an instant. It was absolutely not more than 10 breaths of time from beginning to end. Only now did Li Chengqian finally return to his senses. He hurriedly rushed to Chang Li's side and asked with an anxious and concerned expression. At this time, Changel's face was already wet, and her mouth was full of blood. It was the blood flowing from the arm of the man in the bamboo hat. The blood coupled with her weeping face not only didn't make people feel fear, but also made people feel a kind of affection and pity for her. Because just now, if this weak little girl hadn't stood out bravely and bit the arm of the man in the bamboo hat, Li Chengqian would probably be a cold corpse now. In order to protect her brother, even if the enemy was a powerful and invincible guru master, Changel stood out fearlessly. Thinking of this, Li Chengqian's heart was filled with sorrow, pity, and self-blame. He hurriedly wiped the blood from Changel's mouth with his sleeve and kept murmuring, "Changel, it's all my fault. I didn't protect you well. I shouldn't have brought you out." Changel shook her head. Although there were still tears in her eyes, she smiled and said, "Brother Crown Prince, don't say that. It's fine as long as you're all right. Changel is also fine. This is the blood of that thief, not Changel's. It's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right." Hearing Changel say that she was all right, Li Chengqian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. A smile of relief appeared on his face. Quickly call the imperial physician. His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Princess are injured. At this time, the surrounding marquises had already surrounded them, and the Marquis in the lead loudly ordered. Li Chengqian stood up, and his gentle face became dignified again. He said in a deep voice, "I and the princess are all right. Quickly send these injured commoners and guards to the Imperial Physician Department. The rest of you, quickly track down the assassin's whereabouts." The Marquis in the lead loudly accepted the order. At this time, Li Chengqian walked towards Li Zishuan. He very solemnly cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan and said, "Little Xian, thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the two of us would have met with misfortune." Li Chengqian was very clear in his heart that the bamboo hat man's goal was nothing more than to hold the two of them hostage to achieve an unspeakable goal. However, in order to escape the encirclement, the bamboo hat man could only choose to kill one of the two of them as a deterrent. The person who should have died was him, but because of Changle's excessive actions, the bamboo hat man changed his target. If Li Zishuan had arrived a moment later, Changle would have died, and he, Li Chengqian, would have become the bamboo hat man's hostage. In order to prevent Li Er from being threatened by the bamboo hat man, he could only sacrifice himself. Finished speaking, Li Chengqian sincerely bowed towards Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan jumped in fright. He quickly moved to the side and helped Li Chengqian up, saying, "Chengqian, what are you doing? Aren't you torturing me like this? You said before that we are all good brothers. When a brother is in trouble, Li Zishuan should come to help. Isn't that what I should do? If you continue to be like this, next time I won't save you." In the end, Li Zishuan couldn't help but crack a joke. Hearing this, Li Chengqian couldn't help but smile, saying, "That's good. I won't say any polite words. This friendship, I will always remember it in my heart." The friendship between men was like this: "Perhaps I'm not good with words, but as long as you need help, I will appear. I won't ask too much, and I won't be embarrassed." Some seemingly careless details and small matters are all moments of true feelings between men. As long as you can understand it, there's no need to say anything more. Chapter 1584. Bastard. In the land of Chang'an, at the foot of the imperial city, there are assassins who dare harm our crown prince and princess. In the future, will there be people who will break into the imperial palace and chop at our head? In the sweet dew hall of the imperial palace, Li Er's furious roar resounded through the entire hall. The palace maids and eunuchs outside the hall could hear the roar from far away. Thus, everyone in the imperial palace fell silent. No one dared to make the slightest mistake at a time like this. And in the hall, Lu Dui of the Court of Judicial Review and Hua Wenjie of the governor's office were in charge of the trials of the Great Tang's prisons, while the other was in charge of the security of the capital. Now that assassins had appeared in Chang, and to openly kidnap Li Chengqian and Changle, it was reasonable to say that the two of them should be held accountable. Thus, when they learned of what had happened in Shi City, Lu Dui and Hua Wenjie sent people to deal with it while personally coming to the imperial palace to ask for forgiveness. This old subject is terrified. This old subject is guilty. At this moment, hearing Li Er's harsh words, the two old subjects hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Terrified? Did we say something wrong? Everyone says that the capital is an important and heavily guarded place, but our crown prince and princess only took a trip out of the imperial palace and were attacked by assassins. When did the security of Chang and fall into such chaos? Li Er slapped the table, his face ashen. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Your Majesty, please calm your anger." The two old subjects looked at each other and could only say this. At this time, Li Chengqian and Changle's life and death were unknown. Whatever the two of them said was superfluous. If something happened to Li Chengqian and Changle, the two of them would definitely lose their positions. Only if Li Chengqian and Changle were lucky enough to be safe would they be able to make up for their mistakes. "Your Majesty!" Good news. The Marquis of Yong and Taoist Master Xianxia came to the rescue in time. His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Princess are both safe. At this moment, A young eunuch ran in from outside the hall and happily bowed to Li Er. Hearing this, Li Er, Lu Dui, and Hua Wenxia's gazes all gathered on the little eunuch. What? Qingqian and Chang'e are both fine? What about the assassin? Did Li Zishuan catch the assassin? Li Er leaned forward, unable to conceal the excitement in his voice. At this moment, old Li was extremely glad that he had left Li Zishuan behind for questioning after morning court. Otherwise, Li Zishuan would have already returned to Cloud Mountain. How would he have the time to save Li Qingqian and Chang'e? Reporting to your majesty, when head steward Zhao brought people to Shi City, Marqiong, and Taoist Xianxia had already rescued His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Princess from the hands of the assassin. However, that assassin took advantage of the chaos to escape under the cover of his accomplices. Now, all the city gates of Chang have been sealed. Taoist Master Xianxia and Manager Zhao are searching for the assassin's whereabouts. The young eunuch hurriedly bowed and answered. Li Er's expression turned cold as he said, "Immediately summon Qingqian and Chang'e back to the palace. Order Niu Jinda to lead 5,000 right guard soldiers to assist Zhao Song in searching for Zhao Song's whereabouts in the west of Chang. Official Lu, Official Hua, the two of you will lead your men to track down the assassin. Before tomorrow's morning court, you must give me an explanation. I want to see who is so bold as to openly assassinate the princess and crown prince of the Tang Empire in Chang." "Your servant obeys the decree." The young eunuch bowed and accepted the order. Then he quickly left the hall to deliver the decree. Lu Dui and Hua Wenjia's expressions turned solemn. They cupped their hands and said to Li Er, "Your servant obeys the decree." Speaking of which, the task that Li Er gave them could not be said to be light. One had to know that Chang was vast and had a large population. It had 108 districts and millions of people. To find an assassin in this place was almost like finding a needle in a haystack. However, even so, they had no choice but to accept this task. This was because if they could not find the assassin when the crown prince of a country was assassinated, then they, as the minister of the Supreme Court and the governor of the capital, had seriously neglected their duties. "Go." Li Er waved his hand and said lightly, "Your servant will take his leave." The two of them looked at each other and cupped their hands to take their leave. After the two of them left the hall, Li Er walked up and down the hall alone with his hands behind his back. After a while, a gentle female voice came from outside the hall. "Your Majesty, how are Qingqian and Chang'e?" Before the person arrived, the voice came first. A moment later, Empress Xianxia appeared in the hall. Li Er hurriedly turned to greet her. Holding her hand, he said with a comforting smile, "Don't worry, Guanyin. I just received news that Qingqian and Chang'e are fine. They are on their way back to the palace. You will see them in a while." "Fine." Empress Xianxia opened her mouth in shock, somewhat in disbelief. Li Er nodded affirmatively and said, "They are fine." It was Li Zishuan and Taoist Master Xianxia who rushed over in time after hearing the news and saved Qingqian and Chang'e from the hands of the assassin. "That's great." Empress Xianxia patted the Yuxiangpu, greatly relieved. She then said, "When I heard that Qingqian and Chang'e had been attacked by an assassin, I was nearly scared half to death. Who would have thought that this time, it was all thanks to the Marquis of Yong'an's intervention? Otherwise, if something were to happen to these two children, how would I live? Your Majesty, has the assassin been captured? Otherwise, if he continues to hide in the city, once Qingqian and Chang'e leave the palace, they will still be in danger." Hearing this, Li Er's expression froze. After a moment of hesitation, he opened his mouth and said, "This assassin." Not long after, the news that the Crown Prince and Princess Chang'e had been attacked by an assassin in the Western market spread. There were those who were shocked, those who were furious, and those who were indifferent. However, soon after, the common people learned that the various city gates had already been sealed. Soon after, large numbers of soldiers appeared on the various streets of Chang. They each held a portrait and went from house to house, interrogating the whereabouts of the man in the bamboo hat. In a short period of time, the people of Chang were in a state of panic. Those ruffians who usually bullied men and women were all extremely careful and well-behaved. None of them wanted to be captured at such a crucial time. This was because this was a major case involving the assassination of the crown prince and princess. If they were caught at such a critical juncture, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. Therefore, regardless of whether this large-scale manhunt in the city could catch the assassin or not, the public security in Chang and city had improved by several levels because of this large-scale manhunt. Many hooligans were arrested and sent to the Supreme Court's prison. Li Zixuan rode Big White, quickly galloping in the direction of the imperial palace. Suddenly, a delicate and pretty young girl wearing a shabby white dress appeared in the middle of the road. Li Zixuan promptly reined in Big White. "Stop!" Big White finally stopped the horse's hooves when it was a foot away from the young girl. However, there was no fear on the young girl's face. It was as if she was completely confident that Li Zixuan could control the horse. "Hey, young girl." Li Zixuan was just about to ask the young girl why she was standing alone in the middle of the road. Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, the young girl opposite him interrupted, "You must be the Marquis of Yong'an?" Li Zixuan was instantly puzzled. "Young girl, how do you know my identity?" Although Li Zixuan often appeared in Chang and city and there were many citizens who knew him, the young girl in front of him didn't sound like a local from Chang. Yes, that's right. Not only did dialects exist in modern society, they also existed in ancient times. This young girl's accent was a bit like that of the Jiangnan region. Therefore, how could Li Zixuan not be surprised that such an outsider actually knew his identity? The young girl smiled slightly, a glint flashing across her eyes. She said, "Just now, when the Marquis of Yong'an rescued the Crown Prince and Her Royal Highness in Shi City, I was also present. Naturally, I knew of Marquis's identity." Li Zixuan was slightly taken aback. Realization dawned on him. "I see. Then what's your name? Why are you blocking my path?" Hearing this, the little girl hurriedly and carefully took out a folded piece of paper from her waist pouch and said, "Marquis, this little girl's name is not worth mentioning. Someone asked me to pass something to you." "What is it?" Li Zixuan's gaze froze. He hurriedly jumped down from Big White's back. In 3 steps, he arrived in front of the young girl and took the folded piece of paper from her hands. Without waiting for him to unfold the paper, the young girl smiled sweetly and said, "Since Marquis has received the letter, then I will take my leave." "Marquis, don't worry, I have never opened this letter." "Oh, right, I found this on the tail of the mad cow in Shi City. It should be useful for you, Marquis." After saying this, without waiting for Li Zixuan's reply, she placed a piece of burnt black bamboo pipe in Li Zixuan's hands. Then she turned around and left. Very quickly, she disappeared into the crowd. Chapter 1585. Li Chengqian and Chang'e, who had almost been kidnapped by the assassin, quickly returned to the palace under the escort of a group of imperial guards. Empress Xianxia, who had been worried for a long time, looked up and down at her son and daughter to see if they were missing any parts. After seeing the bruise on Li Chengqian's neck, Empress Xianxia was naturally very distressed. She, who had always been gentle, couldn't help but be angry. That was the anger of a female eagle protecting her young. "Your Majesty, no matter what, you must find out the whereabouts of this assassin. No matter where he comes from, no matter what his intentions are, you must capture him. Otherwise, Chengqian, Chang'e, and even Qingke may encounter danger at any time in the future." Empress Xiangxuan's tone was murderous, which was very rare for her, who had always been generous and benevolent. Leo didn't feel strange about this. On the contrary, he understood Empress Xiangxuan's feelings because he wanted to capture the assassin more than anyone else and then cut him into pieces. "Maid Guanyin, don't worry. That assassin dared to harm my children. No matter where he hides, I will find him. At this time, all the gates of Chang and city have been sealed. That assassin can't escape. After we capture him, we will cut him into 1,000 pieces." Li Er's eyes were cold as he said in a low voice, "Father, Chang, and has a population of 1 million. If the city gates are closed for a long time, it will have a great impact on the people's livelihood. Moreover, many people in Chang and city are merchants or farmers outside the city. If father can't catch the assassin, will the city gates be closed for a day? Then if the merchants and farmers outside the city can't leave the city, Won't they be unable to return home and cut off their livelihood? I think that the assassin should be caught, but I still hope that father won't affect the livelihood of the ordinary people just to catch the assassin. Otherwise, Wei Zhuqing will impeach imperial father and make him angry again. When Li Er was full of anger, Chang'e took a step forward and looked at Li Er seriously. She was kind-hearted and always thought more than others. Moreover, what she said was indeed the truth. The city gates of Chang and city were closed around 9 o'clock in the morning. At this time, many merchants and farmers outside the city had just entered the city. However, when the city gates of Chang and city were suddenly closed, they couldn't go back even if they wanted to. Li Er was first stunned, then immediately smiled knowingly and said, Chang'e knows how to care for me. But Chang'e, you don't have to worry. If we really can't find the assassin today, we won't keep the city gates locked. At the latest, I will have people open the gates of Chang and city again before noon tomorrow. I will not let Wei Xuanqing find an excuse to remonstrate. As for that assassin, even if we can't find him today, we don't believe that we can't find him in a month, or even a year. Father is wise. Chang'e nodded happily. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and requests an audience. Just as old Li's family was enjoying themselves, a young eunuch quickly walked in and bowed to Li Er. Li Er's expression turned solemn and he said in a solemn voice, "Let him come in." Here. The eunuch accepted the order and left. At this moment, Empress Xianxia stood up and said, Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and must have something important to discuss with you. I, Chengqian, and Chang'e will take our leave first. But this time, Chengqian and Chang'e were in danger, and it was thanks to the Marquis of Yong, and that they saved us. Your Majesty, don't forget to reward me. Empress Xianxia was grateful to Li Zishuan from the bottom of her heart. Without Li Zishuan, Li Chengqian and Li Tai might have fallen out because of fighting for favor. Chang'e's illness definitely wouldn't have been completely cured, and today, Li Chengqian and Chang'e would have been kidnapped by the assassin. Empress Xianxia even felt that Li Zishuan was like Qin Qiong, a noble of the Li family. Back then, Qin Qiong had saved the lives of Li Yuan's family many times. It wasn't an exaggeration to call him the noble of Li Yuan's family. If not for this, Empress Xianxia wouldn't have taken the initiative to ask for a reward for an official no matter what. This was because she understood better than anyone the principle that the harem could not interfere in politics. We know what to do. Li Er nodded. Empress Xianxia left with Li Chengqian and Chang'e from the back of the hall. Official Li Zishuan pays his respects to Your Majesty. After the three left, Li Zishuan stepped into the hall and bowed to Li Er. Speaking of which, he had just left an hour ago. Who would have thought that he would return at this time? Rise. Li Er waved his hand. After Li Zishuan stood still, he said, Chengqian and Chang'e were attacked by an assassin in Shi City. It was thanks to you and Taoist Xianqing that you arrived in time and saved them. What reward do you want? If it's reasonable, we will definitely grant it to you. In the morning court more than 2 hours ago, Li Zishuan had just received a reward, directly increasing his fief by a county. However, just over 2 hours later, Li Er wanted to reward Li Zishuan again. It had to be said that Li Zishuan's imperial favor was probably something that few people could match. However, when Li Zishuan heard this, he did not show any joy on his face. Instead, he said with a serious expression, Your Majesty, I am not here to ask for a reward. I have an extremely urgent matter to report to Your Majesty. Li Er asked curiously, What is it? From his point of view, Li Zishuan was a little strange today. In the court, he had hinted in every possible way, but this guy just wanted to decline the reward. Now, he did not even care about what the reward was. Was this still the same person who would not act until he saw a rabbit? Li Zishuan took out a small piece of paper from the pouch at his waist and raised it above his head with both hands. Then he said, I accidentally received a secret letter. Please take a look, Your Majesty. Secret letter? All of you leave. Li Er was slightly shocked. He first dismissed his attendants, then looked at Li Zishuan and said, Show it to me. As Zhao Song was currently outside the palace with the imperial guards, looking for the assassin's whereabouts, he naturally could not be in the main hall. Li Zishuan had also dismissed the rest of the people in the main hall, so the task of presenting the secret letter naturally fell on Li Zishuan's shoulders. Guards! Quickly summon Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Li Jing into the palace for a discussion. Li Er expressionlessly took the secret letter from Li Zishuan's hands. When he opened it, his expression changed with a schwa. After a moment, Li Er first shouted out of the hall, then looked at Li Zishuan and said with a pale face, "Where did you get this secret letter?" "Yes, Your Majesty." A series of replies came from outside the hall, and then someone went to deliver the decree. When Li Zishuan heard Li Er's question, he clasped his hands and asked, "Your Majesty, is the handwriting on this letter from General Li Junxian?" Li Er lowered his head to take another look before nodding. "It is indeed Junxian's handwriting." Li Zishuan asked again, "Your Majesty, may I ask where General Li is now?" Li Er replied, "Several days ago, in order to investigate the origins of the Dragon King sect, Junxian specially infiltrated the Dragon King sect. Right now, wherever the Dragon King sect is, he should be there as well." Li Zishuan's heart trembled. He had guessed correctly. Li Junxian had really infiltrated the enemy camp, or else he would not have so much information on the Dragon King sect. If that's the case, the matter is very clear. Li Zishuan stepped forward and clasped his hands. The people of the Dragon King sect are currently hiding in the Serpent Spirit Mountain. They are preparing to attack Chang, and tomorrow. The words "attack Chang" immediately caused the atmosphere in the hall to turn somber. Li Er's face was grim. After a long silence, he couldn't help but sneer. A mere Dragon King sect dares to dream of attacking Chang, and they came at the right time. We wanted to find them, but they delivered themselves to our doorstep. Your Majesty, you must not underestimate the enemy. Li Zishuan hurriedly clasped his hands. Your Majesty, the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. If they want to know how many soldiers Chang has and how many provisions we have, they will definitely be able to find out. On the other hand, the imperial court knows nothing about their situation. Since the Dragon King sect dares to attack Chang, and their leader must be very confident. If we underestimate the enemy, the consequences will be unimaginable. Your Majesty, Duke Zhao, Prime Minister Fang, and Duke Wei request an audience. At this moment, a eunuch ran in and bowed. Li Er hurriedly said, "Summon." After a while, Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Li Jing, who had just finished the morning court, walked into Taiji Palace once again. "Your subjects greet Your Majesty." After Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Li Jing entered the hall, they hurriedly clasped their hands and bowed to Li Er. Li Er waved his hand. "My three beloved subjects, there is no need to be so courteous." Without waiting for Li Er to explain why he summoned them here, Zhangsun Wuji hurriedly stepped forward and clasped his hands. "Your Majesty, I heard that the Crown Prince and Chang'e were attacked by an assassin in Shi City. I wonder if the assassin, Zhangsun Wuji, was a staunch member of the Crown Prince party. After hearing that Li Chengqian was attacked by an assassin, he was more furious than anyone else. At this moment, he had already sent out all of the Zhangsun family's guards to assist Wu Ho in finding the assassin." Li Er waved his hand. "Assistant, we have already sealed off all the city gates and sent the Imperial Army and Wu Ho to find the assassin. However, we have not summoned you here for this matter. Maryong, show this secret letter to the three beloved subjects." "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Zishuan clasped his hands and bowed. Then he stepped forward and took the secret letter from Li Er before passing it to Zhangsun Wuji. After the three of them read the letter, their faces turned grim. As you can see, Junxian mentioned in the secret letter that the Dragon Sect plans to attack Chang and City tomorrow. The Marquis of Yong'an's opinion that the Imperial Court cannot underestimate the enemy under the cover of the enemy. I agree with him. At this time, Li Er spoke up, but he immediately changed the topic. But now that we know where the Dragon Sect is hiding, why not take the initiative to send troops to Snake Spirit Mountain before they descend the mountain to cause trouble and catch them off guard? What do my beloved subjects think?" Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Li Jing frowned. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment before stepping forward and clasping his hands. Your Majesty, I think it is inappropriate.
But
Li Er was puzzled. Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said, Firstly, Snake's Spirit Mountain's terrain is steep. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack. When the imperial court sent an army to encircle the 7 cultivators sect, they suffered heavy losses on Snake's Spirit Mountain. Now that the dragon sect has the guts to attack Chang and city, they must have at least 30 to 50,000 soldiers. Just based on this point, their strength is 100 times stronger than the 7 cultivators sect. If we attack Snake Spirit Mountain rashly, the imperial court will suffer heavy losses. The gains will not make up for the losses. Chapter 1586. Plot? What kind of plot does the Heavenly Dragon sect have in Chang? In the Sweet Dew Hall, the moment Zhangsun Wuji finished speaking, Li Er, who was seated at the head seat, could not help but frown. The Heavenly Dragon sect is plotting something. The capital might be in danger. This was the first sentence in Li Junxian's letter. From this, one could see that Li Junxian believed that the most important matter for the imperial court was to investigate the Heavenly Dragon sect's plot and resolve it. But the problem lay in what the Heavenly Dragon sect's plot was. It wasn't written in the letter, and no one knew about it, much less resolve it. Thus, the 3 old officials and Li Zishuan all frowned as they tried to figure out what the Heavenly Dragon sect's secret plan was. After a long while, Fang Xianling stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this old subject believes that the Heavenly Dragon sect's plot is to allow them to succeed tomorrow. They might have tens of thousands of soldiers outside the city and hundreds of spies inside the city. When the time comes, they might really be able to break through the gates of Chang. Thus, this old subject believes that although we don't know what the Heavenly Dragon sect's plot is, the imperial court must prepare a response in advance. We must prevent the Heavenly Dragon sect from dividing Chang and from within. Hearing this, Li Jing nodded secretly. It was obvious that he approved of old Fang's words. Li Er thought for a few moments before turning to Li Zishuan and asking, Markyong, and what do you think? It's here again. Di Renjie's classic line is here again. Even though this was an extremely solemn occasion, Li Zishuan couldn't help but grumble in his mind when he heard Li Er ask, What do you think? But grumbling was grumbling, the problem still had to be solved. Your Majesty, this subject agrees with Fang Xuanling's words. Li Zishuan, who was well versed in emotional quotient, first affirmed old Fang's analysis. Then, in order to avoid disappointing Li Er, he began to speak of his own opinion. General Li didn't mention anything about the Heavenly Dragon sect's plot in Chang, so he probably doesn't know either. This meant that this plot was the Heavenly Dragon sect's top secret. However, I believe that other than planting spies in Chang and city, there is also a possibility that the Dragon sect is using the followers that the Dragon sect had previously developed in Chang and city to plot something that would cause the imperial court to lose its prestige and His Majesty to lose face. By belittling the imperial court and praising themselves, not only would they be able to easily conquer Chang and city, but they would also be able to quickly win the hearts of the people after conquering Chang and city and then control the entire world. Today, the Crown Prince and Princess Changle were nearly robbed in the Western market. It is very likely that this was done by members of the Heavenly Dragon sect. They wanted to kidnap the Crown Prince and Princess Changle to threaten His Imperial Majesty and even strike at His Imperial Majesty's prestige. What? Marquis Yong, you're saying that the assassinations in Qingqian and Changle today were done by the Heavenly Dragon sect? Hearing Li Zishuan's last sentence, Li Eru's eyes narrowed and his face suddenly turned cold. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, Your Imperial Majesty, what this subject has said is only a conjecture. It is a reasonable conjecture based on the evidence that we currently possess. Previously, when the assassin escaped from the Western market, this subject's martial uncle immediately pursued the assassin. However, in the end, he was unable to catch up. However, according to martial uncle, the assassin's martial arts originated from the Buddhist sect. Perhaps it is related to Buddhism. In addition, that assassin had many accomplices in Chang and city. If not for those accomplices, the assassin would not have been able to escape from martial uncle's eyes. Buddhist sect. Accomplices. Hearing this, Li Eru's eyes flickered. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Li Zishuan and asked, You mean to say that the assassin could be the heavenly dragon sect's Shakyamuni Dui? Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "This subject has just returned from the north. Previously, this subject has not met the venerable Du-E of the heavenly dragon sect. However, this subject has heard of Du. This person originated from the tantric sect of the western regions. Not only is he proficient in martial arts, he is also proficient in magic. Today, this subject believes that Shakyamuni Du is a major suspect in the assassination of the Crown Prince and Princess Changel in the Western market. Not only is he a suspect, he also has sufficient motive. This is because as long as either the Crown Prince or Princess Changel fall into his hands, when the Heavenly Dragon sect rises tomorrow, they will have the capital to threaten the court and your Imperial Majesty. At the same time, they will be able to strike a blow at the court's prestige among the common people. Bang. What a heavenly dragon sect. Truly preposterous. Li Eru had originally suspected the heavenly dragon sect, but that was only a suspicion. There was no evidence, nor was there any logical reasoning. Now, after hearing Li Zishuan's logical analysis, Li Eru slapped the table, unable to restrain his anger. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Your Imperial Majesty, please calm your anger. In reality, this is only this subject's conjecture. There is no sufficient evidence to prove that Shakyamuni Du he is at that moment. In addition, even if Shakyamuni Du he is the assassin, he is currently hiding in the shadows. It will be very difficult for your Imperial Majesty to dispatch people to find him. In addition, General Li also mentioned in the secret letter that tomorrow, not only will the Heavenly Dragon sect rise, but that the weather will change and thunder will roll. Does your Imperial Majesty not feel strange because of these words?" Li Eru frowned, doubtfully asking, "These words, could it be that they foretell tomorrow's weather?" Li Zishuan nodded. "This subject believes that this is very likely." Zhang Sun Wuji frowned. "But today the sky is clear and boundless. How can there be thunder tomorrow? In addition, this old man has never heard of General Li having the ability to predict the weather." Li Zishuan shook his head. "General Li does not have this ability. What about the Heavenly Dragon sect? I have heard that the Heavenly Dragon sect has not only recruited many disciples in Chang'an, but has also operated in Qingzhou for many years, with tens of thousands of disciples. In this way, there are definitely some capable people among the Heavenly Dragon sect. Being able to predict the weather is not surprising." Hearing this, Fang Xianling was puzzled. "The weather changes unpredictably. How can mortals accurately predict it?" Li Zishuan explained, "Everything in the world is fated. Even the weather has its own rules to follow. In fact, if you want to know if tomorrow's weather will change and thunder will roll as the secret letter said, it is very simple. You only need to ask one person." "You mean Li Chunfeng?" Li Eru's eyes flashed. Li Chunfeng was not only good at mathematics and astrology, he was also good at predicting the weather. It was because of his comprehensive ability that Li Eru relied heavily on him. "Your Imperial Majesty is wise." Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said, "The palace and Yanhuang College both have telegraph machines. Your Imperial Majesty can send a telegram directly from Chang'an. I believe Master Li will be able to send tomorrow's weather to the palace through the telegraph machine." Li Eru pondered for a moment, then nodded and ordered outside the hall, "Men, bring me the telegraph machine." "Sir." After a while, a soldier in silver armor walked into the hall with a big black box. Li Eru signaled Li Zishuan to operate the telegraph machine and send a telegram to Yun Shan. Among the 5 people present, only Li Zishuan knew how to operate the telegraph machine. After a series of beeping sounds, Li Eru's order was delivered to Yun Shan. The next step was to wait for Li Chunfeng's reply from Yun Shan. Speaking of which, Li Chunfeng used to visit his home in Chang'an every now and then. However, because of the astronomical telescope in the academy, Li Chunfeng had completely embarked on a path of no return. He wished that he could live in the academy all day long. If the dragon sect really has someone who can predict the weather, why would the dragon head of the sect choose to attack Chang'an, and in such bad weather? Li Jing could not help but wonder while waiting for Li Chunfeng's reply. Generally speaking, weather with strong winds, heavy rain, and heavy snow was not suitable for marching and fighting. However, there was nothing that could be done about it if they were forced to fight in bad weather. However, when they knew that the weather was bad, they still planned to launch a military attack on that day. This was very puzzling. It was obviously not in line with military logic. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said, "Firstly, the dragon head of the dragon sect thinks that attacking in such weather can catch the enemy off guard. Secondly, he might think that such weather is more conducive for the dragon sect members in the city to carry out their secret plans." Li Jing shook his head. It's true that attacking a city in thunderstorm weather can take the enemy by surprise, but the impact of the heavy rain on the attacking side is obviously greater than the defending side. Dragon sect choosing to attack in such weather is definitely not worth the loss. So, comparatively speaking, the second reason you spoke of is extremely likely. Li Jing was known as the Tang Empire's god of war. He was very experienced in marching and fighting. If even he said so, Li Zishuan had no reason to refute. Beep beep beep. At this moment, the unique DDD sound of the telegraph rang in the Sweet Nectar Hall. Li Zishuan quickly walked to the telegraph and listened attentively. Well, the way he used the telegraph was different from everyone else. With his super memory, not only did he not need to record the code manually, he also did not need to hold a password book to translate the code one by one. His brain was like a humanoid computer, able to record and translate the code in real time. Mo Huai was the one controlling the telegraph at Yunshan. At this moment, the academy was in the middle of the final examination. Li Tai did not have time to send a telegram, so Mo Huai, as the leader of the physics department, had to do it himself. Not long after, the DDD sound gradually stopped. Li Zishuan walked up to Li Er and said, "Your Majesty, news from Yunshan has come. According to Priest Li's prediction, there will be thunderstorms in the vicinity of Chang, and starting from tomorrow morning." As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. At this point, Li Er, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others had no choice but to believe that there would be thunderstorms tomorrow. Of course, this also proved that the dragon sect was indeed full of capable people. Li Er's face was solemn. After a moment of silence, he said, "No matter what, the dragon sect's plot in Chang, and must be thoroughly investigated by tomorrow. Marquis Yong, since Li Junxian has given you the secret letter, it means that he believes that you can solve the dragon sect's plot. Thus, we will leave this matter to you. We will do our best to satisfy your needs." Chapter 1587. Brother Xiao Changel is here to thank you. Thank you for saving me and Brother Crown Prince in Shi City. Changel has been learning needlework from Li and the others recently. I've embroidered a pair of mandarin duck pouches for Brother Xiao and Sister Yushi. Don't think that Changel's embroidery isn't pretty. There's mint, cloves, mugwort leaves, and patchouli in it. It can get rid of dampness and heat, and it can also refresh the mind and benefit the brain. Outside Taiji Palace, beside the arch bridge near the Gate of Heaven Influence, Changel hesitated for a moment after seeing Li Jing leave. Then, she took out 2 white pouches embroidered with patterns from her waist and handed them to Li Zishuan. She said with some embarrassment, "Changel, I saved you and Xianxia out of friendship. Why do you need to spend so much effort to embroider these things?" Li Zishuan felt that he couldn't accept these 2 pouches. They were too ambiguous and could easily be misunderstood by others. It was fine to misunderstand him, but if it involved Changel, this matter would be serious. After all, Changel was a princess of the Tang Empire. If she was misunderstood to have an unclear relationship with an official, Li Zishuan was sure that old Li would definitely take a sword and chase him all over Chang, and to kill him. Changel said with a determined expression, "That's right. It's because Brother Xiao treats Changel and Brother Crown Prince as friends that Changel has to take out my heart to thank you after being saved by you. Also, these 2 pouches weren't sewn by me on the spot. They were already sewn a few days ago. Brother Xiao, quickly accept them. Also, let Sister Yushi help me see if there's anything wrong with my embroidery. When will Changel's embroidery be half as good as Sister Yushi's?" After saying that, the little girl sighed regretfully. Her face didn't reveal any strange expression. This made Li Zishuan wonder if he had been thinking too much. It was just 2 pouches. How could the pure Changel have those groundless feelings between a man and a woman? He was thinking too much. He was definitely thinking too much. Since that's the case, I'll accept it. Li Zishuan convinced himself in his heart. Seeing that Changel had been holding out her hands for a long time, he hurriedly stepped forward and took the pouch from Changel's hands. He put it in front of his eyes and glanced at it. Although the mandarin ducks on the pouch couldn't be said to be lifelike, at least they looked like real ones. This was quite difficult for an 8 or 9-year-old girl. Therefore, he couldn't help but say, "Ha, Changel, you are still young. You don't have to compete with others. When you grow up, no one can compare with your embroidery skills." When Changel heard that, he immediately lit up with joy and said, "Really? Brother Xiaoxian, could it be that Changel's embroidery is ugly, so you deliberately said nice things to comfort Changel?" Li Zishuan said with a straight face, "How is that possible? Changel, it's rare for you to have such excellent embroidery at such a young age. At your age, Yushi is probably not as good as you in embroidery. But then again, Changel, you are the princess of the Tang Empire and the pearl in His Majesty's palm. You don't have to study embroidery too deeply." Changel was happy at first, but then she couldn't help but secretly say in her heart, the princess of the Tang Empire is also a woman. She also has to take care of her husband and children. She only dared to say these words in her heart. In reality, even if she had twice the courage, she wouldn't dare to say it to Li Zishuan face to face. "Alright, I've accepted the gift. I have to go do my work. Just now, His Majesty gave me a task. If I don't do it well, your brother Xiaoxian will be punished." Looking at the position of the sun in the sky, Li Zishuan estimated that it was almost noon. He hurriedly put away the 2 pouches and said. Changel's eyes flashed with reluctance, then she nodded and said, "Yes. Then Brother Xiaoxian, you go to your work. Well, how about I send Brother Xiaoxian out of the palace?" Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "No need, no need. It's not the first time I've come to the palace. I'm very familiar with it. I won't get lost. Changel, go back quickly." What a joke. If the beloved daughter of Li Er was to be his guide, how bad would it be if it reached old Li's ears? Changel pouted slightly and said with some reluctance, "Brother Xiaoxian, let Changel send you off again. If it weren't for you today, at least one of us would have died. If I don't do something for you, Changel won't be at peace." Seeing Changel's pleading face, Li Zishuan couldn't bear to say, all right. Then Brother Xiaoxian will have the honor of letting Changel be your tour guide today and tour the palace." "Brother Xiaoxian, what's a tour guide?" Tour guide. The so-called tour guide is someone who guides tourists to enjoy the beautiful scenery. "Oh, but then Changel will be Brother Xiaoxuan's tour guide today." "Brother Xiaoxian, look, when we leave the Gate of Heaven Influence, on the left are the Minxia Outer Province, the Dianzhong Province, and the Zuqiania Guard. On the right are the Zhongshu Outer Province, the Square Building, and the Zuqiania Guard. The imperial city in the middle of Chang, which was most of the southwest area within the walls of the Ming Dynasty, with the Gate of Heaven Influence as the boundary, could be divided into the inner imperial city and the outer imperial city. The inner imperial city was where Li Er worked and lived. In layman's terms, the inner imperial city was what people often referred to as the palace. The outer imperial city housed the core administrative organization of the Li Tang dynasty. It included the 9 temples, which had evolved from the 3 ministers and 9 ministers during the Northern Qi dynasty: Grand Secretary, Guanglu Sun, Wei Wei, Grand Servant, Minister of Justice, De Honglu, Zhong Zheng, Minister of Agriculture, and Minister of Finance. There were also the 3 provinces, Zhongshu Inner Province, Minxia Inner Province, and Shangshu Inner Province. There were also the 6 ministries: Ministry of Appointments, Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Appointments, Ministry of War, Ministry of Justice, and Ministry of Works. In addition to these, there were also the offices of the 12 guards of the capital. Of course, these 12 guards would slowly develop into the 16 guards. Speaking of which, if Changel hadn't introduced all the offices here today, Li Zishuan wouldn't have been able to recognize many of them. The main reason was that this fellow rarely interacted with the various departments of the imperial court, So naturally, he wasn't familiar with the specific locations of these offices. Isn't this the Imperial Ancestral Temple? What are they moving inside? If one went right from the Gate of Heaven Influence and then went south, they would be able to leave the Imperial City through the Gate of Peace. At this time, Li Zixuan happened to see a group of eunuchs carrying sacks of something into the Imperial Ancestral Temple. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother Xiaoxian, you don't know." Previously, Imperial Father ordered the 6 ministries of the Imperial Court to prepare to attack the Turks. Imperial Father plans to offer sacrifices to the Imperial Ancestral Temple the day before the army departs, praying for the ancestors to bless the army's triumphant return. The eunuchs in the palace will buy incense and sacrificial offerings in advance to prepare for later needs. Chang'e looked in the direction of the voice. A moment later, she turned to Li Zixuan and replied. Chapter 1588. How are the preparations on Venerable Du Yi's side? In a secret chamber on Snake Spirit Mountain, the dragon head of the dragon sect stood with his hands behind his back. He was still wearing his iron mask. Reporting to Dragonhead, the Venerable sent a message through a pigeon saying that the deployment in Chang and city has been completed. Once the auspicious hour arrives tomorrow, the Venerable will give Li Shimin a big surprise. At that time, our sect members in Chang and city will lead the rioting Chang and citizens to attack together. Chang and city will fall in the blink of an eye. Standing behind the dragon head was Zhang Liang, the finger judge of the Heavenly Dragon sect. Hearing the iron-masked man's question, Zhang Liang hurriedly cupped his hands respectfully. Good. The iron-masked man laughed, then turned to look at Zhang Liang and asked, How are the preparations on General Luo's side? Zhang Liang bowed slightly and replied, Dragon Chief, General Luo has already transferred 30,000 people who are loyal to the Dragon sect into the Heavenly Dragon army. When we attack the city tomorrow, these 30,000 people will be the vanguard while the 20,000 main force of the Dragon sect will support them from the side. Once the city gates of Chang and city are opened from the inside, the 20,000 elites will immediately charge into the city and lead the followers into the Imperial City. Could. The iron-masked man cheered loudly. It was obvious that he was extremely excited at this moment. He then smiled and said, Now everything is ready except for the east wind. Tomorrow, when the weather changes and thunder rolls, it will be the day when the dragon sect ascends to the top of this world. Zhang Liang congratulates the dragon head on obtaining the dragon throne. Zhang Liang bowed with an excited expression. The iron-masked man walked to Zhang Liang and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Ha! After this is done, this seat will not forget your contributions. Du Yi will become the national preceptor of the Great Tang, and you, Zhang Liang, will become the right servant of the Great Tang. The right servant of the Great Tang was the Prime Minister, the head of the civil officials. However, the Great Tang abolished the position of Prime Minister and changed it to the left and right servant of the Great Tang. Zhang Liang's breathing quickened when he heard this. He quickly knelt on the ground and cupped his hands to the iron-masked man, saying, Subordinate Zhang Liang is willing to die for the dragon head and help the dragon head accomplish your great cause. Ha! My beloved minister, please rise. The iron-masked man nodded. He knew better than anyone else that the closer they were to success, the more unstable their hearts would be, and the easier it would be for them to make mistakes. In order to avoid any accidents, he could only draw a grand blueprint and a beautiful future for his subordinates, letting them work together for his goal. In the end, these were just some methods to win over people's hearts. It couldn't be said to be brilliant, but at this time, it was extremely useful. Zhang Liang's current performance was the best proof. I heard that Li Junjian performed very well in the Earth Emanations group. Is that true? After a moment of silence, the iron-masked man suddenly asked. It was said that not long after Li Junxian had joined the Heavenly Dragon sect, the Dragon Head had made an exception and promoted him to the Earth Fiend group due to his outstanding performance. The other ordinary members of the Heavenly Dragon sect were all envious of him. Zhang Liang's face instantly turned unnatural. The iron-masked man had ordered his finger cut off precisely because Li Junxian, had brought back the Heavenly Dragon sect's account books, causing others to privately call him the finger-chopping judge. Thus, Zhang Liang had always harbored a grudge against Li Junjian. But the iron-masked man clearly admired Li Junjian. How could Zhang Liang, with his normal emotional intelligence, choose to speak ill of Li Junjian at a time like this? Fortunately, he was bent over and had his head lowered. The iron-masked man looked down from above and couldn't see his expression. Otherwise, the iron-masked man would have been able to see through his thoughts. Replying to the dragon head, your subordinate has also heard that Li Junjian has been diligent in his training in the Earth Fiend group and has never been lazy. He has always been one of the best in all the examinations, and even General Luo has praised him. He truly is a good seedling. Your subordinate truly admires the dragon head's discerning eye for talent. Zhang Liang raised his head, the unnatural expression on his face gone, replaced by sincerity and admiration. Good. The dragon sect should have more brave and fearless youths like Li Junjian. The iron-masked man laughed loudly, pausing for a moment before giving another order. Since the deployment in Chang'an City has been completed, let Du Yi return to the Snake Spirit Mountain quickly. When the army attacks the city tomorrow, we still need him to boost the morale of the dragon sect members. Zhang Liang nodded and replied, "Yes, Dragon Head." Zhang Liang turned and left, while the iron-masked man turned and sat on the tiger skin couch, fantasizing that after tomorrow, he would rule the world, and Li Shimin would become his prisoner. The iron-masked man could not help but let out a burst of wild laughter. Li Shimin, tomorrow, I will make you pay for this blood debt with blood. For a moment, the room was filled with the iron-masked man's sinister laughter. In the valley to the north of the Snake Spirit Mountain, countless burly men in black held Modeo and hacked at the wooden stakes in front of them again and again. Sweat rolled down their foreheads, but no one dared to wipe it off. Their clothes were already drenched in sweat. This was an elite force of disciplined soldiers. Li Junxian was among them, and at his level of martial arts, this sort of training was naturally easy and casual for him. But he was a member of the Heavenly Dragon sect, and his public identity was that of a hunter. He naturally didn't dare to reveal all his martial arts, so he could only act like the others, using all his strength to wield the Mo saber. I finally heard that the Marquis of Yong and had returned to Chang'an, but I'm now in prison. I wonder if that little girl delivered my letter to the Marquis of Yong and I wonder if the Marquis of Yong will be able to investigate the dragon sect's scheme in Chang'an. Li Junxian thought to himself as he continued to wield the Modeo and pretend that it was very strenuous for him. One could say that he was doing 3 things at once. Right now, he had no place to use his martial prowess. He could only place his hopes on that little girl who had accidentally come to the base of the Snake Spirit Mountain to pick herbs. Little girl, who told you to come here to pick herbs? What's wrong? I can't pick herbs here? I see that there are many herbs here that can be sold for a lot of money. But there's a Lingji up there. But I'm rich. Oh, it's too high. I can't climb up. Big brother, can you help me pick the Lingji up? Little girl, there are many bandits on this mountain. If you still want to live, you should leave as soon as possible. Oh, but this Lingji can be sold for a lot of money. With this money, I can buy my little sister a portion of the chicken from the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Little girl, I'm afraid that you won't have the life to spend some money. I don't care. Isn't it because the bandits didn't notice me? Big brother, I beg of you, please help me pick that stalk. Little girl, you really want money more than your life? I can help you, but you have to help me deliver a letter to Chang'an. I've come to Chang'an and to participate in the Yanhuang College's entrance examination. I'm very familiar with this place, so I'll definitely be able to deliver the letter. Li Junxian couldn't help but bitterly smile as he recalled the scene from this morning. How could he have so easily trusted a little girl that he had never met? If he didn't deliver the letter, he would have to die 10,000 times. Marquis, what do you think, should we just forget about it? These incense sticks were all transported from the great Xingshan temple, so there shouldn't be any problems. After all, we were there with them. Outer Imperial City, Imperial Ancestral Temple. The old eunuch couldn't help but reveal a difficult expression after hearing Xiao En's words. He turned around and clasped his hands toward Li Zixuan. Big brother little Xian. Changle's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. She tugged on Li Zixuan's sleeves, indicating that Li Zixuan shouldn't clash with the old eunuch. Li Zixuan's eyes narrowed. It seems like this old eunuch's status in the palace isn't low. Even Changle had to give him some face. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Zixuan chose to take a step back for now. Since Steward and can vouch for me, this marquis can be at ease. Chang and city has been very chaotic recently, so this marquis was a little suspicious. Steward and, please don't take it to heart. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. The old eunuch's eyes narrowed into slits, and he smiled like a Maitreya Buddha. The Marquis of Yong and is wholeheartedly devoted to the country. He is loyal to the emperor, and his spirit is commendable. I only have admiration and respect for you. I will never, nor will I dare to, blame you for anything. Fine. If that's the case, then this marquis will take his leave. Li Zixuan nodded and said lightly. Then he left with Changle. Suddenly, he felt as if his eyes were blinded by something. Looking in the direction of the light, Li Zixuan could only see that the young eunuch had his hands tucked into his sleeves. On such a hot day, it was very strange. Li Zixuan pretended not to see it, and quietly walked towards the Vermilion Bird Gate with Changle. Brother Xianxia, don't you want to know Steward An's identity? After walking a distance, Changle couldn't help but ask. Li Zixuan nodded and said, I want to. Then why don't you ask me? I'm the most familiar with the matters in the palace. Changle said doubtfully. Li Zixuan smiled and said, because I know that even if I don't ask, someone will definitely say it. Brother Xianxia. Changle was speechless, but after hesitating for a moment, she still said, Steward An's name is in Dijon. He's an old man who previously served by Imperial grandfather's side. He has a very good relationship with eldest uncle. After Imperial father ascended the throne, Steward An was arranged to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to guard the memorial tablets of Emperor Taizu and Emperor Shizu. Although it's like this, Steward An relies on his previous connections and has quite a bit of prestige in the palace. Moreover, due to Imperial grandfather's relationship, Imperial father also can't be too harsh on Steward An. Therefore, Changle didn't want brother Xianxia to have a conflict with Steward An. After Li Yuan ascended the throne, his father Li Ge was posthumously awarded the title of Emperor Yuan, and the temple was named Shizu. His grandfather Li who was posthumously awarded the title of Emperor Jing, and the temple was named Emperor Taizu. Both memorial tablets were enshrined in the Imperial Ancestral Temple to receive the incense of future generations. So this is Li Yuan's steward eunuch, no wonder he's so arrogant. Li Zixuan heard this and suddenly understood. He muttered in his heart, and then looked at Changle and said gently, I understand. Thank you Changle for the reminder. Changle smiled sweetly and said, Brother Xianxia, you're welcome. Li Zixuan smiled and said, all right. We're already at Vermilion Bird Gate, Changle. As a tour guide, you should return to the palace. Brother Xianxia still has important matters to attend to and can't stay in the imperial city any longer. Oh. Changle looked at Li Zixuan reluctantly, but she didn't want to show it too obviously. The reluctance in her eyes only flashed for a moment. She nodded and said softly, Then Brother Xianxia, I'll return to the palace first. Take care. Also, don't worry if you can't complete the mission that Imperial Father gave you. When the time comes, Changle will plead for mercy for you. Li Zixuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself, saying, Then I'll thank Changle in advance for her kindness. All right. These 2 days, Chang and city isn't peaceful. Changle, you and Xianxia try not to leave the palace. Just stay in the palace and don't go anywhere. Understand? He thought about how the dragon sect would attack Chang and city tomorrow and detonate the hidden bombs buried in the city. He couldn't help but want to remind Changle. Changle's heart warmed as she nodded heavily and said, I'll listen to Brother Xianxia and stay in the palace with Brother Crown Prince these 2 days. We won't go anywhere. Go back quickly. Li Zixuan smiled and said, And Brother Xianxia, take care. Changle waved her hand and turned to leave. Gradually, Chang'e disappeared from sight. The smile on Li Zixuan's face also disappeared. He didn't directly leave Vermilion Bird Gate, but turned right and walked towards the Imperial Ancestral Temple again. The Dragon Sect, the true Dragon Son of Heaven. Does the Dragon Sect want to be the true Dragon Son of Heaven, or is it related to the true Dragon Son of Heaven? This and De Zhong, I'm afraid there's something wrong with him. After knowing the identity of the old eunuch, Li Zixuan did not feel relieved at all. Instead, he felt a sense of danger. First, there was the assassination in Shi City, and then there was the strange smell that he smelled in front of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Then, there was the light that flashed on the little eunuch's sleeve before he left. Combined with the old eunuch's identity, these seemingly unrelated events seemed to have some kind of connection when he thought about it carefully. It was extremely frightening. Therefore, Li Zixuan didn't plan to leave the Imperial City. He had to thoroughly investigate the abnormality in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. As for why he wanted to send Chang'e away, it was mainly because he saw a flash of cold light on the little eunuch's sleeve in front of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. That was obviously a sharp dagger. Li Zixuan was very confident in his martial arts. As long as the little eunuch dared to make a move, he was 100% sure that he could subdue him in an instant. However, Li Zixuan wasn't clear about the old eunuch's position and depth. He wasn't sure if De Zhong would make a move on Chang'e while he was subduing the little eunuch. Therefore, for Chang'e's safety, Li Zixuan could only think of a way to send the little girl away first. Chapter 1589. Quickly sweep this place clean. Stewardin. When Li Zixuan returned to the Imperial Ancestral Temple, the wooden boxes in front of the temple had all disappeared and De Zhong was instructing a group of eunuchs to clean up the empty space. Seeing Li Zixuan return, De Zhong's eyes flickered and he hurriedly went up to greet him, cupping his hands. "Oh, Mahong, then didn't you just leave with Her Highness? Why are you back?" Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Is steward and not welcoming me?" And De Zhong hurriedly cupped his hands and apologized. "I wouldn't dare. Look at my mouth, I've said the wrong thing again. Marquis, I definitely didn't mean that. I was just thinking, you've always been busy with official business, so why are you so free to come to the Imperial Ancestral Temple today?" Li Zixuan's expression suddenly became serious and he said in a deep voice, "When I left the Imperial Ancestral Temple, I seemed to have heard the call of Emperor Taizu. At that time, I thought I had heard wrongly, but when I reached the Vermilion Bird Gate, I clearly heard an old man shouting, 'I am Emperor Taizu Li Hu, Marung, then why aren't you entering the Imperial Ancestral Temple to pay your respects?' At that time, I knew that Emperor Taizu had appeared. I hurriedly turned back and wanted to enter the Imperial Ancestral Temple to pay my respects to Emperor Taizu and listen to his teachings." When De Zhong heard this, he suddenly felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten feces, and his face turned green. Although he knew that Li Zixuan was talking nonsense, he couldn't refute it directly. After all, he didn't have any real evidence to prove that Emperor Taizu didn't show up. "Marquis, the Imperial Ancestral Temple is an important place for the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Without His Majesty's Imperial Edict, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to enter like this." Seeing that Li Zixuan was about to walk towards the Imperial Ancestral Temple, De Zhong's expression changed and he hurriedly blocked Li Zixuan's path and said in a strict tone. Although his tone had become harsh, De Zhong still had a harmless smile on his face. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. This kind of smile made it difficult for ordinary people to get angry. Li Zixuan stood with his hands behind his back and said faintly, "Steward, and this Marquis also told you just now that Emperor Taizu appeared and wanted to summon this Marquis to listen to the teachings of the Emperor. If you don't let this Marquis, Emperor Taizu will blame me and will appear in your dreams at night." De Zhong couldn't help but shudder as he felt a chill in his heart. But after hesitating for a moment, he still shook his head and said, Even so, I can't let you in. Unless there is an imperial edict from His Majesty, no one is allowed to enter the Imperial Ancestral Temple." After saying that, De Zhong bowed slightly, but his body stood still in front of Li Zixuan. Obviously, unless Li Zixuan stepped over him, he would definitely not move aside. the situation suddenly became a stalemate. The eunuchs near the imperial ancestral temple also came over and stood behind Ndezhong. Their intentions were self-evident. As for the imperial guards near the south gate of the imperial ancestral temple, although they also noticed the commotion, no one took the initiative to come closer. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes. If he had only suspected that there was something wrong with the imperial ancestral temple, now he was almost certain that there was something wrong with the imperial ancestral temple. Otherwise, Ndezhong wouldn't have racked his brains to stop him from entering the imperial ancestral temple. Unfortunately, I do have an imperial edict with me. Li Zishuan suddenly smiled and then took out a bright yellow imperial edict from his sleeve. He waved it and said, "But I can't tell you the contents of the imperial edict. However, I have a gold medallion bestowed by His Majesty. Seeing the gold medallion is like seeing His Majesty. What else do you have to say?" Silence. The moment Li Zishuan showed the gold medallion, everyone in front of the imperial ancestral temple couldn't help but look at the gold medallion in Li Zishuan's hand. And Ndezhong's cheeks twitched violently. After being stunned for a moment, he took the lead and bowed to the gold medallion. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty." The eunuchs behind Ndezhong all bowed in unison. Li Zishuan had long since moved to the side. He was very clear in his heart that he was not blessed to enjoy these people's great salutes. At this time, he looked at Ndezhong with a slight playfulness and said indifferently, "Chiefin, can this marquis go in now?" Ndezhong's expression was unnatural. He forced a smile and said, "Of course. Marquis, please." Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction. He then put away the imperial edict and gold medallion. With his hands behind his back, he walked directly to the steps in front of the imperial ancestral temple. In fact, he could have taken out the imperial edict and gold medallion and forced his way in. However, if he did that, he wouldn't have the chance to test Ndezhong's reaction and attitude. Ndezhong, who was following behind, secretly gave a look to the eunuch beside him. The eunuch nodded and quickly followed Li Zishuan. The imperial ancestral temple was very big. If it was calculated in square meters, Li Zishuan roughly estimated that the entire temple's floor area was at least 2,000 square meters. In the core area of the capital, there was actually someone who used a house of more than 2,000 square meters as an ancestral hall. It was estimated that only the ancient royal families could do such a rich thing. "Marquis, the memorial tablet of Emperor Taizu is here." After entering the imperial ancestral temple, the eunuch who was following Li Zishuan the closest hurriedly came to Li Zishuan's side and led the way. Li Zishuan glanced at the eunuch indifferently. With his excellent memory, he naturally recognized the eunuch in front of him. He was the Xianxia from before, the person whose sleeves flashed briefly with a cold light. "You can lead the way." Li Zishuan almost instantly understood Ndezhong's plan. They didn't want him to wander around the imperial ancestral temple and investigate as he pleased. They wanted him to quickly finish paying respects to Emperor Taizu and leave as soon as possible. Li Zishuan inwardly sneered. "Since this young master is here, I won't leave until I find out what's going on." Although it was already noon and time for lunch, Li Zishuan didn't feel the slightest bit hungry. When Li Er had given him this case, he had been worried sick. Although Li Junxian had said in the letter that the Dragon King sect was plotting something in Chang, he hadn't specified what sort of plot it was or where it was deployed. This was an unsolved case. Li Zishuan had been forced to accept this task in the face of danger. In truth, he had been very nervous because he wasn't confident that he could uncover the Dragon King sect's plot. Now that he had stumbled upon a clue, how could he easily give it up? He wanted to follow the vine to the melon and uncover the big boss behind the scenes. This is Emperor Taizu's memorial tablet. After passing through 2 side halls, Li Zishuan finally arrived at the ancestral hall where Li Hu was enshrined. As Emperor Taizu of the Great Tang, although he hadn't sat on the throne for a single day, Li Hu naturally enjoyed the treatment of a single room. His portrait was hung on the wall in the center of the ancestral hall, and in front of the portrait was a memorial tablet, candlesticks, and incense burner. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "This marquis wants to listen to Emperor Taizu's teachings. All of you are dismissed." The eunuch turned to Ndezhong. After some thought, Ndezhong bowed and said, "Since that's the case, this one will take his leave." After saying that, he turned around and left with the few eunuchs beside him. He even helped Li Zishuan close the door. Li Zishuan first pretended to burn 3 sticks of incense, then went forward to pay his respects to Li Hu's memorial tablet. Then he directly sat cross-legged on a praying mat. With a ding sound, it seemed that something had fallen to the ground. Li Zishuan hurriedly looked down and saw a burnt bamboo stick lying beside the praying mat. This was the bamboo stick given to him by the little girl who delivered Li Juanxian's secret message on the way to the palace. It was said that the Mad Bull in the Western market had this bamboo stick filled with sulfur tied to its tail. Picking up the bamboo stick from the ground, Li Zishuan unexpectedly put the stick to his nose and sniffed it. The pungent smell of sulfur immediately assaulted his nostrils. Li Zishuan frowned. His eyes darkened as he muttered to himself, "Similar. Too similar. Could it be that the wooden box from before was filled with sulfur as well? Why would the imperial ancestral temple need sulfur? Is that little eunuch and Ndezhong related to the dragon god sect?" A series of questions lingered in Li Zishuan's mind. After pondering for a moment, he carefully put away the bamboo stick in his hand and then sat down cross-legged. His powerful mind power immediately spread out. When Li Zishuan first transmigrated last year, he realized that his mental strength was abnormally strong. Not only did he have an eidetic memory and a sharp mind, he could also construct 3D models of various complicated machines in his mind. At that time, he thought that this was the golden finger that he had as a transmigrator. However, after several breakthroughs in his martial arts realm, Li Zishuan realized that his mental strength was extremely strong, and it had something to do with the Supreme Mystery Sutra. Moreover, as his martial arts realm got higher and higher, his mental strength would also get stronger and stronger. Now that he was a Zhongshe late-stage expert, his mental strength was naturally incomparable to before. Furthermore, this was the first time he used his golden finger, after half a year. As he exerted all his mental strength floated through every corner of the Imperial Ancestral Temple and then fed back to the nerve center of his brain, allowing his brain to draw a 3D model of the temple. This process sounded a bit mysterious, but the principle was a bit like an ultrasonic radar. After a while, every table and chair in the entire Imperial Ancestral Temple appeared in Li Zishuan's mind. At the same time, Li Zishuan opened all the pores on his body and crazily absorbed the qi in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. He wanted to confirm whether there was sulfur in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Wherever there was sulfur, there would be a pungent smell. With Li Zishuan's martial arts cultivation and the special properties of the Taishan Sutra, it was relatively easy to find this smell in the air. It was reasonable to say that with Li Er's imperial edict, Li Zishuan could directly search by force. However, the Imperial Ancestral Temple was, after all, a very sacred and solemn place of the Li family's ancestral temple. If he was not 100% sure, Li Zishuan would not dare to go too far here. Firstly, it would make Li Er look bad. Secondly, if he found nothing in the end, he would definitely be impeached and punished. Therefore, he came up with such a stupid idea. Humph! There is indeed something wrong with this Imperial Ancestral Temple. There is so much sulfur stored in it. After a long time, Li Zishuan suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he murmured in a low voice, "Northwest. The first room." After saying that, he stood up from the futon and directly turned to leave the room. And Ndezhong had been waiting outside. When he saw Li Zishuan come out, he hurriedly walked up to him and said, "Marquis, have you finished listening to the imperial edict of Emperor Taizu?" Li Zishuan nodded, and then said with a serious face, "Emperor Taizu said that there is an evil spirit in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, and he wants me to go and get rid of the evil spirit. Director, and since you are in charge of the Imperial Ancestral Temple, you should cooperate with me. Quickly, lead the way." "There is an evil spirit in the Imperial Ancestral Temple?" And Ndezhong's eyebrows twitched and his heart tightened. He hurriedly said, "Marty, you can't say such things casually. The Imperial Ancestral Temple is illuminated by the light of Buddha. How could an evil spirit dare to hide here? Why not? Emperor Taizu said that the evil spirit is hiding in the first room in the northwest. Li Zishuan's face was solemn. Suddenly, he stretched out his left hand and pointed to the northwest. Instantly, Dezhong and the eunuch named Xiao Enzi's faces changed at the same time. Li Zishuan stepped forward and said, "What? Director, and why aren't you leading the way?" And Dezhong gritted his teeth and said, "Marquis, there are many forbidden areas in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. You can come and pay your respects to Emperor Taizu, but you can't walk around as you wish. Otherwise, if you offend the gods, I can't bear the consequences." Li Zishuan heard this and snorted coldly. He took out the imperial edict from his sleeve and read aloud. The Emperor of the Tang Empire decrees that Marquis Yong and is to thoroughly investigate the case of the Dragon Sect. The officials of the 6 ministries and the generals of the capital must cooperate with Marquis Yong and's investigation. Marquis Yong and can come and go from any corner of Chang'an City. No one can stop him. Imperial Edict. At this point, Li Zishuan had nothing to hide. He must quickly find out why there was so much sulfur in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. As for Dezhong and that Xiao Enzi, there must be something wrong with them. When Li Zishuan took out the Imperial Edict, everyone hurriedly bowed and stood to the side. When Li Zishuan finished reading, the 4 or 5 eunuchs and Dezhong were all shocked. Obviously, they didn't expect that Li Zishuan would give Li Zishuan so much power. At this time, Li Zishuan was simply the second Li heir in Chang'an City. He could go wherever he wanted and ask for help from whoever he wanted. "Director, and why haven't you received the Imperial Edict? Don't tell me you want to go against the Imperial Edict?" Li Zishuan stared at Dezhong without blinking and said indifferently. Dezhong's expression changed. After a while, he gritted his teeth and shouted, How dare you? How dare you fake an Imperial Edict? Quickly arrest The 4 or 5 eunuchs immediately surrounded Li Zishuan and the atmosphere in the room became tense. Without another word, Xiao Enzi pulled out the dagger hidden in his sleeves and thrust it at Li Zishuan's throat in a flash. Chapter 1590. You're courting death. Li Zishuan did not panic in the face of the sudden assassination attempt. On the contrary, he had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. As long as these people could not help but make a move, it meant that they were guilty. It also meant that he was getting closer to the truth. When the dagger in Xiao Enzi's hand was 3 inches away from Li Zishuan's throat, Li Zishuan leaned back slightly, and the dagger that was flickering with cold light missed. Li Zishuan didn't intend to let Xiao Enzi go just like that. He placed his right hand on Xiao Enzi's wrist and gently squeezed. Suddenly, with a kacha sound, Xiao Enzi let out a painful howl because his wrist was completely dislocated. Immediately after, Li Zishuan's other hand directly grabbed Xiao Enzi's clothes, lifted him up, and ruthlessly smashed him towards the 4 little eunuchs who were about to rush up. Immediately, there were miserable cries of "ouch." These people did not know martial arts at all. Li Zishuan did not feel any pressure when dealing with them. He took care of them with one move. However, there was still one more person in the room. The moment Li Zishuan tossed little Enzi out, Dezhong also moved. The old eunuch instantly disappeared from where he was standing, and in the next moment he was 10 feet behind Li Zishuan. His palm turned into a claw, and he ruthlessly grabbed at the back of Li Zishuan's neck. This speed was definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. The old eunuch was also a martial arts expert. He was at least close to the Grandmaster realm or had already reached the Grandmaster realm. What was worse was that the old eunuch's fingernails were purplish black. In this era, there were no nail salons that could dye people's fingernails. The old eunuch's fingernails were purplish black, which meant that he had applied poison on them. You are indeed not ordinary. Although Li Zishuan's back was facing Dezhong, he did not let his guard down. When he first met Dezhong, he felt that he could not see through Dezhong's strength. He had always been on guard against this old eunuch. Li Zishuan did not dare to let his guard down in the face of the old eunuch's claw. He turned around with lightning speed, drew the wind-chasing sword from his waist, and slashed at Dezhong's claw. So what if his fingernails were poisoned? Could it be that they could withstand a sword? When he had left the Taiji Palace, the wind-chasing sword had been returned to him. Right now, he could use it to deal with Ndezhong. Wind-chasing sword was incomparably sharp and cold, and Ndezhong naturally did not dare to receive it head-on. He grunted and hurriedly retreated. When he reached the corner of the wall, there was an iron rod leaning against the wall. And Ndezhong's face lit up with joy. He hurriedly grabbed the iron rod and kicked off the wall with his right foot. His entire body changed from retreating to advancing, flying towards Li Zixuan. Clang, clang, clang. The metal rod collided fiercely with the wind-chasing sword in the air, producing a series of clanging sounds. However, the wind-chasing sword was so sharp that even though the metal rod was solid, it was still an ordinary metal. After a while, the metal rod was cut into the shape of a hedgehog by the wind-chasing sword. Since they were in the house, Li Zixuan could not use his swordsmanship. If he used all his swordsmanship, it was very likely that he would destroy the entire house. Even if he found out that Ndezhong was hiding behind the scenes, Li Er would not let him off easily. After all, this was the imperial ancestral temple. Therefore, Li Zixuan could only rely on brute force and the most primitive sword moves to deal with Ndezhong's swordsmanship. Even so, it was enough. I didn't expect that there would be a master in the imperial ancestral temple. Chiefin, you must be hiding here for something big, right? Li Zixuan blasted Ndezhong away with his sword, and then a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he spoke indifferently. The Ndezhong in front of him was only at the beginner stage of Grandmaster. Moreover, due to the fact that his body was damaged, his personal strength was weaker than an ordinary master. After Ndezhong steadied himself, he took 2 deep breaths. Then, with a face full of resentment, he said, Li Zixuan, don't be conceited and arrogant just because you are strong in martial arts and are favored by the emperor. There will be a day when you, your parents, and your wife will be beheaded because of your meddling in other people's business today. You will regret it. Li Zixuan's face turned cold. His eyes were filled with murderous intent and coldness. He could allow others to harm him, but he could not tolerate others threatening his family. After saying that, Li Zixuan held the wind-chasing sword in his hand and stabbed it into Ndezhong's chest. Come on, kill me. If you kill me, your whole family will be buried with me. Ha! Seeing Li Zixuan coming at him with sword in hand, Ndezhong seemed to have gone mad. He threw his head back and laughed loudly. He actually stood straight on the spot without dodging, planning to use his flesh and blood to receive Li Zixuan's sword strike. The reason for this was mainly because after the battle just now, Ndezhong already knew Li Zixuan's current strength and martial arts realm. He was fully aware that he could not defeat Li Zixuan no matter what. Instead of being captured and interrogated, it would be more straightforward to die under Li Zixuan's sword. Perhaps to him, this was the most perfect ending. Seeing that Ndezhong did not dodge, it was obvious that he was ready to die. Li Zixuan's wind-chasing sword in his hand moved slightly to the left before it touched Ndezhong. With a chi sound, the long sword pierced through Ndezhong's shoulder. Why don't you kill me? Ndezhong shouted. His voice was filled with disbelief and anger. Li Zixuan sneered, You want to die so easily? Wouldn't that be too easy for you? After saying that, he took 2 steps forward and sealed the artery on Ndezhong's arm to prevent him from bleeding to death. Then, without waiting for Ndezhong to react, he broke his other arm. After doing all this, Li Zixuan looked at the 5 young eunuchs in the room and the old eunuch, Ndezhong. Then, he clapped his hands, indicating that he was done. Li Zixuan thought for a moment. With so many eunuchs, he wouldn't be able to escort them all by himself. Li Zixuan strode out of the imperial ancestral temple in a flash and shouted in the direction of the southern gate, Someone come quickly! There's an assassin in the imperial ancestral temple. When the guards outside in Men's Gate heard this, they immediately moved and ran towards Li Zixuan's location. Li Zixuan nodded in satisfaction. Then, he turned around and returned to the small room. Quick, feed me the medicine first. Just as he reached the door, Li Zixuan heard Ndezhong's urgent shouts from inside the room. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly lifted his feet to step into the room. He saw that the 3 eunuchs were already foaming at the mouth and collapsed on the ground. Poison, this was obviously the symptom of poison. Another young eunuch was holding a small porcelain bottle. He took out a small black pill from the bottle and fed it to Ndezhong. Chapter 1591. The wood was lying on the body of the ancient building, suffering from the torture of nature as it became modeled day by day. Thunder and lightning were the most unwilling to be lonely. They would jump from the clouds and bite the body of the wood again and again. Therefore, the ancient craftsmen used their wisdom to launch a game in exchange for the survival of the residents under the thunder and fire. On the bank of the vast Dongting Lake, there stood a 39-meter-high octagonal 7-story brick tower. It looked particularly tall and straight. The brick tower was octagonal and pointed at the top. In the middle, there was a dark iron pestle pointing to the sky. The decorations around were structured according to the structure, showing the appearance of an octagonal sandwich. A few iron chains connected to the top and fixed the structure climbed along the ridge to the wing corners, winding down and finally converting to the earth in a crawling posture. It was the Xianxia Tower, and also the earliest evidence of the confrontation between the wisdom of the ancestors of this ancient civilization and the thunder and fire. It was the combination of the iron pestle and the iron chains that enabled the ancient tower to escape from the thunder and fire countless times. The lightning rod was not a product of modern society. As early as more than 1,000 years ago, it appeared in the Central Plains. In the Roasted Scorch, there was such a record. In the Han Dynasty, by Liang Hall was in a fire. A wizard suggested that a fishtail-shaped copper tile should be placed on the roof to prevent the fire caused by thunder and lightning. The fishtail-shaped tile on the roof was actually used as a lightning rod. It could be regarded as the prototype of the lightning rod. In ancient times, when the gods embraced each other, simple technology could only take root and sprout in the doubts of the ancestors by turning around the mountains around religion. Therefore, the ancestors' avoidance of thunder and lightning followed the civilization of that era and were herded in the river valley waiting for awakening. In the traditional culture of China, metaphysics was quite representative, such as the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. In the field of the 8 trigrams, the Zhen hexagram represented thunder. After combining the positions, there were also South Li, North Ken, East Zhen, West Dui, as well as South Sparrow, North Black Tortoise, Turtle Snake, East Azure Dragon, West White Tiger. Therefore, under the presumption of the magicians, the ancients unanimously formed the thought that thunder followed the dragon. From then on, in order to prevent buildings from being struck by lightning, the forebears had to construct and install lightning protection facilities, which were known as dragon suppression. Therefore, in the extraordinary appearance of the ancient buildings, many lightning arresters known as dragon guards began to grow and multiply on the bodies of the ancient buildings in China. For example, in China, the tip of some ancient towers was often coated with a layer of metal membrane. Then, it was connected to the central pillar of the underground tower using a material that was easy to conduct electricity. The end of the pillar was connected to the dragon cave, where the metal was stored. This formed a kind of ancient dragon subduing. In addition, such as the yowl tails that stood upright on many ancient towers and palaces, the animal-shaped tiles on the roofs, and the so-called thunder god pillars that often stood in the tall temples, they all formed good conductive channels with the earth and became important members of the dragon suppressors. These were the crystallization of the wisdom of China's ancient craftsmen. For thousands of years, our ancestors had used extreme ingenuity to develop the simple science into a shocking appearance. Although it had weathered wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, it had remained unmoved for thousands of years. And the dragon subduing on the roof of the imperial ancestral temple had been modified by someone into a gunpowder magazine. Li Zishuan raised his head and saw several thin iron wires being pulled down from the cracks in the roof and inserted into a wooden box at the top. Although Li Zishuan didn't graduate with a history major in his previous life, he still knew that ancient buildings had lightning arresters. Besides, even if he didn't know this in his previous life, he still had the memories of his previous life. Thus, When Li Zishuan saw those iron wires coming down from the cracks in the roof and associated them with the dragon subduing on the roof, as well as Li Juanxian's secret letter stating that the clouds would change color and thunder would rumble, Li Zishuan understood everything. Someone wanted to attract lightning to the Imperial Ancestral Temple. When the lightning sparks were combined with the sulfur and charcoal in the room, the Imperial Ancestral Temple would most likely be doomed. But would the sulfur and charcoal really be detonated by the lightning sparks? Li Zishuan wasn't sure. After all, these two things were flammable at most. Even Li Zishuan didn't know if they could be ignited by the lightning sparks, because he had never done any experiments in the modern era. The color of the box at the top seems to be different. Is it a coincidence, or are the things inside different? At this moment, Li Zishuan noticed that the color of the wooden box at the top was slightly lighter. He couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. After pondering for a moment, Li Zishuan tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his whole body left the ground. He soared into the air and flew toward the box at the top. He saw that the top of the box had been punched with 5 small holes, which were just enough for 5 iron wires to pass through. Li Zishuan pulled out the metal wire from the wooden chest. Then, he carried the wooden chest and returned to the surface. Just as he was about to open the wooden chest to investigate, he heard a series of hurried footsteps coming from outside the Imperial Ancestral Temple. His heart skipped a beat, and he turned around to greet them. Just as he reached the main hall of the Imperial Ancestral Temple, he saw Li Zishuan striding in. Li Zishuan hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed. "Paying respects to your majesty." Li Zishuan's face was dark as he said in an unfriendly tone, "How dare you cause trouble in the Imperial Ancestral Temple?" Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said seriously, "Your Majesty, this subject did not cause trouble. This subject came to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to investigate a case." Investigate a case? Li Zishuan's heart sank when he heard this. Things had indeed reached the worst-case scenario that he had predicted. The dragon sect's influence had already infiltrated the palace. Thinking of this, he asked with an ugly expression, "Then what did you find out?" Li Zishuan was about to speak when he suddenly paused. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Your Majesty, please dismiss your attendants and follow this subject to a place." Since someone like Ndizhong could be used by the dragon sect, Li Zishuan was not sure if there were any spies among Li Zishuan's attendants. Therefore, for safety's sake, he suggested that Li Zishuan dismiss his attendants and follow him to the special room in the northwest. Li Zishuan clearly understood this and did not hesitate. He turned his head and ordered, "All of you wait outside. Today, without my orders, no one is allowed to take half a step into the Imperial Ancestral Temple." Understood. The Imperial guards and eunuchs who followed Li Zishuan all cupped their fists and answered. Li Er nodded, then turned to look at Li Zishuan and said indifferently, "Lead the way." "Your Majesty." Li Zishuan made a sound of agreement and turned around to lead Li Er towards the first house in the northwest. After a while, the two of them arrived at the room where the sulfur and charcoal powder were stored. Li Zishuan pointed to the wooden boxes in the room and said to Li Zishuan, "Your Majesty, these boxes were sent from outside the palace by Stewardon. They are the location of the dragon sect's secret plot." "You're saying that the dragon sect's secret plot is related to these wooden boxes?" Li Zishuan's eyes narrowed. "That's right." Li Zishuan nodded and pointed to the 5 iron wires hanging from the cracks of the roof. "Your Majesty, please take a look. The other end of these 5 iron wires is connected to the dragon seal on the roof and the other end is connected to one of these wooden boxes. Your Majesty, do you know what is in these wooden boxes?" Li Er frowned and took the initiative to open a wooden box. Then, he put his hand inside and grabbed a handful of powder. He looked at it carefully. Suddenly, a layer of cold sweat appeared on Li Er's back. "Is this sulfur powder and bamboo charcoal powder?" Because of Li Zishuan was one of the few people in the world who knew the formula of HY. When he saw the sulfur powder and bamboo charcoal powder, old Li had the urge to run away. He had seen the power of gunpowder and he did not think that his body could withstand the power of gunpowder. Chapter 1592. Tomorrow morning, the heavenly dragon rebels will attack the city. If we check the army before the battle, it will shake the morale of the army. In the imperial ancestral temple, Li Er was silent for a while before he faintly sighed and said. Li Zishuan was silent. Although he was worried that some of the soldiers would defect to the dragon sect, he had to admit that Li Er's words made sense. Checking the army at this time would indeed shake the morale of the army. It was simply giving the dragon sect a chance. After a moment of silence, Li Er's eyes narrowed as he continued. The dragon sect used the Jasper Lake holy water to lure people into their sect. Those people who were deceived didn't work all day and even spent all their wealth just to join the dragon sect and obtain the Jasper Lake holy water. The dragon sect used demonic arts and holy water to confuse the common people. This emperor does not believe that this emperor's army will defect to the dragon sect and betray this emperor. Most of the generals of the 12 capital guards have fought with this emperor in the past. This emperor believes in them. As long as these generals do not defect, Chang and city will not fall. Confidence. Even though the city would be besieged tomorrow, Li Er was still so confident. The 18 rebellions of the past, the Xuanwu Gate Rebellion in the 9th year of Wuda, and the tens of thousands of Turkic soldiers besieging the city were all unable to defeat Li Er. The dragon sect now only had a few tens of thousands of soldiers. How could they scare Li Er? In any case, old Li had seen a lot of things. Your Majesty is so bold. Li Zishuan clasped his hands and praised. Then he said, however, I think that your Majesty should make 2 preparations. On the one hand, you should gather all the generals in the capital and let them be on guard against the rebellion of the soldiers in the camp. On the other hand, you should select soldiers from the imperial army and set up 9 supervision teams to guard the 9 city gates in the east, west, and south of Chang and city. If there is a rebellion at the city gates, they can delay it for a while. Your suggestion is not without reason. This emperor will have someone arrange it in a while. Li Er nodded. The most important thing is to move all the boxes of sulfur, charcoal, and gunpowder away. The imperial ancestral temple is an important place of the imperial family. No matter what, no mishap is allowed. This emperor obeys. Li Zishuan cupped his fists and accepted the order. Just as he was about to turn around and arrange for people to come in and move the boxes, a soldier's urgent voice came from outside the imperial ancestral temple. Your Majesty, Marquis, something bad has happened. Steward N and the other 2 eunuchs died on the way to the Supreme Court. It's General Bai Lang. What? Steward N is dead? Li Zishuan instantly recognized the owner of the voice. It was the general in charge of escorting in Dezhong and the others. Hearing this, his expression suddenly changed and he exclaimed, "Umph." Li Er was also furious. He flung his sleeve and took the lead to leave. Arriving at the main entrance of the imperial ancestral temple, Li Er looked at Bai Liang, who was bowing and asking for forgiveness, with an ugly expression. He said coldly, "Speak. How did Dezhong die? Who was the murderer? Did you catch him?" Bai Liang had originally come to report to Li Zishuan, but he did not expect Li Er to be here as well. This was really bad luck. But now, he had to accept this reality. At this time, Li Zishuan also came out of the imperial ancestral temple. Bai Liang bowed to Li Er and cupped his fists. Your Majesty, just now, I brought people to escort Steward N and the others to the Supreme Court. On the way, 3 soldiers suddenly brandished their swords and killed Steward N and the others. Then they directly killed themselves. When I reacted, it was already too late. Your Majesty, please punish me. After saying this, Bai Liang knelt on one knee and did not dare to raise his head. When Li Er heard this, he could not help but be furious. Bastard! In the imperial city, my key criminals were killed by your soldiers. How did you manage the army? Men, drag Bai Liang away and throw him into the death row prison. Speaking of which, Li Er originally wanted to ask something from Dezhong. He did not believe that Dezhong was the only one who contributed to the entire Heavenly Dragon conspiracy. He dared to conclude that there must be other officials and generals who secretly provided assistance to Dezhong. But now that Dezhong was dead, all the clues were cut off. This meant that his hopes of finding more Heavenly Dragon sect spies from Indijong were completely dashed. How could Li Er not be angry? Your Majesty, please calm down. Seeing Li Zishuan sentence a young general to death with just a few words, Li Zishuan quickly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the Heavenly Dragon sect's forces are everywhere. Not only are they hidden in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, but they are also present in the Imperial City's army. It is impossible to guard against them. General Bai did not know about the Heavenly Dragon conspiracy and was unprepared, which led to the death of Stewardon. Although he is suspected of dereliction of duty, it is pardonable. Your Majesty, please show mercy. When he finished, Bai Liang could not help but look at Li Zishuan gratefully. Li Er took 2 deep breaths, finally calming down the anger in his heart. He waved his hand and said, You may be spared from death, but you cannot escape punishment. In a while, you will receive 20 strokes of the military rod. In addition, we will give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. After that, you must assist the Marquis of Yong and to investigate the identity of those 3 soldiers, their family background, whether they have any accomplices, and what kind of relationship they have with the Heavenly Dragon sect. This general, Bai Liang, thanks your Majesty for your mercy. This general will do his best to assist the Marquis of Yong and in finding out the remaining Heavenly Dragon sect members in the Imperial City. Bai Liang bowed and said excitedly, Although since ancient times, if the emperor wants the subject to die, the subject has no choice but to die. But if there was a choice, who would be willing to die? At this moment, Bai Liang felt like he had just survived a calamity. Li Er turned to Li Zishuan and said solemnly, Marquis of Yong, and we are very pleased that you were able to find the hidden danger in the Imperial Ancestral Temple so quickly. However, no one knows if the Heavenly Dragon sect has any other schemes in Chang'an City. Thus, we order you to immediately bring people to clean up the hidden dangers of the Heavenly Dragon sect in Chang'an City. At the same time, find those who are colluding with the enemy. Remember, we want them alive. Hearing that, Li Zishuan suddenly felt a toothache. Old Li made it sound easy, but this matter was too difficult to handle. He, Li Zishuan, had never been a spy or a detective in his previous life. This kind of job of finding spies and unraveling conspiracies, he really couldn't do it. Just now, the Imperial Ancestral Temple was just his luck. This subject will do his best. Although there were many difficulties, Li Zishuan did not refuse. His face was solemn as he cupped his fists and accepted the order. Perhaps Li Er also knew that this matter was too difficult to handle. He patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and said solemnly, Go ahead and do it. No matter which officials or generals are involved, capture them. We will give you the authority to act first and report later. If anyone impeaches you, we will support you. We know that other than you, no one can do this well. Don't let us down. Power in the hands. At this moment, Li Zishuan could be said to have real power in the hands of others. Chang'an's civil and military officials, as well as the generals of the 12 capital guards, he could capture whoever he wanted. In a sense, he was even more powerful than the Imperial Secret Service of the Ming Dynasty. Of course, this also reflected Li Er's unreserved trust in Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was a little touched. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust. I will do my best to eliminate the hidden dangers in Chang. Li Er nodded and suddenly said, I want to go to the West Hall of Tai Chi Palace to meet my father. Do you want to come with me? Hearing this, Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. After he came back to his senses, he waved his hand and said, Your Majesty is catching up with the father and son of the retired emperor. As an outsider, I won't spoil the fun. I still have to investigate the case. I will take my leave. Indijong used to be an old eunuch who served Li Yuan. Now that Indijong colluded with the Dragon sect and tried to blow up the Imperial Ancestral Temple, it was hard for Li Er not to suspect that Li Yuan had secretly instructed him to do so. Therefore, old Li was obviously going to find Li Yuan to denounce him. There would definitely be a fierce struggle. Perhaps, the father and son would turn against each other on the spot. Li Zishuan would rather be beaten to death than join in the fun. Knowing too much about the imperial family was not beneficial to him at all. Li Er looked at Li Zishuan meaningfully and said, "If that's the case, then you go and investigate the case." Li Zishuan felt like he had been pardoned. He quickly said, "Your Majesty." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately fled with Bai Liang and the others. Dragon Head, not good. Not good. At the peak of the Serpent Spirit Mountain, the dragon head of the dragon sect was sitting in the middle of a wooden house. His eyes were closed as he rested. Suddenly, a wave of panicked shouts came from outside the house. Not long after, Zhang Liang, the judge of the broken finger, ran in a panic. The iron-masked man suddenly opened his eyes. He then asked indifferently, "Why are you so alarmed?" Zhang Liang promptly bowed and said, "Reporting to the dragon head, the scouts at the front have sent news. The 4 city gates of Chang and have been sealed. No one is allowed to enter or leave. I'm afraid that Venerable Du Yi will not be able to return today." "HM? What on earth happened in Chang?" The iron-masked man suddenly stood up and walked down the steps. He arrived in front of Zhang Liang and asked. Zhang Liang hesitated for a moment before replying, "We bribed one of the city gate guards. Reportedly, someone in the city attempted to kidnap the crown prince and Princess Changle. In a rage, Li Shimin gave the order to seal the city gates and pursue the culprit." "Bastard! Muddle-headed." The iron-masked man could not help but coldly snort, saying, "This is definitely Du Yi's idea. At such a critical moment, he actually caused problems for this seat. If Li Shimin is alerted and takes precautions in advance, this seat will dismember Du Yi into 10,000 pieces." Hearing that his competitor was unlucky, Zhang Liang could not help but secretly rejoice. However, it was only for a moment. This was because he knew that his fate had long since been firmly tied to the dragon sect. If the dragon sect did not succeed this time, his fate would be extremely miserable. Dragonhead, since the 4 city gates of Chang and have not been opened, it means that Li Shimin has not captured Venerable Du Yi and the others. Moreover, there are still many disciples of our sect in Chang. They will definitely assist Venerable Du Yi in evading the imperial court's pursuit. Dragonhead need not be overly worried. Zhang Liang bowed slightly and said. Hearing this, the iron-masked man felt somewhat at ease. After a moment of silence, he said, "Pay close attention to the situation in Chang. Once there is news, immediately report back." Dragonhead. Zhang Liang responded. Finally, he hesitated for a moment before asking, "Dragonhead, will we act according to the plan tomorrow?" The iron-masked man nodded and said in a deep voice, "Of course. We have already prepared a great gift for Li Shimin in Chang. Tomorrow we will occupy the right time, the right place, and the right people. If we do not grasp such a good opportunity, wouldn't it be too much of a pity? As long as Du Yi is not captured by Li Shimin, we will act according to the plan tomorrow." This subordinate understands. Chapter 1593. Uncle Master, you're back? By the way, where's my husband? At noon, Han Yushi had already prepared the meal, but she didn't see Li Zishuan. After waiting for a long time, Han Yushi finally saw a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe on the path outside the courtyard. She quickly opened the courtyard door and went out to greet him. However, there was only Xianxia outside the courtyard door, and Li Zishuan was nowhere to be seen. So Han Yushi asked. Xianxia got off the horse and said lightly, "There's a big case in Chang'an City. The crown prince and the princess were almost kidnapped. His Majesty ordered the 4 city gates to be sealed, and Xian was ordered to lead people to track down the assassin. I'm afraid he won't be back for a while. He was the last person to come out of Chang'an City today. The others in Chang'an City couldn't come out even if they wanted to. After all, not everyone could get Li Er's warrant like Xianxia. What? The crown prince and the princess were almost kidnapped?" Han Yushi was shocked and couldn't help but worry. Who is so bold to openly harm the crown prince and the princess in Chang'an City? Uncle Master, are the crown prince and the princess okay? Also, my husband is investigating in Chang'an City. He shouldn't be in danger, right? Seeing the sincere feelings in Han Yushi's eyes, Xianxia couldn't help but nod secretly. He was happy that Li Zishuan had found a wife who was truly in love with him. "Xian and I arrived in time, so the crown prince and the princess are safe. As for Xian's safety, you don't have to worry. The assassin has alerted His Majesty, and the city defense in Chang and city will be strengthened. Besides, Xian's martial arts are now considered to be a small success. It won't be easy for others to hurt him. Xianqing paused for a moment and said. Hearing this, Han Yushi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When she was about to speak, she heard the sound of a carriage not far away. Looking over, she saw a carriage slowly coming here. Looking at the sign, it was the carriage of the Li family. Father and mother are here. The carriage came to the gate of the courtyard, and Han Yushi hurried to greet them. The curtain opened, and a head popped out. It was Lan, followed by Father Li and Madam Li. Father, mother, why are you here? Han Yushi went forward to support Madam Li's arm and asked casually. Li Zishuan had rushed back to Cloud Mountain last night and didn't have the time to return to the Marquis's residence in Lantian County. Before the morning court session, Li Zishuan had told Han Yushi that he would bring her back to Lantian County in the afternoon. In the morning, Han Yushi had also sent a family guard to the Marquis's residence to inform Father and Madam Li that Li Zishuan had already returned to Cloud Mountain and would return to the Marquis's residence in the afternoon. Han Yushi did not expect Li Jingma, Madam Li, and Lan come directly to Cloud Mountain. Hey, isn't it all because of your mother? Once she heard that Xian had returned, how could she still be willing to wait bitterly in the manor? She kept urging this old man to quickly pack up and come to Cloud Mountain. Hearing Han Yushi's question, Li Jingma couldn't help but stroke his beard. Mrs. Li glared at her husband and said unhappily, Master, you're still scolding me? Previously, when I heard that little Xian had returned to Cloud Mountain, I don't know who was the one who walked around in the study alone and muttered for half a day. If I didn't urge you to come over, I'm afraid our study would have been flattened by you. Li Jingma's face instantly turned red. Then, he became angry from embarrassment and said, You, women are really unreasonable. I can't be bothered to talk to you. Yushi, this is? Li Jingma was about to walk towards the side courtyard when he finally noticed Xianqing standing at the side. Li Jingma couldn't help but ask. Only then did Han Yushi react and hurriedly introduced, Father, Mother, this is husband's martial uncle. The family guard in the manor should have told you before. This time, martial uncle had helped husband a lot in the north. Xianqing stood up and cupped his hands. This humble Taoist Xianqing from Dragon Tiger Mountain greets Master Li and Madam Li. Hearing this, Li Jingma and Madam Li were shocked. Father Li hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. So it's martial uncle from the same sect as little Xian. Sorry for the disrespect. Madam Li also bowed and said respectfully, little Xian was apprenticed to Taoist priest Spirit Void in the early years. During this period, Taoist priest Spirit Void has taken great care of little Xian. Taoist priest Xianqing, please come in. It's noon. This old woman will personally cook a few good dishes to entertain Taoist priest. Li Jingma and Madam Li were grateful to Taoist priest Spirit Void from the bottom of their hearts. If Taoist priest Spirit Void hadn't brought Li Zishuan back to Dragon Tiger Mountain to recuperate and learn martial arts, Li Zishuan might have died when he was 7 or 8 years old. Therefore, after hearing about Xianqing's identity, Father Li and Madam Li immediately treated Xianqing as the most distinguished guest. Both of you are welcome. Little Xian is your son and my martial nephew. It's natural for martial uncle to take care of his martial nephew. Xianqing cupped his hands and bowed back. Then he said, I heard from little Xian that Mr. Zhang San and Mr. Mo are injured in Yanhuang College. This humble Taoist will go and take a look first. I won't accompany you for lunch. Please forgive me. After that, Xianqing cupped his hands again and bowed. Then he turned and walked toward Yanhuang College. However, his back view looked more or less in a sorry state. Xianqing was obsessed with swordsmanship all his life. The number of people he had met could be counted with 2 hands. He could practice swordsmanship, but he wasn't good at dealing with others. Therefore, instead of staying to eat with Madam Li and Li Jingma, he would rather go back to the academy to heal the bearded man and Mo Huai. Seeing this, Li Jingma opened his mouth and said in confusion, Yushi, Taoist Master Li is? Han Yushi quickly explained, Father, Martial Uncle must have eaten in Chang'an City. Moreover, Martial Uncle is also proficient in medical skills. Last night, Mr. Wenji was cured by him. Mr. Zhang San and Mr. Imo do need his help. Father and Mother, please don't be offended. What? Mr. Wenji as well? Li Jingma was shocked. Then he quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't be offended, don't be offended. Celestial Master Taoism has done a great favor for us. Yushi, you just said that Mr. Wenji as well. Is that true?" Li Gang not only had a high reputation among scholars, but also had a good impression of Li Gang. After hearing the news that Li Gang was seriously ill, Li Jingma was also very worried. Therefore, when Han Yushi came to Yunshan to visit Li Gang yesterday, Li Jingma and Madame Li didn't stop her. Instead, they supported her with both hands. Han Yushi smiled and said, "Of course it's true. Old Master has moved back to his own courtyard from Dr. Sun's courtyard today. Father and Mother, you don't know. Since Mr. Wenji got better last night, little Anren has been so excited as if it's the new year. Oh, it should be said that he hasn't been so happy even during the new year." Good. Li Jingma stroked his beard and laughed. "After lunch, I'll visit Old Master." "Oh, right, where even if he went to the morning court, he should be back by now, right?" Han Yushi's eyes dimmed and she said softly, "My husband may not come back today?" Chang'an City. The kidnapping incident in Shi City and the subsequent closure of the city gates made the people in Chang'an City feel a trace of a solemn atmosphere. Then, the Imperial Army, Supreme Court, and the Imperial government's troops all went out to search for people of unknown origin in the streets. This made the people even more frightened. Everyone had a sense of crisis in their hearts. Some old people couldn't help but murmur secretly, "Is the Golden Age coming to an end? Is the world going to be in chaos again?" The assassination of the Crown Prince and the Princess in the streets in the capital city was definitely a hidden conspiracy. It meant that someone wanted to go against the Imperial Court. This made the old people couldn't help but think of the chaotic times in the late Sui dynasty. Marquis, the Military Weapons Bureau, Zongjing Temple, and Zongling Temple have all been investigated. No abnormalities have been found. However, I'm afraid that we can't investigate in the Imperial City. Supreme Court. Lu Dui sat high up in the seat of honor. Li Zishuan and Sun Fujia sat on his left and right respectively. As for Daizhou, he led the Supreme Court's Yamen runners to search for Du Yi's whereabouts in Chang'an City. At this time, Chang Ping, the general of the Anshan Gate, came in and reported to Li Zishuan with a bow. After finding out the hidden danger in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, Li Zishuan didn't dare to relax. He listed 4 secret yamens in the Outer Emperor City that were easy to cause trouble. Then he ordered Chang Ping to lead the Imperial Army to investigate. The key was to check if there were dangerous flammable and explosive materials such as sulfur, charcoal powder, fireworks, and gunpowder. Previously, Chang Ping failed in escorting the criminals. If Li Zishuan hadn't pleaded for him, he would have been beheaded by Li Zishuan. Therefore, he was very grateful to Li Zishuan. He was even more alert and attentive to what Li Zishuan ordered him to do. On the one hand, he wanted to repay Li Zishuan. On the other hand, he wanted to make up for his mistakes. Therefore, the 4 secret yamens were almost turned upside down by Chang Ping. Hearing this, Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction and said, "Since nothing happened, that's great. As for the Imperial City, you don't have to worry about it. When Supervisor Zhao returns, he will bring people to investigate the Imperial Palace." "Yes." Chang Ping cupped his fists and answered. Li Zishuan thought for a while and ordered, "Although in De Zhong and the other 2 eunuchs were killed, there must be their accomplices among the people they were in contact with. Chang Ping, immediately arrest these people and interrogate them one by one. If necessary, you can use torture. As for the 3 soldiers who killed in De Zhong and the other 2, immediately find out who they have been in contact with recently and where they have been. Arrest all the suspects and bring them to the Supreme Court. Do you understand?" Chang Ping's face turned serious. He cupped his fists and said, "Yes. This general understands." At this time, Sun Fujia could not help but say, "Marquis, Criminal investigation and investigation are not General Chang's specialties. This official requests to investigate with General Chang. Hearing this, Lu Dui could not help but nod and said, "What Sun Tingwei said is reasonable. Investigating the spies and eliminating the hidden dangers in the imperial city is the responsibility of the Supreme Court. I am grateful that Marquis helped me. However, how can the Supreme Court stand by and do nothing? In this case, the Supreme Court has to help no matter what." They were not trying to steal the credit. The Supreme Court was already guilty of dereliction of duty for the assassination in Shi City and the mine-bearing incident in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. If they did not do anything to make up for their mistakes, it would be unreasonable. Li Zishuan nodded and cupped his fists. "As it should be. Then I will have to trouble Sun Tingwei." "Mahi, you are too kind." Sun Fujia politely cupped her fists and returned a bow to Li Zishuan. Then she stood up and left the hall with Chang Ping. In the blink of an eye, only Li Zishuan and Lu Dui were left in the hall. After a few moments of silence, Lu Dui said, "Marquis is a young hero. He single-handedly saw through the schemes of the Heavenly Dragon sect. Otherwise, the Imperial Ancestral Temple would have been destroyed by lightning tomorrow, and this old man would have died 10,000 deaths. For this matter, this Lu and the Supreme Court owe Marquis a great favor." After saying this, Lu Dui stood up and clasped his fists to Li Zishuan. Before Chang Ping had come to report, Li Zishuan had told Lu Dui and Sun Fujia about Li Juanxian's secret letter and what they had experienced in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Firstly, the Supreme Court needed to help solve the case and needed to know some inside information. Secondly, Lu Dui and Sun Fujia had always been staunch supporters of the Qin King's faction. They would never collude with the Heavenly Dragon sect. By telling them, Li Zishuan did not need to worry that they would leak the secret. Official Lu's words are too serious. "You and I are both His Majesty's subjects. We eat from the sovereign and share the sovereign's burdens. This is what this Marquis should do." Li Zishuan hastily got up and clasped his fists in return. Chapter 1594. Isn't this because of the Jade Lake holy water? In the main hall of the Supreme Court, Li Zishuan was stunned for a moment before answering Lu Dui's question. Regarding the Jade Lake holy water, Li Zishuan had heard Li Tai mention it in a telegram before returning to Cloud Mountain. It was said to be able to cure all diseases and had been passed down as miraculous by the people. Of course, Li Zishuan had to admit that the dragon sect's methods were indeed brilliant. This was because most people were greedy for life, especially those who were seriously ill and incurable. If there was a chance to live, they would be willing to do anything. The dragon sect used the Jade Lake holy water to stimulate the desire of the people to live, which was why they were able to recruit so many followers in such a short period of time. Unexpectedly, Lu Dui shook his head and said, "Markyong, and do you really believe that there is a miracle medicine or Jade Lake holy water that can cure all diseases in this world?" Li Zishuan frowned and replied decisively, "This Marquis naturally does not believe in such things. Heaven and earth give birth to all things, and all things can complement each other and also counter each other. All medicines are targeted at the symptoms. What kind of illness one is suffering from must be the medicine used. If someone says that there is a medicine that can cure all diseases, then that person must be a liar." The medical technology of the 21st century was so advanced, but there were still so many incurable diseases. In the Great Tang, where medical technology was lacking, how could there be a miracle medicine that could cure all diseases? Li Zishuan would never believe such nonsense even if he was beaten to death. Hearing this, Lu Dui stroked his beard and laughed, "Ha! Marquis Yong, and you are not the only one who doesn't believe it. Anyone with the slightest bit of medical knowledge would not believe that the Jade Lake holy water can cure all diseases. As the Grand Steward of the retired Emperor, and De Zhong's knowledge and experience were extensive. How could he not know this? Besides, De Zhong's body is very healthy, and I've never heard of him having any bedridden family members. The so-called Jade Lake holy water is not attractive to him." Hearing Lu Dui's words, Li Zishuan was startled because he felt that Lu Dui's words were very reasonable. Previously, the commoners were fighting to join the Heavenly Dragon sect because of the Yaoqi holy water, so he subconsciously thought that everyone wanted to join because of the Yaoqi holy water. However, he had neglected the most basic requirement. Many people did not believe in the heavenly dragon's sacred water, nor did they need it. For example, Ndazhong. Then, in Minister Lu's opinion, why did Ndazhong betray the imperial court and help the tyrant? After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan said seriously. Lu Dui stroked his beard and said with a twinkle in his eyes, "The human heart is very complicated, but it is also very simple. The pursuit of profit was not for life, but for wealth or fame. And Dezhong has been living in the palace for a long time. Now that he has lost the emperor's favor, he probably doesn't lack money. Therefore, he is not doing this for his life, nor for his wealth, but for his reputation." For fame? Li Zishuan frowned, asking suspiciously, "You mean, Dezhong wants to rely on Heavenly Dragon Sect's strength to make a comeback?" "Very likely." Lu Dui nodded and said. Li Zishuan rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment before asking, "But why isn't Dezhong so sure that Heavenly Dragon Sect can help him make a comeback? The current imperial court has a strong army and Chang, and is even thicker. Let alone tens of thousands of soldiers, even if the Dragon Sect had 100,000, it would still be wishful thinking for them to break into Chang. And Dezhong gave up a good life. Why would he take such a risk?" Lu Dui could not help but sigh. "In the end, it's all because of human greed. But Mark Yong, and your doubts are not without reason. For in Dezhong to be so loyal to Heavenly Dragon Sect, there must be other secrets behind it. In fact, a few days before you returned to Chang'an City, this old man felt that there seemed to be an undercurrent surging in Chang'an City. This old man also sent many people from the Supreme Court to secretly investigate, but in the end, they did not find anything. Now that I think about it, Heavenly Dragon Sect should have started to win over some imperial court officials and palace eunuchs since a few days ago. Chang'an City has indeed been infiltrated by Heavenly Dragon Sect until it's full of holes." Li Zishuan mused, "I have a feeling that this Heavenly Dragon cult's dragon head's identity is definitely not ordinary, but Commander Li's letter did not mention anything about the Heavenly Dragon cult's dragon head, but this also means that this person must be an extremely mysterious figure in the Heavenly Dragon cult, not revealing his true face to others. But we can't rule out the possibility that his identity is the key to why Dezhong and the others chose to side with Heavenly Dragon Sect and betray the imperial court." Lu Dui heard this and his eyes lit up. He said in a low voice, "That's right. This old man has also guessed this in private, but this old man really can't figure out what kind of identity the Heavenly Dragon Sect's dragon head has to make Dezhong bow his head without reservation." Li Zishuan frowned and thought about it, but he couldn't figure it out. He could only helplessly say, "Now that things have come to this, if we want to find out the truth, we can only wait for Chang Ping and Sun Tingwei to capture Dezhong's accomplices before interrogating them." Lu Dui didn't respond, only rubbing his chin as he pondered over the problem. After a long silence in the main hall, Lu Dui's expression changed and he suddenly said, "The dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon Sect, could it be related to him?" "Who is it related to?" Li Zishuan hurriedly asked when he heard Lu Dui's words. Lu Dui looked deeply at Li Zishuan and did not immediately answer. After a while, he sighed with a complicated expression and shook his head. "Nothing. Nothing. This old man is old and likes to think too much." Li Zishuan obviously did not believe Lu Dui's nonsense and couldn't help but say, "Minister Lu, although we have now cracked the Heavenly Dragon Sect's plot to blow up the Imperial Ancestral Temple, Chang'an City is still in danger. If you think of any key problems, please tell me directly. No matter what, I will keep it a secret for you. You don't have to worry about it." This old man is about to retire and return to his hometown. What worries can I have? But sometimes, the more you know, the better. This old man is also for your own good. Lu Dui shook his head and laughed. At this moment, Li Zishuan only wanted to know the truth because he did not want any accidents to happen in Chang'an the next day. Therefore, he insisted, "Minister Lu, in the face of a national crisis, I have already put my personal honor aside. If you really think of something, please tell me the truth." Lu Dui pursed his lips, then looked at Li Zishuan with a serious face and asked, "You really want to know who that person is?" That's right. Li Zishuan nodded affirmatively and said. Hearing the affirmative answer, Lu Dui's face suddenly revealed a mysterious smile, and he lightly said 2 words, King Shi. What? King Shi? Suddenly, Li Zishuan was dumbfounded. After being stunned for a while, he finally recovered from the shock and said, Minister Lu means that the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect is very likely to be related to King Shi? How is this possible? Why is it impossible? Lu Dui said in a deep voice. In today's world, to be able to win over so many officials and eunuchs in such a short time, this old man really doesn't know who has such great charm and influence other than the current emperor and King Shi. And Marquis Yong, and don't forget that the current emperor is after all not in the right position. The imperial court seems to be harmonious, but who knows how many people are still on King Shi's side. At this time, if someone uses the name of King Shi to gather them and ask them to conspire, do you think they will agree? Bang bang bang. The 2 words, King Shi, directly made Li Zishuan's heart beat faster, because these 2 words were a taboo in the imperial court, and no one dared to mention it openly. But Lu Dui's following words made Li Zishuan even more shocked. What did he mean by, the current emperor is after all not in the right position? Big brother, although this is something that everyone knows, you can't say it out like this. What's wrong with old Lu today? Why does he dare to say anything? Li Zishuan couldn't help but mutter in his heart. In his mind, Lu Dui used to be a very cautious, mature, and solemn person. He spoke with a sense of propriety. He would only say things that should be said and would never reveal anything that shouldn't be said. But why was he acting so different today? In fact, the reason behind it was very simple and not as complicated as Li Zishuan thought. Lu Dui only had the thought of retiring, and he wanted to guide the younger generation before retiring, that was all. If not for this, he wouldn't have said those words even if he was beaten to death. But didn't King Shi die back then? Li Zishuan racked his brains for a long time, but he couldn't think of a reason. He could only put this question aside for the time being and ask instead. Lu Dui said faintly, although King Shi is dead, there are still remnants in the world. A few days ago, I went through the files of the Supreme Court for nearly a year, and I really found a case related to King Shi. Hearing this, Li Zishuan immediately perked up, only to hear Lu Dui continue. In March this year, Wang Renbiao, the provincial governor of Qizhou, reported that Zhang Liang, the former county magistrate of Yong County, attempted to rape Li Jingchu, a commoner, and used King Shi's gold medallion to harm Li Jingchu's family. At that time, Wang Renbiao took office in Qizhou. Li Jingchu carried a coffin to block the city gate and cried about her grievances. After the matter was exposed, Zhang Liang disappeared. Li Zishuan was shocked, because he was too familiar with this matter. Half a month ago, he went to the north to kill locusts. When he passed by Qizhou, he had secretly matched Wang Renbiao and Li Jingchu. However, after he finished matching Wang Renbiao and Li Jingchu, he put this matter to the back of his mind. He didn't connect this matter to the case of the dragon sect. As for the crucial King Shi's gold medallion in Zhang Liang's case, he didn't pay much attention to it from the beginning to the end. Lu Dui was indeed worthy of being the Chancellor of the Supreme Court. His meticulous logic and meticulous observation skills were able to link 2 seemingly unrelated matters together in such a reasonable manner. At this moment, Li Zishuan couldn't help admiring old Lu's ability to solve cases. Sure enough, there was a specialization in this field. Old Lu's specialty was investigation and trial. This time, he chose to cooperate with the Supreme Court to investigate the case, which was indeed a wise move. Chancellor Lu, I also heard about this from Renbiao. According to your analysis, this Zhang Liang is a remnant of King Shi, and it is very likely that he is in the dragon sect at this moment? Chapter 1595. Mark Yong, since His Majesty has given you the power to mobilize all forces to investigate the case, Mark Yong, then you don't need to be afraid of the slightest thing. Once you find out that the officials of King Shi's faction have been in contact with Du, you can send troops to ambush them around their residences. Tomorrow, when the dragon sect attacks the city, if they make any strange movements, you can take them all down. Once the dragon sect is destroyed, His Majesty will naturally be free to punish those officials. In the Supreme Court, Lu Dui stood up and looked sternly at Li Zishuan. In fact, he said this with a certain degree of selfishness. In his view, if Li Zixuan directly went to see Li Er and made the matter clear, Li Er would definitely be forced to carry out a major investigation. However, even if the officials of Li Jianqing's faction were found to have been in contact with Du Yi, there was no direct evidence to prove that they had agreed to Du Yi's request. With insufficient evidence and the fact that most of those officials had not done anything to betray the court, Li Er would most likely pardon them again in order to show his image as a benevolent ruler. But among those pardoned officials, there were bound to be many fish that had escaped the net. Although Li Er had pardoned them, they were a ticking time bomb for the Great Tang. They did not have time to rebel against the court during the Dragon Sects uprising, so if someone were to use Li Jianqing's banner to rebel next time, who knew if those officials would be swayed again? Thus, rather than burying a hidden danger in the future, it was better to settle the matter now. When those officials of King Shi's faction really did comply with Du Yi's request to work for the Dragon Sect, he could directly come forward and catch them red-handed. This way, Li Er would have no reason to forgive those officials, and the Great Tang would have fewer hidden dangers in the future. Moreover, this move could ensure that the political situation of the Great Tang Imperial Court could quickly stabilize. It could be said to be killing many birds with one stone. Li Zixuan was not stupid. After thinking for a while, he could more or less guess at Lu Dui's good intentions. This method was indeed an extremely good one for the Great Tang Imperial Court, but for Li Zixuan, it was not so good, because this meant that he would become the butcher's knife that Li Er waved at the officials of Li Jianqing's faction. He would offend many people because of this. Mark Yong, and you've said it yourself just now. Those who are paid by the emperor should share the emperor's burdens. Being indecisive will only lead to chaos. If the matter of King Shi is not completely resolved, there will be endless trouble in the future. Furthermore, more innocent people will die because of this in the future. How could Lu Dui not see the hesitation in Li Zixuan's heart? Therefore he added. After pondering for a long time, Li Zixuan finally nodded and said, "Okay. Then let's do as Minister Lu says." But this Marquis's actions are not for his divine majesty's sake, but for the Great Tang, so that the common people of the Great Tang will no longer die from internal strife. As descendants of the Yellow Emperor, we should unite against the outside world. When the Great Tang dominates the world, we will look back and realize how childish and laughable today's internal strife was. Without waiting for Lu Dui's response, Li Zixuan turned around and left. The Great Tang dominates the world. I hope I can see this day in my lifetime. In the hall, Lu Dui looked at Li Zixuan's back and sighed. After leaving the Supreme Court, Li Zixuan went straight out of the Imperial Palace and went to Duke Wei's mansion. Although he had Li Er's Imperial Edict and Gold Medallion, which allowed him to mobilize any troop in the capital, he had to inform Li Jing, the Minister of War and a military expert. After all, he was far less familiar with the 12 guards of the capital than Li Jing. When he arrived at the Li mansion, it was fortunate that the Red Buddha lady was not there. Otherwise, he would be scolded again. Because a few days ago, the bearded guest was almost killed by Wuxia in order to protect Yanhuang College. Given the relationship between the Red Buddha lady and the bearded guest, she would definitely scold Li Zixuan when she saw him. Under Li Dijian's lead, Li Zixuan quickly met with Li Jing. Several hours ago, Li Jing was still participating in a meeting at the Sweet Du Hall, so he naturally knew about the secret letter that Li Junxian had sent to Li Zixuan. Thus, Li Zixuan only told Li Jing about Lu Dui's conjecture and his intention to mobilize troops. After hearing the general situation, Li Jing couldn't help but frown. He looked at Li Zixuan with a serious expression and said, "Little Xian, this matter involves King Shi and is no small matter. Have you really thought it through?" These words didn't make any sense, but Li Jing was very sure that Li Zixuan could understand them. "I've thought it through. There are some things that have to be done, or else the hidden dangers will continue to exist, and the future of the Great Tang will be uncertain. When the hidden dangers erupt again, many people will die because of it." Li Zixuan also looked at Li Jing with a serious expression. "Good." Li Jing looked at Li Zixuan with a complicated expression, both praise and worry. This was because he wasn't sure how Li Zixuan's decision would affect Li Zixuan in the future. After a few moments of silence, he said, "This old man will write you an order to mobilize troops. In truth, in terms of concealment and concealment, the soldiers of the right guard are the best. Right now, Jijie isn't in Chang, so take this old man's order and go to the right guard camp to mobilize troops. No one will dare to make things difficult for you." Qing Yaojin was the great general of the right guard. After saying this, he picked up the brush on the table and prepared to write an order. Li Zishuan very perceptively stepped forward to help Li Jing grind the ink. As he did so, he said gratefully, "Many thanks, Uncle Li." Li Jing nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Soon, an order for the transfer of troops was written. Li Jing took out his personal seal and stamped it heavily on the order, then passed it to Li Zishuan and said, "This is the order for the transfer of troops. Little Xian, take it well." But Li Zishuan quickly took it with both hands. He had planned to leave, but Li Jing said, "Little Xian, let this old man recall for a moment, and then I'll give you a list of the officials who were close to King Shi. Later, you can screen them according to the list." Hearing this, Li Zishuan's face immediately revealed a trace of surprise. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Li." In fact, he had been worried about how to get a list of the King Shi's faction. Although he came from the modern era and had read some history books and had an excellent memory, he didn't have the ability to list all the officials who were close to Li Jianqing. However, Li Jing was different. Li Jing had experienced the open and secret struggle between the King of Qin and Crown Prince Li Jianqing. Regarding who was around Li Jianqing, Li Jing was definitely one of the people who had the most right to speak. "It's fine." Li Jing shook his head, then closed his eyes and began to meditate. Li Zishuan didn't disturb him, but stood quietly at the side. When he was bored, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a book on Li Jing's desk. There were 3 big words on the cover: "Yin Talisman Machine." Li Zishuan couldn't help but be moved. He thought to himself that it turned out that Li Jing had already begun to organize his military and war experience into the art of war at this time. It was a pity that the original work couldn't be passed down. Future generations could only see the big picture from the general classic and the art of war in the Taiping Imperial Library. It was really a pity. When Li Jing's Art of War is finished, I must borrow a copy of it and store it in the library of Yanhuang College for future students to study. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a pity if such a good art of war was lost? Li Zishuan secretly made up his mind. According to historical records, Li Jing's Art of War was written in 7 books: Yin Talisman Machine, Secret Art of War, General Essentials of War, Notes of Duke Wei, Mirror of 6 Armies, New Book of War, and Archery. However, these books weren't complete as early as the Middle and Late Tang Dynasty. In the 21st century, most of them were lost. The Qing Dynasty scholar Wang Zongqi compiled the Li Weigong Art of War based on Du Yu's General Classic, Du Mu's Commentary on Sun Tzu, and the Song Dynasty's Taiping Imperial Library and General Essentials of War. It became the only complete reference for modern scholars to study Li Jing's Art of War. While Li Zishuan was deep in thought, Li Jing had already started writing. The names of Li Jianqing's faction were written on the paper one by one. Li Zishuan's eyesight was extremely good. When he looked over, he was shocked to see the words written on it: Wei Zheng, Wang Gei, Wei Ting, Shui Wanche, Feng Li. Among these names, there was no lack of big shots in the imperial court. For example, Wei Zheng and Wang Gei were not only important by Li Jianqing's side, they were also important existences in the current imperial court. At this moment, Li Zishuan suddenly felt a little scared in his heart. Every time Li Jing wrote a name, Li Zishuan's heart would beat fiercely. After an unknown period of time, Li Jing finally put away the brush. When the ink on the paper was almost dry, he picked it up with a solemn expression and handed it to Li Zishuan. "Little Xian, these are almost all the officials in King Shi's faction who still hold positions in the imperial court. However, you need to weigh the pros and cons. Although some of them served King Shi back then, they have been conscientious and loyal ever since His Majesty ascended the throne. They are only loyal to the monarch and do not care who is the monarch. As long as the monarch treats the people well, they will serve him loyally. I have selected a few such officials for you." I believe that they will not betray His Majesty because of the bewitchment of the dragon sect. Li Zishuan knew that Li Jing was helping him to clear the mine and let him not offend people as much as possible under the premise of doing things well. He couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He nodded and said, "Thank you very much, Uncle Li. I will know what to do." Li Jing pondered for a moment and said, "Little Xian, later use the telegraph to ask Shu Bao and Ji Jie where the army is going. See if they can rush back to Chang, and before tomorrow. If they can, we will definitely win the battle to defend the city tomorrow easily." Uncle Qin and Uncle Cheng? Hearing this, Li Zishuan's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, "That's right. How could little nephew forget about this?" Uncle Qin and the rest led 10,000 elite light cavalry. After I left yesterday, they have already returned to the imperial court. They should not be far from Chang'an now, right? If they can arrive before tomorrow and set up an ambush in advance, we can attack from both inside and outside and defeat the Dragon Sect's army in one fell swoop. Li Jing smiled and said, "Exactly. If not for worrying about the Dragon Sect's people being alert, I would have advised His Majesty to send an army out of the city in advance to set up an ambush." Fortunately, Shu Bao and the rest still led 10,000 elites outside the city and can catch the Dragon Sect by surprise. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Good. I will send a telegram to Uncle Qin and the rest. Then I will go to the Right Guard's camp to mobilize the troops." Chapter 1596. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and came to the palace and borrowed the telegraph machine. In the afternoon, Zhao Song came to Ganlu Palace and bowed to Li Er. The telegraph machine was specially kept by Zhao Song in the palace. It was not used often and was placed in a small room in Taiji Palace. It was basically a telegraph machine used by the royal family and was usually not open to the public. However, Li Zishuan was an exception because he was the one who invented the telegraph machine. Therefore, when Zhao Song heard that Li Zishuan wanted to borrow the telegraph machine, he did not refuse after some consideration. Li Er frowned and asked, "Telegraph machine? Why does he want to borrow the telegraph machine? Who is he sending a telegram to?" Zhao Song replied, "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and is sending a telegram to General Qin and General Cheng, asking where the army is now and if they can reach Chang, in city before tomorrow." Li Er was also a veteran in battle. Hearing this, his eyes lit up and he could not help but say, "This kid wants to borrow Shu Bao's army to attack the Dragon Sect from both inside and outside tomorrow? Good. I did not misjudge him. This brat's talent in military formations was no less than his talent in engineering. He is a promising talent." His words revealed his undisguised admiration for Li Zishuan. Zhao Song could not help but secretly admire Li Zishuan's imperial favor. There was no one else like him. It is all thanks to Your Majesty's discerning eyes. Otherwise, a young talent like the Marquis of Yong and might be buried in the marketplace. Zhao Song clasped his hands together and smiled, giving him a flattering compliment. Li Er shook his head. After a moment of silence, he asked, "How did Shu Bao reply?" "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and said that General Qin and the rest have already marched to the same continent. If they march day and night, they will reach Chang, in city at midnight tonight." Zhao Song did not know anything about telegraphy, so he could only repeat what Li Zishuan had said to Li Er. Li Er could not help but nod and say, "Good." Did Li Zishuan let Shu Bao and the others set up an ambush outside Chang, and city, waiting for the Dragon Sect to attack Chang, and city tomorrow with the help of the city's defenders? Zhao Song shook his head and said, "No." The Marquis of Yong, and left after asking about the location of the army. Li Er was stunned and then understood. He could not help but laugh and scolded, "Good. Now you know how to follow the rules?" Li Er understood that Li Zishuan's actions were to avoid overstepping his authority and being suspected. Today, in order to investigate the Dragon Sect's conspiracy, he had indeed given Li Zishuan the authority to mobilize the army. However, that was only the army in Chang and city and did not include the army led by Qin Qiong that had just retreated from the front lines. If Li Zishuan had rashly ordered Qin Qiong's army to set up an ambush, even if Li Er did not punish Li Zishuan, he would still feel uncomfortable and estranged. Therefore, Li Zishuan only asked about the location of Qin Qiong's army and left. He believed that once old Li knew of the situation, he would definitely send an order to Qin Qiong to set up an ambush outside Chang'an city. There was no need for him to worry. This was where Li Zishuan was smart. He knew when to stop and when to retreat. After pausing for a moment, Li Er indeed opened his mouth and ordered, "Zhao Song, immediately pass down the order. Have the Marquis of Yong, and send a telegram to Xu Bao. Order the army to march day and night and set up camp 20 miles outside Chang'an city. Be careful and hide. When you receive my order tomorrow, immediately send troops to eliminate the rebels outside Chang'an city." With the combined efforts of all the teachers and students of Yanhuang College, the communication technology of the telegram was becoming more and more mature. The palace was indeed equipped with a telegram, but they lacked the professionals to use it. Li Er had specially selected a few clever and loyal eunuchs with clean backgrounds and sent them to Yanhuang College to learn how to use the telegram. However, those eunuchs had yet to return from their studies. Therefore, in order to know the news from Longmen Pass, he had specially summoned Li Tai back from Yanhuang College to help send the telegram and translate the messages. Now that Li Tai was taking his final exams at Yanhuang College, he would definitely not be able to pass. Therefore, Li Er had no choice but to assign the task to Li Zishuan again. "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhao Song bowed and answered, then continued, "The Marquis of Yong, and should be at the right guard yamen now. Your Majesty, I will bring the telegram to him." Li Er's expression changed. He stopped Zhao Song and asked, "You said that Li Zishuan is at the right guard yamen. What is he doing there?" Zhao Song replied carefully, Your Majesty, I heard the Marquis of Yong and say that he is going to the right guard yamen to mobilize troops to investigate the possible remnants of the dragon sect in Chang'an city." The possible remnants of the dragon sect in Chang'an city? When Li Er heard this, he seemed to have understood something. His eyes flashed and he said faintly, "Tell Li Zishuan to go ahead and investigate. No matter who is involved, deal with it strictly according to the law. Tell him not to have any fear because I am his backer." His words were resolute and decisive, but one could also hear Li Er's determination to cut off his wrist like a warrior. Zhao Song's heart skipped a beat. He bowed and said, Your Majesty. "Ah, Rengui, I haven't seen you for a few months and you've been promoted?" In the right guard yamen in the outer imperial city, Li Zishuan took out the imperial edict and Li Jing's order to mobilize troops. After he expressed his intention to mobilize troops, the general who had received him earlier immediately turned and left. Not long after, an old acquaintance walked in. It was Lu Rengui, who had made outstanding contributions in quelling the rebellion in Guan City and was later promoted to the right commander of the right guard by Li Er. Thus, Li Zishuan stood up and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Lu Rengui quickly waved his hands and said, "Marquis, please don't make fun of me. Now that General Cheng is not in the capital, I am only temporarily taking over the military affairs for General Cheng." The reason why Lu Rengui was able to enter the right guard was not only because of his contributions, but also because Qing Yaojin had secretly added fuel to the fire. During the battle in Guan City, Cheng Yaojin had admired Lu Rengui's ability, so old Cheng had asked Li Er to transfer Lu Rengui under his command. Of course, Lu Rengui did not disappoint old Cheng. After joining the right guards, Lu Rengui was not only extremely hardworking in training, but also very few people could compare to him in terms of military strategy and ability to get along with others. Gradually, Cheng Yaojin began to give Lu Rengui more tasks. Rengui, you're too humble. I'm a little regretful now that I didn't personally go to the battlefield to quell the rebellion in Guan City. As a result, I didn't get to see the battle of wits and courage between Rengui and the Cui and Zheng families." Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Marquis, you flatter me." Lu Rengui was a little embarrassed by Li Zishuan's praise, but when he thought of Li Zishuan's intention, he quickly said seriously, "I heard that Marquis came to the right guard to mobilize troops. May I ask how many troops Marquis wants to mobilize? Where will these troops be used?" It wasn't that he suspected Li Zishuan of any bad intentions, but since he was now helping Qing Yaojin manage the affairs of the right guard, he still had to ask clearly about something as important as mobilizing troops. This marquis plans to mobilize 5,000 elite troops from the right guard to investigate the remnants of the Heavenly Dragon sect in Chang'an City. These people must train hard and be good at hiding. Li Zishuan replied indifferently. Remnants of the Heavenly Dragon sect? Lu Rengue frowned. Being in the army, he naturally didn't know that the mastermind behind the kidnapping of Li Chengqian and Chang'e was very likely related to the Heavenly Dragon sect. But although he didn't know, he didn't ask too much. Instead, he stood up and said, "Good. This general will go and organize a force of 5,000 elite soldiers and then follow the Marquis of Yong and to investigate the remnants of the Heavenly Dragon sect." Not long after, 5,000 soldiers dressed in ordinary clothes rushed out of the right guard camp. Li Zishuan had specifically requested for them to be dressed in ordinary clothes. Under Li Zishuan's arrangements, these 5,000 soldiers would disguise themselves as ordinary citizens and infiltrate the residences of certain officials. They would secretly inquire about the movements of these officials, and Li Zishuan would arrange for people to monitor certain officials based on their feedback. The 5,000 soldiers Lu Rengue had selected were mostly scouts. Some of them had even gone deep into the Turks and worked as spies on the steppe, so they were quite experienced in hiding. An invisible net began to slowly unfold in Chang'an City. Those officials who couldn't bear the loneliness and came out to cause trouble would all become fish in the net. Venerable One, the patrols in Chang'an City haven't relaxed at all. The city gates are still closed. It seems that the imperial court won't let this go easily. In Gi Lane, south of Chang'an City, a thin man bowed and said in a house with 2 entrances. The person standing opposite him was Du Yi. At this time, Du Yi had already taken off his wide bamboo hat, revealing his bald but shiny forehead. Hearing this, he frowned and said coldly, "Humph! Li Shimon's son and daughter almost fell into our hands. Of course, he won't let this go. Wait patiently. When the Imperial Ancestral Temple is destroyed by thunder and fire tomorrow, this old monk will lead you out and call on all the citizens in Chang'an City to resist the tyranny of Li Tang. At that time, the army led by Long Tu will be outside Chang'an City. We will lead the citizens in the city and directly attack the city gates. With Long Tu's cooperation, Chang'an City will definitely be broken by us." Ha! At the end, Du Yi couldn't help but laugh proudly because of his beautiful vision. The thin man standing beside him also said excitedly, "Venerable One is wise." It turns out that the Venerable One has already thought of a plan to cooperate with the outside. That's why you deliberately lost control when you kidnapped the Crown Prince. The Venerable One is far-sighted. I admire you. Hearing this, Shijayadu Yi couldn't help blushing. He asked himself honestly, when he kidnapped Li Chengqian and Chang'e, he really didn't fail on purpose. He wanted to capture Li Er's children more than anyone else, but his strength didn't allow him to do so. In the face of Li Zishuan and Xianxing's arrival, he had no chance of winning at all. He could only flee. He didn't expect his subordinate to be so smart. He even thought of the reason for his failure. It saved him the trouble of making up a reason. What's the movement of the Imperial Guards and the Supreme Court? In the face of his subordinate's praise, Du Yi remained calm and reserved. He glanced at the lean man indifferently and then asked, "Venerable One, the Imperial Guards and the officials of the Supreme Court are searching for our Dragon Sect's followers. Many of our followers have been captured to the Supreme Court. But don't worry, Venerable One. This place is very safe. Even if the Imperial Court's people dig 3 feet into the ground, they won't be able to find us. Moreover, the owner of this house has a very good relationship with the owner of Gi Lane. Even if they find this place, they won't be too serious." The thin man bowed slightly and cupped his fist. Dewey couldn't help but nod and said, "That's good. In addition, you inform the rest of the people in the sect to lie low. Don't make any trouble. When the limelight is over, we'll join in the righteous action." "Venerable One." The thin man responded and then pulled the rope beside him. Soon, someone above turned the wooden wheel on the well and pulled him up from the bottom of the well. It turned out that Du Yi was hiding under the dry well. No wonder the thin man said that this place was very safe and they weren't afraid of the imperial court's search. Chapter 1597. Thus, if I remember correctly, Boss Zhang is usually stingy. Did the sun rise from the west today? Otherwise, why would he let the servants buy so many chickens, ducks, and fish? There's even a pot of immortal drunken wine here? In the south of Chang and City, on the street of Gi Lane, Meng Yuliang looked in the direction of Mother Meng's finger and saw a plump man in luxurious clothes at the door of a house. He was directing 2 servants to carry chickens, ducks, fish, and even a pot of wine. The sign on the pot was Immortal Drunken Wine. Meng Yuliang couldn't help but be surprised. Boss Zhang's name was Zhang Dikang. His family opened a medium-sized grain store and was considered to have a small family fortune. However, he was stingy. Not only was he stingy to others, but he was also stingy to himself. Other than dressing decently, he was stingy in all other aspects, including food. Could it be that Boss Zhang has an important guest in his house? Mother Meng thought for a moment and then asked suspiciously. Hearing this, Meng Yuliang shook his head and said, "That's impossible. Don't you know Boss Zhang's character? Even if an important guest came, he would not be willing to buy a pot of immortal drunken wine." In the end, Meng Yuliang seemed to think of something and added, "Besides, the 4 city gates of Chang and City are closed today. How could there be a guest in Boss Zhang's house? Unless the guest came early in the morning. But why would someone visit relatives early in the morning? Also, did you hear that Boss Zhang spent a lot of money to join that Dragon God sect? He almost sold his grain store. I didn't expect him to be willing to buy so many things today." Today's Boss Zhang was too strange. "Master, should we go over and ask?" Mother Meng echoed and then asked tentatively. With Meng Yuliang's official position, his status in the family skyrocketed. Mother Meng would specifically ask Meng Yuliang about many things. Meng Yuliang heard this and said, "What's there to ask? These are other people's family matters. Let's not meddle in other people's business and go back quickly. Yaya is alone at home. Can you rest assured?" After saying that, Meng Yuliang turned and walked towards the alley on the left. Meng Yuliang's mother reacted and quickly followed. A stingy miser suddenly bought so much good wine and meat. Today, the city gate of Chang is closed, and fugitives are being caught everywhere in the city. This means that Mr. Zhang's house can't have a sudden guest, and he used to be a member of the Dragon sect. Looks like I can make a small fortune again. Once Meng Yuliang and his wife left, a girl in shabby clothes appeared where they had been standing. If Li Zixuan were here, he would have definitely recognized her, because this was the girl who had given him Li Juanxian's secret letter. The young girl stood under the willow tree at the entrance of the alley, quietly waiting for the door of the house to return to normal. Then, she pretended to be an ordinary passerby and walked in that direction. "Tell the kitchen to prepare all these ingredients tonight." In the Zhang mansion, Zhang Dikang's face was flushed as he ordered several servants in the courtyard. Looking at his expression, there wasn't any sorrow from losing money. Instead, it was as if he was about to experience something joyous. To the stingy Mr. Zhang in the eyes of outsiders, this was ace. "Master." The servants hurriedly left to carry out the order. Seeing that everyone had left, Zhang Dikang rubbed his hands excitedly. He went out first and poked his head out. Seeing that there were no soldiers on the street, he personally closed the courtyard door. After doing all this, he walked towards the backyard with his hands behind his back with an indifferent expression. "Venerable One, this disciple has prepared the best wine and food according to your request. In a little while, I will be able to hold a welcoming feast for Venerable One. Venerable One, please wait a moment with the emissaries of the sect." Zhang Dikang went to the dry well in the rear courtyard. It was already evening, and candles were already lit in the well. Zhang Dikang respectfully bowed to Du. "You've done very well." Du Yi nodded. "When this one returns to the sect tomorrow, I will promote you to an inner sect disciple. I will bestow upon you an inexhaustible supply of Jade Lake holy water so that you will never be sick and will live forever. Many thanks, Venerable One. Many thanks, Venerable One." This subordinate will be loyal to the dragon sect. I will go through water and tread on fire for Venerable One. Hearing this, Zhang Dikang trembled with excitement. He knelt down directly and kowtowed to Du. In order to become an inner sect disciple of the dragon sect, he did not hesitate to spend all his wealth, but Du did not even look at him. Who would have thought that this morning, luck would fall from the sky? Zhang Dikang finally saw the high and mighty Buddha in his heart, and the Buddha also wanted to stay in his house temporarily. Zhang Dikang was extremely excited. How could he not agree? However, Du's request was very strange. He did not want to stay in the guest room prepared in the Zhang mansion. Instead, he wanted to stay under the dry well in the rear courtyard of the Zhang mansion, saying that it was convenient to study Buddhism. Zhang Dikang persuaded him many times, but it was useless. In the end, he could only give up. In addition, as a monk, Du actually asked Zhang Dikang to prepare some good wine and meat. How could a monk drink wine and eat meat? After Zhang Dikang received this order, he secretly muttered in his heart. However, although there were many questions in his heart, Zhang Dikang fulfilled all of Du's strange requests to the letter. He hoped to obtain Du's favor and directly promote him to an inner court disciple. Now that his wish had come true, how could Zhang Dikang not be excited? Although Zhang Dikang has all 4 limbs, his body has always had some problems. Kidney failure. So after hearing others say that the Yaoqi holy water can cure all diseases, Zhang Dikang went crazy. He wanted to use all means to join the dragon sect, get the Yaoqi holy water, and cure the unspeakable illness that has troubled him for a long time. Now that his dream finally came true, Zhang Dikang felt that all his efforts were worth it. In a while, send the wine and food to the bottom of the well. This Venerable One will not go up. This Venerable One will continue to study Buddhism at the bottom of this well tonight. Remember, don't tell anyone that this Venerable One is here. Otherwise, everything that this Venerable One gave you will be taken back with interest. Du held the Buddhist salute and told Zhang Dikang with a serious face. Disciple understands. Disciple understands. I will arrange it now. Zhang Dikang quickly nodded and bowed. Are you wondering why you did not abstain from wine and meat as a monk? Du's eyes stared at Zhang Dikang and he suddenly asked. No. Disciple does not dare. Venerable One must have his reasons for doing so. Disciple does not dare to ask more. Zhang Dikang quickly waved his hand. Although he did have this idea, he could not say it directly. You must know that wine and meat pass through the intestines, but Buddha's heart remains. Although this Venerable One drinks wine and eats meat, I have never forgotten Buddha in my heart. This is not breaking the precepts. Do you understand? Du's face darkened as he spoke in a serious tone. When Zhang Dikang heard this, he immediately prostrated himself in admiration and said, Venerable One's Dharma is profound. Disciple admires. Disciple admires. Go quickly. And? This boss Zhang, it's not dark yet and he closed the courtyard door. Obviously, he has a guilty conscience. No, I have to find a way to go in and take a look. But how do I get in? Got it, I will climb over the wall from the backyard. Outside the front door of the Zhang mansion, the girl muttered to herself for a while, and then walked quietly toward the back of the Zhang mansion. Fortunately, Chang and city was now under martial law. Most of the people had returned to their homes, and there were very few people wandering outside. Otherwise, her sneaky behavior might be discovered by passers-by on the road. She tiptoed to the wall of the backyard. The girl wanted to climb over the wall, but she couldn't do so no matter how many times she tried. This was because the wall of the Zhang family's residence was higher than the walls of other residences. After several attempts to no avail, the girl gave up the idea of climbing over the courtyard wall because she was also afraid that a passerby would suddenly appear on the street, or that her climbing over the courtyard wall would alarm the people inside. Panting as she leaned against the courtyard wall, the young girl pondered whether or not she should give up. If there were really people hiding in this residence as she had speculated, then if she was discovered, she wouldn't be able to escape even if she wanted to. The only path left for her was death. It would be a lie if she said that she was not afraid. But the girl was not willing to leave just like that. She came to Chang'an City today to deliver a letter to Li Zishuan on behalf of Li Junxian, but she did not expect that after delivering the letter, the gates of Chang'an City would be closed, and she could not leave. Tonight, she could only stay in the inns of Chang'an City. What was worse was that she was not the only one forced to stay in the inns of Chang'an City tonight. She could even imagine the scene of the inns in the city being full. At this time, she would have to pay a higher price than usual to get a room. Just thinking about it made her heart ache. Speaking of which, she did not sell the lingji mushroom she picked in the morning for much money. Tonight, she would have to spend a large sum of money to stay in the inn. In this way, she would only earn a few hundred copper coins after painstakingly making this trip. It was a huge loss. If I can confirm that there is a venerable of the dragon sect in this house, and then tell this news to that young and handsome marquis, he will definitely be willing to reward me. Then I will be rich. After weighing the pros and cons in her mind, the girl decided to take the risk. But how do I see the situation inside the house? Faced with the predicament in front of her, the young girl was once again in a dilemma. Her gaze swept around the streets of the Zhang estate's backyard. Suddenly, the young girl's eyes lit up as she fixed her gaze on the two old ginkgo trees one zhang away from the Zhang estate's back door. Hey, I've got it. The girl first looked around, and after confirming that there was no one around, she excitedly walked to the nearest ginkgo tree. She wanted to climb the tree. But this ginkgo tree was very old, and even two people would not be able to wrap their arms around it. It would be rather difficult for an ordinary person to climb it. Who would have thought that the girl would take off her shoes without saying a word, revealing her white underwear? Then, like a nimble little monkey, she climbed up the ginkgo tree in the blink of an eye. Judging from her skillful movements, it was obvious that this wasn't her first time climbing a tree. The girl adjusted her posture and sat down on a branch of the ginkgo tree, allowing her to see everything in the Zhang residence. Chapter 1598. Inside the dry well in the backyard of the Zhang family. Du Yi and the others were drinking big bowls of wine, eating big chunks of meat, and bragging loudly. In order to please Du Yi, Zhang Dikeng naturally did his best to cater to them. Therefore, this dilapidated dry well was as lively as a big restaurant. Du Yi came from the Tantric sect of India, so it was impossible for him to not have any rules and regulations. However, ever since he came to the Tang Empire, he was immediately blinded by the colorful world of the Central Plains. Especially after he accidentally tasted the immortal drunken wine of the Drunken Immortal restaurant, the rules and regulations that Du Yi had adhered to for decades instantly collapsed. Moreover, once the rules were broken, they could no longer be adhered to. Therefore, Du Yi had become a monk who drank and ate. Of course, he would not easily show this aspect of himself to the world. After all, he still had to maintain the image of an enlightened monk in front of the world. Who's outside? Du Yi and the others had just finished drinking when they heard someone shouting from above the dry well. Not good. There are lackeys of the imperial court spying around the mansion. We can't let him leave alive. Du Yi was the first to react. He quickly put down his chopsticks, then got up and went to the direction of the well. He leaped into the air and directly rushed out of the dry well that was more than 5 feet deep. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the few core disciples of the dragon sect who followed Du Yi also relied on Qinggong to step on the wall of the well and rushed out of the well. Which direction? After Du Yi stood still on the ground, he looked at the manservant and asked in a deep voice. The manservant obviously did not expect that someone could directly fly out of the dry well that was more than 5 feet deep without the help of ropes and well wheels. He was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He quickly pointed to the northwest outside the back door and said, reporting to the Venerable One, just now, I heard some movement outside the back door. Then, I heard someone shouting, followed by a series of footsteps. I think that person ran from the northwest direction. Who? As soon as the manservant finished speaking, he found that Du Yi, who was originally standing in front of him, had disappeared without a trace. The other 4 dragon sect core disciples who had just come up from the well also hurriedly followed and flew out of the Zhang family's backyard. What an unlucky year. Why am I so unlucky today? I've climbed so many trees in the mountains before and never fell. Why did something happen today? It's over. It's over. If the person hiding in the Zhang family catches him, he'll be finished. In the alleyway of Gui Lane, the young girl dragged her sprained left leg and ran with all her might while limping. As she ran, she muttered softly. At this moment, the girl really had the urge to cry. Don't chase after me, none of you can see me. The girl prayed silently in her heart. But many times, praying was praying, and the reality was always contrary to one's wishes. So it's a little girl? Just as the young girl ran out of the street where the Zhang mansion was located, she suddenly heard a whistling sound and a cold snort. With that said, a bald monk in a black robe stood in front of the young girl, completely blocking her path. Aren't you Venerable Du Yi of the Heavenly Dragon sect? Why are you stopping me? Because Du Yi came out in a hurry. This time, he didn't wear a wide bamboo hat on his head. After the young girl saw the big monk's true appearance, a trace of panic flashed through her eyes. Then she pointed at Du Yi and questioned him loudly, trying to put up a strong front. The reason why she shouted so loudly was that she wanted to attract the attention of the people nearby. In this way, she might have a chance to live today. Oh, you know me? Although Du Yi had seen through the young girl's thoughts, he did not expose her. A playful smile appeared on his face. After pausing for a moment, he took 2 steps forward and said with a serious face, "Little girl, how do you know this venerable one? Tell me, who sent you here?" Although there was no threat in his words, his tone was much stricter than before, and even had a trace of murderous intent. The young girl was very frightened, but she didn't show it on her face because of Du Yi's words. She forced herself to be calm and said, "What do you mean by who sent me here? I'm just passing by here, why are you chasing me? Besides, 10 days ago, you were in Chang, city showing your Buddha skills to the people. I was there at that time. Is it strange that I know you?" Hearing this, Du Yi's eyes flashed. He believed the second half of the young girl's words, but he didn't believe a single word of the first half of the sentence. "Oh, passing by? Just passing by?" Du Yi's aura changed and said coldly, "Heavenly Dragon sect is now listed as a disobedient sect by the Imperial Court. Now that you know where I'm hiding, are you planning to report this information to the Imperial Court to receive a reward?" "Of course not. I don't know anyone from the Imperial Court. Even if I know you're hiding here, who can I report this information to?" Although the young girl wanted to say yes, but in order to survive, she could only desperately deny it. Du Yi snorted and sneered, "You think I'll believe your nonsense? If you know what's good for you, you'll come with me today. After the commotion dies down, I'll let you go." Hearing this, the young girl hurriedly took 2 steps back and said, "Why are you being so unreasonable? I said I'm just passing by. If you don't believe me, then forget it. But you're now a wanted criminal of the Imperial Court. If you dare to act rashly, I'll shout for help. If the patrolling Wu Ho hears the commotion, you won't be able to leave. Then, why don't you try shouting? See if anyone will come to help you." Du Yi sneered, and then he disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, he was in front of the young girl. It happened so fast that the young girl had no time to react. Du Yi's large hand grabbed the young girl's shoulder. The young girl finally couldn't hold back and screamed in horror. Then she desperately retreated backwards, wanting to avoid Du Yi's big hand. However, she didn't know any martial arts, so how could she escape from a grandmaster's full-strength grasp? Feeling that the hand was getting closer and closer to her shoulder, the young girl's heart was filled with despair and regret. She regretted that she was too greedy and had to get involved in this muddy water for the Imperial Court's reward. She also regretted that she wasn't careful when she went down the tree. Otherwise, she would have already left and passed the news to Li Zixuan. How do you know that no one will help her? At the critical moment when Du Yi's large hand was less than 2 inches away from the young girl's shoulder, another voice suddenly sounded from the street. This voice made Du Yi's expression change instantly, but the young girl's face was full of joy after surviving a disaster. Chapter 1599. Mother, there seems to be a fight on the street? Demao wants to take a look. What are you looking at? Don't make a sound. Be careful, The bad guys might catch you and dig out your eyes. Ah? Then the Mao won't take a look. The battle between the grandmasters on the streets of Gi Lane was extremely loud. Most of the commoners in the nearby residences had heard the commotion. However, almost all of them had gathered near the cracks of their doors or had put up ladders to stick their heads out of the courtyard walls to secretly watch the battle between Li Zishuan and Du Yi on the streets. Encountering such a huge battle, the people only dared to secretly watch and no one dared to come out. Of course, there were also many people who recognized Li Zishuan and Du Yi. After all, these two were considered famous people in Chang and city. But, Father, isn't that Mark Yong and venerable Du Yi from Dragon Sect? Why are they fighting? This? Who should we help? Nonsense. Of course we should help Mark Yong. The Imperial Court has already announced that Dragon Sect is a disobedient sect, and the immortal techniques that Venerable Du Yi displayed earlier were all lies. Only someone like Mark Yong and would wholeheartedly think of the people. That's right. Then I'll go help Mark Yong. Bastard. You stop right there. Just based on your skills, how can you be a match for Du Yi? If you go, you'll only cause trouble for Marquis. Father. Then what do you think we should do? What else can we do? Quickly go out from the back door and find the patrolling Marquis outside to help. Yes. Father. You're still the smart one. Other than those who had been completely brainwashed by Dragon Sect, most of the people who recognized Li Zishuan and Du Yi were on Li Zishuan's side. They wanted to come out and help, but they were afraid of causing trouble for Li Zishuan. However, there were some people who were more active and had already quietly gone out from their houses to get help. At this moment, seeing that there were 4 more reinforcements in front of Du, Li Zishuan's gaze turned cold and murderous. You're courting death. The reason why Du Yi was able to escape safely from Xianxia's pursuit was because the Dragon Sect's disciples used their lives to cover for him and stall for time. In addition, Xianxia rarely left Mount Longhu and rarely killed people. He was not used to killing people in the beginning, so Du Yi was able to escape safely. This time, Li Zishuan finally found Du. Therefore, he must capture Du Yi no matter what. As for the 4 people in front of him, he would not show any mercy. He must kill these 4 people in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, if Du Yi escaped this time, it would be very difficult to catch him in the future. Besides this, Du Yi was also the key to breaking the stalemate in Chang. As a high-ranking member of the Heavenly Dragon Sect, Du Yi not only knew more than Li Junxian, he also had an incomparable reputation in the Heavenly Dragon Sect. Many people had joined the Heavenly Dragon Sect for the sake of Du Yi's reputation as the reincarnation of the Buddha. Therefore, Li Zishuan only needed to capture Du Yi and drag him out when the Heavenly Dragon Army besieged the city tomorrow. This would be a severe blow to the morale of the Heavenly Dragon Army. At that time, many people might realize their mistake and turn their backs on the Heavenly Dragon Sect. This way, many people would die in this war. Therefore, whether it was for public or private reasons, Li Zishuan had to capture Du Yi today. No one could stop him. Peng ping peng. Just as Li Zishuan pointed his sword at the 4 core disciples in front of Du Yi, the sound of galloping horses came from the direction of Gi Square. Soon after, Lu Renge rushed over with a group of soldiers. Marty, this general has come to help you. You only need to deal with Du Yi. Leave this place to us. Lu Renge and his horse were as swift as the wind. He shouted at Li Zishuan while leaning on the horse's back. Ha! Renge, you came at the right time. Li Zishuan was overjoyed. He laughed and went around the 4 core disciples of the Heavenly Dragon Sect in front of him. He rushed directly towards Du. The 4 people were unwilling to give up and wanted to chase after Li Zishuan. However, Lu Renge had already arrived. Hey, where are you going? Your opponent is me. Lu Renge was on the horse. He waved the horsetail in his hand and directly hit the heads of the 4 Heavenly Dragon Sect disciples. On the other side, Li Zishuan was fighting with Du Yi again. He became fiercer and fiercer. 9 Taishin swords were thrown at Du Yi's face one after another. He did not even use the Taiji swordsmanship that he was very good at because it was really unnecessary. Facing a small fry like Du Yi who had just entered the Grandmaster realm, he did not need to defend at all. He just needed to attack with all his strength. Therefore, he did not use the Taiji swordsmanship that was slightly inclined towards defense. In fact, it was true. Facing Li Zishuan's continuous, storm-like attacks, Du Yi could not even parry. How could he think of a counterattack? At the same time, the remaining real qi in Du Yi's body was getting less and less. Du Yi knew very well that if this continued, he would not be able to escape today. Since his strength was not as good as his opponent, he could only use some methods other than strength. Chapter 1600. Many thanks to Marquis for showing mercy. On Gi Lane, Du Yi, who had just escaped death, bowed to Li Zishuan. At that moment just now, he really smelled the scent of death. He was very sure that if he didn't surrender and admit defeat, Li Zishuan's sword move would absolutely pour down on him without holding back. And with his true qi exhausted, facing this incomparably swift and fierce sword move, he would absolutely die without a doubt. Until now, Du Yi's heart was still in a state of shock. It was too dangerous, too dangerous. In that instant just now, he had really walked one round around the gates of hell. Li Zishuan pursed his lips and did not speak, because at this time, Lu Rengui's side had also finished the battle. They were escorting the 4 core disciples of Heavenly Dragon's sect over here. Venerable One, what do you mean by this? Do you want to betray the sect? When everyone arrived in front of Li Zishuan, before Lu Rengui could speak, the Heavenly Dragon sect disciple he was escorting angrily spoke to Du. The rest of the Heavenly Dragon sect people were also shocked and angry. Heavenly Dragon sect was their big family, and Du Yi was their faith. Now that their faith had betrayed their big family, how could they not be angry? While they were angry, their hearts were also crumbling. Du Yi ignored the angry gazes of these 4 people. He straightened his body and restored his previous dignified appearance, saying lightly, "A wise man submits to circumstances." Dragonhead, for his own selfish interests, ordered this venerable one to bewitch the people into joining the sect, committing treason and heresy, harming the common people. This is truly a heinous crime. Now that Heavenly Dragon sect's fate has come to an end, why don't you follow this venerable one and abandon the darkness for the light? After saying that, he secretly glanced at Li Zishuan's face from the corner of his eye. In the end, he wanted to rely on practical actions to curry favor with Li Zishuan and strive for Li Zishuan's forgiveness. After all, Li Zishuan only spared his life temporarily, but never said that he would let him go completely. To Du Yi's disappointment, Li Zishuan still had a straight face. He couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. At this moment, Lu Rengui finally had a chance to speak. He cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan and said, "Marquis, this general has already broken their limbs. Moreover, this general has checked that there is no poison in their mouths. There is no need to worry about them committing suicide." Li Zishuan's face immediately broke into a smile as he replied warmly, Very good." He immediately ordered someone to bring them back to the Supreme Court and personally hand them over to Minister Lu. "This marquis will be there soon." Lu Rengui cupped his fists and accepted the order. "This general obeys." Then this calamity. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "Leave him here for now. This marquis still needs him. In a while, leave a few soldiers behind. This matter isn't over yet." Lu Rengui was stunned when he heard this. After a moment, he cupped his fists and said, "Why don't this general stay behind and let the others escort the 4 of them back to the Supreme Court?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "No need. Moreover, this marquis will only be at ease if you personally escort them. Quickly go. Then, this general will take his leave." Seeing Li Zishuan's insistence, Lu Rengui could only cup his fists and lead a few soldiers to escort the Heavenly Dragon sect members away. "But, Marquis, you are so powerful." At this moment, a clear and melodious voice of a young girl suddenly rang out from the side of the battlefield. Who else could it be but the young girl who was being chased by Du? In the previous battle, Li Zishuan wielded the wind-chasing sword and released a series of extremely gorgeous sword moves. He had been suppressing Du Yi all this time. He was like a peerless sword immortal, awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant. Young people worshipped heroes, and so did young girls. Thus, the young girl couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Li Zixuan's heart thumped as he smiled at this young girl. The girl had a pretty face and was dressed in very ordinary clothes. She didn't seem like the daughter of a great clan, but she spoke in an extremely orderly manner and was so mature that she didn't seem like a child of her age. It was probably because she had experienced far too many things in the past. More importantly, the extremely important secret letter that Li Junxian had sent back had been delivered to him through this young girl. Li Zixuan truly wanted to know what sort of relationship this girl had with Li Junxian and how she had received the secret letter from Li Junxian. In the past, this young girl only knew that Marquis was a Yamacho from Yanhuang College and was extremely knowledgeable, but I didn't think that Marquis's martial arts would also be so formidable. This young girl admires you. The young girl quickly walked up to Li Zixuan and then bowed like an adult to Li Zixuan as she praised. Her movements were somewhat stiff. She probably didn't do this sort of etiquette often. Li Zixuan smiled faintly and looked at the girl thoughtfully. If this Marquis remembers correctly, you were the one who delivered the secret letter to this Marquis at noon, right? This time, you helped this Marquis capture the Venerable of the Heavenly Dragon sect. Little girl, what is your name? What reward do you want? Upon hearing the word reward, the girl's eyes brightened and she excitedly said, Marquis, this young girl's name is Qin Shuazhen. I want money, a lot of money. Qin Shuazhen? You're Qin Shuazhen? Li Zixuan's pupils constricted and his heart shook violently. He never thought that this ordinary-looking, harmless little girl in front of him was the first woman in China's history to call herself the Empress. At the same time, Li Zixuan suddenly remembered that when he was in the north, Li Tai had told him in a telegram that he met a girl named Qin Shuazhen in Chang, and city who helped them solve the mystery of the doomsday levitation technique. Thus, Li Zixuan looked at Qin Shuazhen with a strange expression and asked, Didn't you use the levitation technique to ask a little fatty for 100 strings of coins as a reward? How did you know, Marquis? The girl covered her mouth in surprise and disbelief, but after a moment, she suddenly understood and said, I understand, that little fatty inadvertently called himself the Prince of Wei, and the current Prince of Wei is studying at Yanhuang College. Marquis, as the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, it's not surprising that you know about this matter. After saying that, her little face couldn't help but become bitter. Speaking of which, she had previously cheated money from Li Zixuan's student, so how could Li Zixuan spare her now? Seeing the girl's expression, Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh and say, You're really smart, little girl. Don't worry, this Marquis won't interfere in the matter between you and Qin Ke, but you said that you wanted a lot of money. Didn't Qin Ke give you 100 Tang Yuan? Isn't it enough for a little girl like you? Hearing Li Zixuan say that he wouldn't pursue the previous matter, the girl couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She playfully stuck out her tongue and said with some embarrassment, Thank you, Marty, for letting bygones be bygones. This little girl doesn't need the money. Goodbye. Oh, by the way, the master of the Zhang family, Zhang Dikeng, is the accomplice of Monk Du. Marquis, don't forget to take him away with you. After saying that, without waiting for Li Zixuan to react, she directly turned around and left. She was really straightforward. She gently waved her sleeves and left without a trace. Seeing this, Li Zixuan didn't force her to stay. After pondering for a moment, he ordered a soldier beside him, Follow her and see where Qin Shuazhen lives and whether she has encountered any difficulties. He just saw that Qin Shuazhen's eyes were pure, and she was definitely not the kind of person who was blindly greedy and unprincipled. He thought that the reason why Qin Shuazhen kept saying, money, 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 was very likely that she had encountered some difficulties that made her so obsessed with money. The soldier received the order and left. Li Zixuan looked at Du Yi and said in an unfriendly tone, Du Yi, you heard what the little girl said just now. I heard that you have an accomplice? Quickly lead the way. This poor monk will lead the way for you. Du Yi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He knew who Qin Shuazhen was talking about. At this moment, he didn't dare to delay and hurriedly responded with a bow. After saying that, Du Yi dragged his injured body and led Li Zixuan and the others to the Zhang family's house. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Quickly open the door. After a while, they arrived at the door of the Zhang family's house. The right guard soldier beside Li Zishuan hurriedly stepped forward and knocked on the door. Soon, the door was opened, and a young man who looked like a servant walked out. He was just about to complain when he saw the right guard soldiers in armor outside the door. He was suddenly shocked and his attitude immediately became much better. He asked, Who are you? Why do you come to the Zhang family? Seeing that the servant obviously didn't know Du, it meant that Master Zhang had done a good job of keeping secrets. Li Zishuan didn't want to waste time with the servant. He nodded to the soldier beside him. The soldier stepped forward and directly pushed the servant aside and said loudly, "The imperial court is arresting a fugitive. Unrelated people, please leave." Hey, what fugitive? How can there be a fugitive in the Zhang family? The manservant stomped his feet anxiously at the side, but no one paid any attention to him. Li Zishuan and his group arrived at the backyard under Du Yi's guidance. Before they entered the backyard, Li Zishuan heard someone shouting anxiously from inside, "Master! Master! Something bad happened. Venerable Du Yi has been arrested. The imperial court has come to our house." "What? Where are they?" "We're here." Li Zishuan walked in quickly and shouted loudly. After entering the yard, he saw a servant in the backyard, who was lying at the mouth of the well and shouting inside. He quickly explained, "Marquis, this is a dry well. I hid in this well with my disciples before. The master of the Zhang family must be inside now." Li Zishuan nodded slightly. No wonder he couldn't find Du Yi when he mobilized the imperial army and the right guard to search the whole city. It turned out that this bald donkey was hiding underground. He was really treacherous. "Go. Bring Zhang Dikang up and take this servant with you," Li Zishuan ordered. Two soldiers immediately stepped forward. One of them held down the servant, and the other operated the well to pull Zhang Dikang up. Li Zishuan turned to look at Du Yi and asked faintly, "Is there anyone else who knows that you're hiding in the Zhang family?" He didn't want to spread the news of capturing Du Yi because once the dragon head of the dragon sect knew that Du Yi was captured, he would likely hold back his troops or directly withdraw from the Snake Spirit Mountain. In this way, the imperial court would lose an excellent opportunity to catch the dragon sect in one fell swoop. This was what Li Zishuan and Li Er didn't want to see. Therefore, Li Zishuan wanted to capture all the people who knew where Du Yi was hiding. These people knew where Du Yi was hiding, which meant that they were absolutely loyal to the dragon sect. In addition, if Du Yi didn't return at night, they would definitely guess that he was captured by the imperial court. They were also the most likely to spread the news of Du Yi's capture to the dragon sect. These hidden dangers must all be eliminated. Replying to Marquis, "Other than that, no one else knows that I'm hiding in the Zhang family." Du Yi quickly replied. Li Zishuan nodded faintly. At this time, a well-dressed old man had been captured by the sergeants of the right guards. "What are you doing? This old man has never done anything against the law. How can the right guards arrest people at will? Let this old man go." Previously, when Du Yi went to chase after the peeping thief, Zhang Dikang thought that with Du Yi's martial arts, catching a thief would be a piece of cake. Therefore, he waited in the well for Du Yi and others to come back and continue the banquet. Who knew that Du Yi did come back, but at this time, Du Yi was already a prisoner and brought a group of right guard sergeants. Zhang Dikang's heart was instantly filled with fear. Zhang Deshun's family was soon alarmed. A noblewoman and a well-dressed young man rushed in. When they saw Zhang Deshun being captured, they immediately cried and screamed, "Take them away!" Li Zishuan didn't want to be entangled with the Zhang family too much. He waved his hand expressionlessly and Zhang Deshun and the servant were all taken out. The group went straight to the Supreme Court. Chapter 1601. Rendi, take the right guards and surround the Supreme Court. Tonight, no one from the Supreme Court is allowed to leave. No one is allowed to leave. Do you understand? Outside the Supreme Court, after seeing Lu Dui off, Li Zishuan looked at Lu Rengui and solemnly instructed. Hearing this, Lu Rengui felt a little awkward. He was just a lowly officer in the right guards. How could he have the authority to surround the Supreme Court? Wasn't this drawing hatred to the right guards? But when he saw Li Zishuan's solemn face, he thought for a moment and immediately reacted, Marquis is worried that someone from the Supreme Court will spread the news of Du Yi's arrest, thus alerting the enemy and causing Dragon Sect to not dare to come down the mountain again. Li Zishuan had also told Lu Rengui about the Dragon Sect's secret letter that Li Junxian had sent back. That was why Lu Rengui had such a guess. Yes, but not all of them. Li Zishuan nodded and then shook his head. Half a month ago, in order to obtain the Heavenly Dragon's sacred water and swear loyalty to the Dragon Sect, the Supreme Court's Warden Yi Hong colluded with outsiders to kill a key witness, the shopkeeper of the Yanhuang Bank in Xinfeng County, Jin Wanfu. Since the Supreme Court has Yi Hong, there might be dozens or even hundreds of Yi Hong who are loyal to the Dragon Sect and could betray the court at any time. Once the news of Du Yi's capture spreads, the spies of the Dragon Sect in Chang and will definitely do everything they can to pass the news to the Snake Spirit Mountain. At that time, whether the Dragon Head of the Dragon Sect will dare to send troops as scheduled will be an unknown. In addition, if those with evil intentions in Chang and know that Du Yi has been captured, they will probably have scruples and not give themselves away. As he finished speaking, the corners of Li Zishuan's mouth curled into a meaningful sneer. Naturally, he was referring to the officials in Chang and city who might have colluded with the Dragon Sect. Today, he had mobilized 5,000 soldiers from the Right Guards and deployed an inescapable net near the houses of the key suspects. Was it not to wait for those officials to open the city gates for the Dragon Sect tomorrow or to create chaos? Only when Li Er dealt with those old officials who were still loyal to Li Jianxing would there be no controversy, and old Li would not be labeled as narrow-minded. Lu Rengui's expression turned solemn as he cupped his fists and said, "This general obeys. I won't let anyone walk out of the Supreme Court tonight." "Thank you for your hard work." Li Zishuan patted Lu Rengui's shoulder and walked into the Supreme Court. Under the guidance of a bailiff, Li Zishuan came to a torture chamber in the Supreme Court. Lu Di, Dai Zhou, Sun Fujia, and Du Yi were all inside. However, Du Yi had changed into a white prison uniform and his hands and feet were shackled in a tie shape. He was tied to a wooden frame. When Li Zishuan pushed open the door and entered, there was an interrogation going on inside. "Mao, you're here." Hearing the movement, Lu Dui and the others turned to look. Then, Lu Dui stood up and greeted Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan cupped his fists and returned the greeting. He went straight to the point and said, "How did the interrogation go? What did this Du Yi recruit?" Hearing this, Sun Fujia smiled bitterly and cupped her fists. "Marquis, this Du Yi is very stubborn. He said that he will only confess if you come. Otherwise, even if we torture him, he won't say a word." "There's actually such a thing?" Li Zishuan frowned, and then he walked up to Du Yi and asked in a cold voice, "Du Yi, since things have come to this, do you still refuse to realize your error and continue down this path until it's dark?" Du Yi raised his head and looked at Li Zishuan. He asked, "If this poor monk tells you the truth about the Dragon Sect, will you spare this poor monk?" Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said, "Are you trying to negotiate with this Marquis?" Thinking about how he almost died under Li Zishuan's sword, Du Yi couldn't help but tremble. He hurriedly shook his head. "This poor monk only wants to find a way to live. I hope Mark Yong and can fulfill my wish. You don't have the right to negotiate with this Marquis." Li Zishuan turned around and said indifferently with his hands behind his back, "Even if you don't say anything, the Dragon Sect will still be defeated when they attack Chang and city tomorrow. This Marquis is only asking you to give you a chance." "What? How do you know that the Dragon Sect will attack the city tomorrow?" Du Yi was shocked when he heard this. He was planning to use this information to exchange for a chance to survive, but Li Zishuan's words completely extinguished his hope. "This Marquis not only knows that the Dragon Sect will attack Chang and city tomorrow, but I also know that the Dragon Sect is hiding in Snake Spirit Mountain." Li Zishuan snorted coldly and threw another heavy bomb at Du. Du Yi's mouth opened in shock. Li Zishuan's eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. He looked at the shocked Du Yi and asked, "Are you very puzzled why this Marquis didn't report to the Imperial Court and send an army to besiege Snake Spirit Mountain after knowing that the Dragon Sect is in there?" Du Yi nodded. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was self-evident. Li Zishuan stared into Du Yi's eyes and said word by word, because the current emperor has already set up an inescapable net in and outside the city, waiting for the dragon sect to fall into the net. The dragon head of the dragon sect wants to use the incident of the imperial ancestral temple to incite the people to rebel against the imperial court and cause chaos in the city so that he can attack the city, right? Du Yi's eyes finally revealed a trace of fear. He said in a trembling voice, "Impossible. Only the dragon head and I know about this matter. How could you know that we buried something in the imperial ancestral temple? You are the devil, you are the devil." Li Zishuan sneered, "If you don't want people to know, don't do it. Your plan that you thought was foolproof is full of loopholes in my eyes. Therefore, the internal and external troubles of Chang in city have been eliminated. We are only waiting for your dragon head to walk into the net tomorrow. If you are still unwilling to tell the truth, then this marquis will kill you now. Anyway, if you don't say something, there will be someone else who will." Merciless. Li Zishuan's words mercilessly destroyed all the thoughts in Du Yi's heart. He stared at Li Zishuan, his eyes revealing shock, fear, and unwillingness. Yes, he was unreconciled. After a long time, Du Yi sighed dejectedly and muttered to himself, No wonder the dragon head said that you are the biggest variable in our plan. Only you can break our dragon-slaying plan. Now it seems that the dragon sect really lost because of you. Hateful that Tujue State Preceptor attacked Yanhuang College. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come all the way from the northern part of the Tang Empire to Chang'an. Hateful. Li Zishuan was speechless. Using heavenly thunder to ignite fireworks, gunpowder, sulfur, and charcoal. If he hadn't happened to encounter such a thing, no one in the entire Chang'an city would have been able to see through this plot. In other words, although Wuxia had attacked the Yanhuang Academy, he had unknowingly helped the Tang Imperial Court. This was truly a case of fortune and misfortune depending on one's misfortune. Lu Dui, Dai Zhou, and Sun Fujia couldn't help but open their mouths. At this moment, their hearts were filled with joy. Of course, it wasn't because Yanhuang College was attacked by Wuxia, but because Li Zishuan returned before the Dragon Sect's plot. Otherwise, even if Chang'an city wasn't captured, the imperial court would have suffered heavy losses. Of course, the three of them were convinced by the second half of Du Yi's words. Even the arrogant Dai Zhou had to admit that if he was the one investigating the case, he definitely wouldn't be able to see through the dragon sect's conspiracy in Chang'an city in a single day. Although this poor monk knows that he doesn't have the qualifications to talk terms with Marquis, this poor monk still wants to beg Marquis to let this poor monk live. Although Marquis has seen through the series of conspiracies deployed by the dragon sect inside and outside Chang'an city, I'm sure Marquis doesn't know about the other matters of the sect. I'm willing to tell you the truth. After a moment of silence, Du Yi looked up at Li Zishuan and said sincerely. His tone was no longer as firm as before. His previous words more or less carried a threat, but now, it was more of a plea. The initiative of the conversation was already in Li Zishuan's hands. Lu Dui, Dai Zhou, and Sun Fujia were all experienced interrogators. How could they not see the change in the situation? The three of them couldn't help but give Li Zishuan a big thumbs up in their hearts. Li Zishuan said indifferently, "If you don't speak, you will die now. If you speak, this marquis may give you a chance to live on account of your sincerity. The choice is up to you. Anyway, the other matters of the dragon sect are not important to the overall situation. Even if you don't speak after the dragon sect is annihilated tomorrow, this marquis can let the others speak." Secure in his backing, Li Zishuan put on a fearless look, further grasping the initiative of the conversation and once again breaking down the line of defense in Du Yi's heart. Du Yi's face was pale. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. This poor monk will say everything. I hope that Marquis Yong and can let this poor monk live on account of this poor monk's honest confession. This poor monk will immediately return to India and never take a step into Great Tang. This fellow's every sentence was survival. His desire to live was simply overflowing. You speak first." Li Zishuan secretly heaved a sigh of relief, then turned around and sat beside Sun Fujia. Sun Fujia was already holding a pen, ready to record the contents of Du Yi's confession. Because they were worried that the secret would be leaked, there were only Li Zishuan, Lu Dui, Dai Zhou, Sun Fujia, and Du Yi in this torture room. There were no bailiffs, jailers, or clerks to record the contents of the interrogation. Therefore, Sun Fujia, the Shaoqing of the Supreme Court, could only work as a clerk. Your Majesty, and requests an audience. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, the Suite du Hall was still brightly lit. Zhao Song walked in quietly and reported to Li Er, who was sitting on the seat of honor with his chin resting on his hand. Is there news from the Supreme Court? Let him in. Li Er's eyes lit up and immediately recovered from his thoughts. He quickly straightened his body and ordered. Zhao Song received the order and left. After a while, Li Zishuan walked in from outside the hall. He cupped his hands and said to Li Er, "Your subject Li Zishuan pays his respects to your majesty." The Supreme Court was in the outer palace and was only separated from the inner palace by a city wall. At this time, the city gate between the inner and outer palace was naturally sealed. However, the situation was urgent now. Furthermore, Li Zishuan still had the golden token bestowed by Li Er. Naturally, he could openly pass through the gate of heaven influence and enter the Suite du Hall of Taiji Palace. Rise. Li Er waved his hand and quickly asked, "How was the interrogation? Did Du Yi confess truthfully?" Chapter 1602. Gold medal? What gold medal? Inside the Sweet Nectar Hall, Li Zishuan's narration revealed the dragon sect's rapid development and meticulous planning in the past year. Whether it was bewitching the people, bribing the local officials, recruiting the shopkeeper of Yanhuang Bank, or plotting to bomb the Imperial Ancestral Temple, all of these plots were shocking. Li Er grasped a very crucial point. His tiger eyes narrowed as he asked in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, this is the gold medal found on Du Yi's body." Li Zishuan was silent for a moment and took out a gold medal from his waist. The gold medal looked very light, but Li Zishuan held it especially heavy because he knew that this gold medal was related to the lives of many people. Without waiting for Li Er's order, Zhao Song stepped forward to receive the gold medal and presented it. Li Er held the gold medallion with one hand and placed it in front of his eyes. His face immediately sank as he saw the words, "East Palace," written on the gold medallion. Beside it was a small line of words, "Wuda Yuan Year System." In the first year of Wuda, Yuan Huaji killed Sui Yang Emperor Yang Guang in Jiangdu. Not long after, Sui Gong Emperor Yang Yu gave up the throne to Li Yuan. After Li Yuan became emperor, he made Li Jian the crown prince. Since then, Li Jianqing had officially become the first master of the Great Tang Eastern Palace. This was an Eastern Palace gold medallion from the first year of Wuda. The hidden meaning behind this was something that anyone with a bit of knowledge could understand. It was precisely because this case involved King Shi Li Jianqing that the entire Supreme Court was now under the joint control of Lu Dui and Li Zishuan. Outsiders were not allowed to enter and those inside were not allowed to leave. Even Lu Dui did not return home tonight. Everything would have to wait until tomorrow morning for the dragon sect to attack the city. According to Du Yi, the dragon sect has a total of 3 of these gold medals. They are respectively kept by the dragon head, the judge, and him. Li Er's face was as calm as water. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and added, "Who is the dragon head of the dragon sect?" After a long while, Li Zishuan put down the command token. His eyes emitted a cold light as he suddenly looked at Li Zishuan and asked in a deep voice. Li Zishuan cupped his fists and replying to your majesty, Du Yi said that he didn't know the name of their dragon head, nor his identity. This was because the dragon head of Heavenly Dragon Sect had never shown his true face to anyone. The people of Heavenly Dragon Sect only addressed him as Dragonhead, but no one knew his name or his origin. Li Er was slightly disappointed when he heard this. His gaze gradually turned cold. He paused and said, "No matter what, the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon Sect must be related to King Shi. Investigate. I want to know the identity of the Heavenly Dragon Sect's dragon head. If possible, we'll fight the Heavenly Dragon Sect tomorrow and capture him alive." Li Zishuan cupped his fists and accepted the order. This subject obeys the decree. The hall fell into silence. Although Li Er and Li Jianqing were brothers, The two brothers fought each other to the death for the throne. In today's Tang Empire, the name Li Jianxing had long become a taboo. No one dared to mention this name in front of Li Er. Now, because of the Eastern Palace's gold medallion, the name of King Shi, Li Jianxing, once again appeared in the palace. However, for the dragon head of Heavenly Dragon sect, it was not a good thing. Replying to your majesty, this time Du Yi sneaked into Chang'an City with this gold medallion and visited the main officials of King Shi's faction in Chang'an City. Among them were 24 officials, 6 generals in the army, and 7 eunuchs in the palace. This subject has a list of names, please take a look. The hall was silent for a while. Li Zishuan took out a piece of paper filled with words from his sleeve and handed it over to Zhao Song. This light piece of paper carried the future of dozens of people. It could not be said that it was not heavy. Li Er took the paper and placed it on the dragon table. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked at it carefully. Gold medallion? What gold medallion? In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Zishuan explained the rapid development and meticulous planning of the Heavenly Dragon sect over the past year. Whether it was bewitching the people, bribing local officials, recruiting the manager of the Yanhuang Bank, or plotting to bomb the Imperial Ancestral Temple, all of these schemes were shocking to the eye. Li Er grasped a very crucial point. His eyes focused as he asked in a low voice, "Your Majesty, this is the gold medallion found on Du Yi's body." After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan took out a gold medallion from his waist. The gold medallion seemed very light, but it was especially heavy in Li Zishuan's hands. This was because he knew that this gold medallion concerned the lives of many people. Without waiting for Li Er's order, Zhao Song stepped forward to take the gold medallion and presented it. Li Er held the gold medallion with one hand and looked at it in front of his eyes. His face immediately sank. On the gold medallion were the words East Palace, and beside it was a small line of words Wuda Yuan Year. In the first year of Wuda, Yuan Huaji killed Emperor Yang Guang of Sui in Jiangdu. Not long after, Emperor Gong of Sui, Yang Yu, abdicated the throne to Li Yuan. After Li Yuan became emperor, he made Li Jian the crown prince. From then on, Li Jianxing officially became the first master of the East Palace of Tang Dynasty. A gold medallion from the first year of Wuda, the hidden meaning behind this could be understood by anyone with a bit of knowledge. It was precisely because the case involved King Shi Li Jianxing that the entire Supreme Court was now under the joint control of Lu Dui and Li Zishuan. Outsiders were not allowed to enter and those inside were not allowed to leave. Even Lu Dui, the minister of the Supreme Court, did not return home tonight. Everything would have to wait until the next morning when the Heavenly Dragon sect attacked the city. According to Du Yi, the Heavenly Dragon sect has a total of 3 gold medallions. They are respectively kept by the dragon head, the judge, and him. Li Zishuan's face was gloomy, while Li Zishuan added, "Who is the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect?" After a long while, Li Zishuan put down the gold medallion. His eyes emitted a cold light as he suddenly looked at Li Zishuan and asked in a deep voice. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and replied, "Replying to your majesty, Du Yi also said that he didn't know the name of their dragon head, nor his identity. This was because the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect had never shown his true face to anyone. The Heavenly Dragon sect's people only addressed him as Dragonhead, but no one knew his name or his origin." Li Zishuan was slightly disappointed when he heard this. His eyes gradually turned cold. After a pause, he said, "In any case, the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect must be related to King Shi. Investigate. I want to know the identity of the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect. If possible, tomorrow when we fight with the Heavenly Dragon sect, capture him alive." Li Zishuan cupped his fists and said, "This subject obeys your majesty." The hall fell into silence. Although Li Zishuan and Li Jianxing were brothers, for the sake of the throne, these two brothers fought to the death. In today's Tang Empire, the name Li Jianxing had long become a taboo. No one dared to mention this name in front of Li Zishuan. Now, because of a gold medallion from the Eastern Palace, the name of King Shi Li Jianxing once again appeared in the Imperial Palace. However, for the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect, it was not a good thing. Replying to your majesty, this time Du Yi sneaked into Chang'an and city with this gold medallion and visited the main officials of King Shi's faction in Chang'an City. Among them were 24 officials, 6 generals in the army, and 7 eunuchs in the imperial palace. This subject has a list here, please take a look. The hall was silent for a while. Li Zishuan took out a piece of paper full of words from his sleeve and handed it over to Zhao Song. This light piece of paper carried the future of dozens of people. It could not be said that it was not heavy. Li Zishuan took the paper and placed it on the dragon table. Then, he narrowed his eyes and looked carefully. Gold medallion? What gold medallion? In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Zishuan explained the rapid development and careful planning of the Heavenly Dragon sect over the past year. Whether it was bewitching the people, bribing local officials, taking in the shopkeeper of the Yanhuang Bank, or plotting to bomb the Imperial Ancestral Temple, all of these schemes were shocking. Li Zishuan grasped a very crucial point. His eyes focused as he asked in a low voice, "Your Majesty, this is the gold medallion found on Du Yi's body." After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan took out a gold medallion from his waist. The gold medallion seemed very light, but it was especially heavy in Li Zishuan's hands. This was because he knew that this gold medallion concerned the lives of many people. Without needing Li Zishuan's order, Zhao Song stepped forward to take the gold medallion and presented it. Li Zishuan held the gold medallion with one hand and looked at it in front of his eyes. His face immediately sank. On the gold medallion were the words Eastern Palace, and beside it was a small line of words Wuda Yuan Year System. In the first year of Wuda, Yuan Huaji killed Sui Yang Emperor Yang Guang in Jiangdu. Not long after, Sui Gong Emperor Yang Yu abdicated the throne to Li Yuan. After Li Yuan became emperor, he made Li Jian the crown prince. From then on, Li Jianqing officially became the first master of the Great Tang Eastern Palace. A gold medallion from the first year of Wuda from the Eastern Palace. The hidden meaning behind this could be understood by anyone with a bit of knowledge. It was precisely because this case involved King Shi Li Jianqing that the entire Supreme Court was now under the joint control of Lu Dui and Li Zishuan. Outsiders were not allowed to enter and those inside were not allowed to leave. Even Lu Dui did not return home tonight. Everything would have to wait until tomorrow morning when the Heavenly Dragon sect attacked the city. According to Du Yi, the Heavenly Dragon sect has a total of 3 gold medallions. They are respectively kept by the Dragon Head, the Judge, and him. Li Zishuan's face was gloomy like water. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and added, "Who is the Dragon Head of the Heavenly Dragon sect?" After a long while, Li Zishuan put down the gold medallion. His eyes emitted a cold light. He suddenly looked at Li Zishuan and asked in a deep voice. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and replied, "Replying to your Majesty, Du Yi also said that he didn't know the name of their dragon head, nor his identity. This was because the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect had never shown his true face to anyone. The Heavenly Dragon sect's people only called him Dragonhead, but no one knew his surname, his name, or his origins." Hearing this, Li Zishuan was slightly disappointed. His eyes gradually turned cold. After a pause, he said, "In any case, the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect must be related to King Shi. Investigate. I want to know the identity of the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect. If possible, tomorrow when we fight with the Heavenly Dragon sect, capture him alive." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "This subject obeys your Majesty." The hall fell into silence. Although Li Zishuan and Li Jianqing were brothers, for the sake of the throne, these 2 brothers fought to the death. In today's Tang Empire, the name Li Jianqing had long become a taboo. No one dared to mention this name in front of Li Zishuan. Now, because of a gold medallion from the Eastern Palace, the name of King Shi Li Jianqing once again appeared in the Imperial Palace. However, for the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect, it was not a good thing. "Replying to your Majesty, this time Du Yi sneaked into Chang'an City with this gold medallion. He visited the main officials of King Shi's faction in Chang'an City. Among them were 24 officials, 6 generals in the army, and 7 eunuchs in the Imperial Palace. This subject has a list of names here. Your Majesty, please take a look." The hall was silent for a while. Li Zishuan took out a piece of paper full of words from his sleeve and handed it to Zhao Song. This light piece of paper carried the future of dozens of people. It could not be said that it was not heavy. Li Zixuan took the paper and placed it on the dragon table. Then, he narrowed his eyes and looked carefully. Gold medallion? What gold medallion? In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Zixuan explained the rapid development and careful planning of the Heavenly Dragon sect over the past year. Whether it was bewitching the people, bribing local officials, taking in the shopkeeper of the Yanhuang Bank, or plotting to bomb the Imperial Ancestral Temple, all of these plots were shocking. Li Zixuan grasped a very important point. His eyes focused as he asked in a low voice. Your Majesty, this is the gold medallion found on Du Yi's body. After a moment of silence, Li Zixuan took out a gold medallion from his waist. The gold medallion seemed very light, but it was especially heavy in Li Zixuan's hands. This was because he knew that this gold medallion concerned the lives of many people. Without needing Li Zixuan's order, Zhao Song stepped forward to take the gold medallion and presented it. Li Zixuan held the gold medallion with one hand and looked at it in front of his eyes. His face immediately sank. On the gold medallion were the words Eastern Palace, and beside it was a small line of words Wuda Yuan year system. In the first year of Wuda, Yuan Huaji killed Sui Yang Emperor Yang Guang in Jiangdu. Not long after, Sui Gong Emperor Yang Yu abdicated the throne to Li Yuan. After Li Yuan became emperor, he made Li Jian the crown prince. From then on, Li Jianqing officially became the first master of the Great Tang Eastern Palace. A gold medallion from the first year of Wuda from the Eastern Palace. The hidden meaning behind this could be understood by anyone with a bit of knowledge. It was precisely because this case involved King Shi Li Jianqing that the entire Supreme Court was now under the joint control of Lu Dui and Li Zixuan. Outsiders were not allowed to enter and those inside were not allowed to leave. Even Lu Dui did not return home tonight. Everything would have to wait until tomorrow morning when the Heavenly Dragon sect attacked the city. According to Du Yi, the Heavenly Dragon sect has a total of 3 such gold medallions. They are respectively kept by the Dragon Head, the Judge, and him. Li Zixuan's face was gloomy. Below the court, Li Zixuan cupped his hands and added, "Who is the Dragon Head of the Heavenly Dragon sect?" After a long while, Li Zixuan put down the gold medallion. His eyes emitted a cold light as he suddenly looked at Li Zixuan and asked in a deep voice. Chapter 1603. Opium was first brought back from the western regions by Zhang Qian in 139 BC when he was on a diplomatic mission to the western regions. It was then introduced into China. In the 7th or 8th century AD, opium poppy was introduced into China from India and other places. There was another record of opium poppy in the history books. In the second year of Qianfeng, 667, King of Fumo, sent an envoy to present Diega, Fuxiong, formerly known as Deqin, or the Eastern Roman Empire. Chinese people pronounce the A sound as the crow sound. But at that time, it was more commonly known as Thiaka, also known as Diega. It was said that the evaluation was thousands of divine prescriptions, 800 medicinal names. The yellow pill can be 1,000 good for curing 10,000 diseases. Because of the bright and dazzling flowers of the opium poppy, when it was introduced into the Tang dynasty, people initially called it Aphrodite. Opium poppy was only an ornamental plant. Later, it gradually evolved into a kind of drug, and was also an important raw material for modern heroin. Opium poppy cultivation in China began in the late 7th or early 8th century. A Tang dynasty poem wrote, "Blossoming emptiness is better than grass. How can it help the people when it is strong? But laughing at the field of rice and millet, not smelling the string pipe of youth." This was the earliest record of opium poppy cultivation that could be found in China. Rice sackflower is another name for opium poppy. Li Zixuan did not study history in his previous life, nor did he study medicine. Naturally, he did not know that Diego was opium poppy, nor did he personally come into contact with opium poppy flowers. But he had seen it in a TV series called Fantasy Night of the Great Tang. The first case in the TV series was related to Aphrodite. It was about someone using a cruise ship to carry out a transaction with Aphrodite, resulting in a tragedy. Therefore, previously at the Supreme Court, when Du Yi drew the petals of the Dieja flower and said, This flower is bright and dazzling, comparable to a hibiscus, combined with the pain-relieving effect of the heavenly dragon sects Jade Lake holy water and the addictive side effects. Li Zixuan instantly realized that this Diaja could very well be the poppy, which was also the Aphrodite that the people of the Middle Tang dynasty spoke of. Lu Di, Dai Zhou, Sun Fujia and the others might not know the horrors of the opium poppy, but Li Zixuan was a modern man of the 21st century. He had read about the modern history of China and naturally knew the heavy damage that opium had brought to this ancient country. In the 19th century, the China of China was almost wiped out by the Western powers because of opium. Now that Li Zixuan had an official position and power, he naturally had to do his best to stop the opium poppy from wreaking havoc in the Great Tang. In the Sweet Dew Hall, after hearing Li Zixuan's words, Li Er's breathing quickened. The scene that Li Zixuan had described was truly too terrifying. Li Er's eyes widened as he said with a face full of shock, "Aphrodite, there is actually such a terrifying flower in this world?" Li Zixuan once again cupped his hands and said, "What this subject said just now is absolutely true. I hope that your majesty will carefully consider it and not look down on Aphrodite. Otherwise, once this thing becomes rampant in the Great Tang, no one will be able to stop it." Li Er's expression was grim. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "Good. After settling the matter with the dragon sect, we will issue a decree to completely ban the Jade Lake holy water and list Aphrodite as a forbidden flower. We will strictly order all future sovereigns of the Great Tang not to touch this taboo. If they violate this decree, they will be punished by both humans and gods." No matter what, Li Er could be considered a relatively open-minded sovereign. Of course, the most important thing was that Li Zixuan had said it so solemnly and had even mentioned his master, spiritual master Lingxiu. Old Li had no choice but to believe it. "Your Majesty is wise." Li Zixuan inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. The ancients attached great importance to filial piety. Even the Son of Heaven could not override filial piety. With this system set by Li Er, at the very least, it could ensure that there would be no large-scale cultivation of opium poppies in China in the Tang dynasty. Li Er frowned and asked again, "But according to what you said, wouldn't the people of Chang, and who recently joined the dragon sect, be addicted to the Jade Lake holy water and unable to leave it?" Li Zixuan thought for a moment and shook his head. "Probably not. According to Du Yi, there was a limited amount of Yaoqi holy water, but there were tens of thousands of heavenly dragon sect members. Therefore, not every heavenly dragon sect disciple could get Yaoqi holy water every day. Even their inner disciples could only get a bowl every once in a while. Most people would not get addicted to this level of consumption. As for those few people who are already addicted, after locking them up for a while, they can forcibly kick their addiction to the Jade Lake holy water." "That's good." Li Er nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Li Zixuan with a gratified expression and said, "From the time we gave you the task of eliminating the dragon sect's conspiracy in the morning until now, you have captured Du Yi and thoroughly understood the dragon sect's deployment. Marquiyong, and you have done well this time. After we destroy the dragon sect tomorrow, we will reward you together. It's getting late now, you should go back and rest. Your Majesty is too kind. This is what this subject should do. It's getting late, this subject will take his leave." Li Zixuan said modestly and then cupped his hands to take his leave. Of course, he was going back to his old residence in Yongla Lane at night, not to the Supreme Court. Although he had asked everyone in the Supreme Court not to leave tonight, this did not include himself. First of all, he would definitely not leak the news that Du Yi was caught. Secondly, there was no place for him to rest in the Supreme Court. In addition, he had an important thing to do after returning to his old residence. "Zhao Song, Junxian is not in Chang. Tomorrow morning, you will lead the 100 cavalry to cooperate with the right guards and secretly monitor the officials on the list. If they do anything strange, there is no need to report to me. Capture them immediately." After Li Zixuan left, Li Er closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes and said to Zhao Song. Zhao Song's expression turned solemn as he bowed and accepted the order, "This old servant obeys." However, he was secretly sighing in his heart. Looks like tomorrow's Chang, and city will be bathed in blood? Li Er nodded and ordered, "Go to the Supreme Court now and personally bring Du Yi out. Bring him to the 100 Cavalry Barracks and let them watch over him." In Du Yi's confession, not only did he describe the Dragon Sect's deployment over the past year, he also admitted that he had attempted to kidnap Li Chengqian and Chang'e in Shi City this morning. Naturally, Li Er wished for such a heinous person to die immediately. However, Du Yi was a crucial witness in the current situation of Cheng. Li Er did not want him to die immediately. To ensure his safety, Li Er had no choice but to let Zhao Song bring him to the 100 Cavalry Department. After all, in today's turbulent situation, the only army in Chang and city that Li Er could absolutely trust was the 100 Cavalry Barracks. Understood. Zhao Song cupped his hands in acknowledgement and then turned to leave the hall for the Supreme Court. Chapter 1604. Is there still no news of Du Yi in Chang? The dragon head of the dragon sect asked in a low voice as he sat in a hut in the middle of the Snake Spirit Mountain. Other than him, the only other person in the room was the finger-breaker magistrate, Zhang Liang. Therefore, he was definitely asking Zhang Liang this question. Dragonhead, the 4 gates of Chang and are still closed. Our men still have no news of the Venerable. Zhang Liang bowed. The iron-masked man fell silent. After a while, he said slowly, "No news is the best news. This means that Du Yi has not fallen into the hands of the Imperial Court. Otherwise, the Imperial Court would have relaxed the ban." Dragonhead is wise. Zhang Liang could not help but flatter him. The iron-masked man was unmoved. He continued to ask, "How are the preparations on General Luo's side?" Zhang Liang pondered for a moment and replied, "Dragonhead, everything is normal on General Luo's side. Tomorrow at 3 a.m., the 20,000 Sky Dragon army and 30,000 loyal Sky Dragon sect followers will set off and rush to Chang and City." The iron-masked man nodded with satisfaction and said, "Good. When our army reaches the city of Chang, and Du Yi will instigate the people to create chaos for us and open the city gates. With the cooperation from the inside and the outside, this impregnable city of Chang and can be broken in half a day. By then, the entire country will be mine." The iron-masked man could not hide his excitement. Zhang Liang cupped his hands and said, "I congratulate you in advance for your victory and ascension to the throne." "Forget it. It's getting late. You should go and rest. There's still a big battle tomorrow." The iron-masked man's worries disappeared. He waved his hand and said, "I'll leave now." This subordinate will take his leave. Dragonhead should also rest early. Zhang Liang cupped his hands and left the hut. "Hey, Junjian, it's so late, why aren't you asleep yet?" Late at night, in a tent at the foot of the northern peak of the Snake Spirit Mountain, a burly man muttered softly. After a while, another man's voice was heard, "Brother Niu, I can't sleep." "You brat. I'm going to pee outside. If you can't sleep, you can come with me." The man with the coarse voice at the beginning grinned and sat up from the couch. Then he quietly left the tent. Soon, the other man followed him out. They came to an open space a few dozen steps away from the tent. After the burly man finished relieving himself, he brought the man to sit on the lawn and asked, "What's wrong? There's going to be a war tomorrow. Are you scared now?" "I'm a little scared. After all, I've only hunted rabbits and pheasants in the mountains before. I've never killed anyone before. What was there to be afraid of? You'll get used to it once you get used to it." "You'll get used to it? Big Brother Meng, have you been on the battlefield before?" "In the past. In the past, I followed the Imperial Army to the north to fight against the Turks. I didn't expect that I would become a rebel army that is about to attack Chang and City." "What? Big Brother Meng, you used to be a government soldier? What's wrong? Doesn't seem like it?" "I'm not bragging. Back in the Yunzhou region, I killed more Turks than I can count with one hand. But Big Brother Meng, since you used to be a government soldier of the Great Tang, why now? Why did you join the Dragon Sect and rebel against the Imperial Court?" "Big Brother Meng, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean anything else. Hey, a rebel army is a rebel army. There's no point in quibbling. I didn't want to betray the imperial court, nor did I want to be a rebel. But sometimes I can't do whatever I want. I'm from Qingzhou. Last summer, there was a famine in Qingzhou. Although the provincial government had allocated some food, many people still starved to death. In order to survive, I went to the city to move goods. My daily salary was only enough to buy a caddy of rice. One day, when I returned home, I found that the entire village had been ransacked by the bandits nearby. The remaining 5 caddies of rice at home were also taken away by the bandits. In order to protect the rice at home, my mother was severely injured by the bandits. I wanted to bring my mother to the city for treatment the next day, but the next morning, a group of people came to the village. Not only did they give the villagers porridge, but they also treated the people who had been injured by the bandits the day before. At that time, my mother's injuries were very serious and several of her bones were broken. Originally, I didn't expect those people to be able to heal my mother. Who knew that a monk in that group not only quickly reconnected my mother's bones, he also gave my mother a bowl of Jade Lake holy water. After my mother drank it, her body immediately stopped hurting. She kept saying that the monk was the reincarnation of a Buddha. Later on, the dragon sect started recruiting disciples in Qingzhou. In order to repay their kindness, I joined the dragon sect. In addition, although my mother's previous injuries were treated, she had to drink the Jade Lake holy water once every 5 days. Otherwise, her body would hurt terribly again. In order to obtain the Jade Lake holy water, I trained hard in the dragon sect. Coupled with my previous experience on the battlefield, I was quickly assigned to the Earth Emanations camp. After that, I met you. I didn't expect Big Brother Meng to have such an experience. To tell you the truth, the majority of the people in the Heavenly Dragon Army have received favors from the Dragon Head or the Venerable One. Thus, even though we know that the Dragon Head is going to attack Chang and City tomorrow and completely fall out with the Imperial Court, none of us cowered. Alright, it's getting late. Let's go back to the tent and continue resting. The army will set off early tomorrow morning. After saying that, the burly man shook his head and walked back to the tent with a sigh. Under the moonlight, Li Juanxian's mouth was agape as he looked at the burly man's back and sighed. It turns out that many people in the Heavenly Dragon Army have a deep past behind them. Attacking Chang and City and betraying the Imperial Court might not have been their original intention. Some of them only wanted to repay the favor they had received from the Dragon Sect. However, the price for doing so would probably be very heavy. At this moment, Li Juanxian's heart began to waver. In the past, he had thought that the Dragon Sect were mostly greedy and evil people. As the commander of the Great Tang's 100 Cavalry Department, it was naturally his duty to eliminate such evil people without any psychological burden or pressure. However, after hearing the words of the burly man surnamed Meng, he began to waver. Such a loyal and righteous man, especially one who had accomplished great feats for the Great Tang, should not be executed for being a rebel. The next morning, before the sun had even risen, the peak of the Snake Spirit Mountain and the base of the mountain to the north were bustling with activity. Everyone, get up. Focus. After breakfast, the army will set off. Once we take Chang and City, we won't have to return to this damned place. Chang and's delicacies, wine, and beauties are all yours to enjoy. The soldiers of the Heavenly Dragon Army and the members of the Dragon Sect were all roused from their dreams. The generals of the various camps were shuttling through the various tents, their voices incessantly berating and brainwashing. Reality proved that the brainwashing of the generals was very successful. Many of them were instantly energized when they heard that Chang and's delicacies, wine, and beauties are all yours to enjoy. Early in the morning, all of them were brimming with energy and wanted nothing more than to charge into Chang and City and fight to the death with the defenders. Since betraying the Imperial Court was unavoidable, they might as well defeat the Imperial Court and take over Chang. Perhaps they might even become nobles and generals. This was the mindset of the majority of the Dragon Sect members. At the start, when they learned that the Dragon Head of the Dragon Sect was attacking Chang, and they had been terrified and uneasy. But after experiencing the high-pressure policies of the Dragon Head and the constant brainwashing, these people were no longer so resistant to betraying the Imperial Court. Rather than saying that their mentality had changed, it was more accurate to say that they had been forced into a corner. Previously, many of them had wanted to leave after learning that the dragon sect was going to betray the imperial court. But in the end, those people all had extremely tragic endings. This was also a very good warning for the rest of the dragon sect. Unable to escape the control of the dragon sect, coupled with the brainwashing of the generals, many people began to accept their fate. At the same time, they more or less held on to a sliver of hope. What if the dragon sect really took over Chang and city? Then wouldn't they all become heroes of the dragon sect? Thinking of this, many of the dragon sect members couldn't help but feel their blood boiling. An hour later, the heavenly dragon army and the dragon sect members gathered at the foot of Snake's Spirit Mountain after breakfast. At this time, the sky was filled with dark clouds and it was drizzling. Iron Face and Dragon Head of the dragon sect came to the front of the army and the scene immediately quieted down. His eyes scanned the crowd before he finally opened his mouth and said, "People of the dragon sect, Taishang Lao Jun has been telling this seat in dreams recently. He told this seat that the current emperor killed his brother and imprisoned his father. He did not obtain the throne properly and will be punished by the heavens. And today, the retribution of the heavens will come true. So today, this seat will bring you to Chang and city to see what kind of retribution Li Shimin will suffer. Since the current emperor is cruel and heartless, this seat will lead you to overthrow this rotten imperial court. With the help of the gods, the dragon sect will be invincible. After we take over Chang and city, this seat will become the new emperor and you will become heroes of the founding of the empire. You will enjoy endless wealth, luxurious clothes, beautiful women, and Jade Lake holy water. This seat will let all of you enjoy 100 years of wealth without sickness or pain." The iron-masked man's words were a dream from a god, and it was also about fame and fortune. His words immediately ignited the hearts of the Heavenly Dragon Legion and the Dragon Sect. As soon as he finished speaking, a tsunami of cheers erupted from below. "Dragon Sect will win! Dragon Sect will win! Dragon Sect will win!" The iron-masked man nodded in satisfaction. When the cheers died down, he pulled out his sword and shouted, "Army, move out! Attack Chang'an City!" "Sir." 50,000 people answered in unison. The huge sound reverberated in the valley, causing the sky to change color. "General Luo, this battle is in your hands." The iron-masked man turned around and patted the young and robust general beside him as he said solemnly, "Let's go." "Don't worry, my lord. If the plan in Chang and city goes smoothly, this general will definitely take down Chang and city before noon." The young general cupped his fist respectfully. "Good." With General Luo's words, this seat can rest assured. The dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon Sect laughed loudly. Chapter 1605. Why hasn't Chang and city opened its gates today? I hunted a pheasant yesterday and was planning to sell it in Chang and city today. But who knew that the gates of Chang and city were still closed? What should we do? If we wait until tomorrow, it will probably stink. My Sanlang went into the city to sell eggs yesterday and hasn't come back yet. When will the gates of Chang and city open? Early in the morning, the 4 gates of Chang and city were surrounded by many people who wanted to leave or enter the city. Seeing that the gates were still closed, the people could not help but discuss. Most of the people inside the gates entered the city yesterday morning, but the gates were suddenly closed. They could not leave the city in time and could only stay in the city for the night. Most of the people outside the city were the relatives of these people. Because they were worried about them, they came to Chang and city early in the morning to take a look. According to the report of the spies, the rebel army of the Dragon Sect has left Snake's Spirit Mountain and is heading towards Chang and city. There are about 50,000 people. They will reach Chang and city in about an hour. Li Zishuan woke up exceptionally early today. After breakfast, he went to the camp of the Right Guards. At this time, Lu Renge hurriedly trotted over and bowed to Li Zishuan with cupped fists. More than 50,000 people? Hearing this, Li Zishuan's eyes flashed and then whispered softly, "It seems that Du Yi is telling the truth." In last night's interrogation, Du Yi not only told Li Zishuan about the development of the dragon sect in the past year, he also told him about the military strength of the dragon sect. So when he heard Lu Rengui say that the dragon sect's army had more than 50,000 people, Li Zishuan remembered Du Yi's confession last night. He thought to himself that since this monk's attitude was so sincere, should he let him live? Shaking his head, Li Zishuan threw away the messy thoughts in his mind. He looked at Lu Rengui and asked solemnly, "Have the guards been arranged for the 4 city gates?" Lu Rengui replied with cupped fists, "It is said that His Majesty issued a secret order early this morning, ordering Duke Wei to lead the left and right guards, left and right guards, left and right guards, and left and right guards to guard the 9 city gates in the east, west, and north of Chang'an City. Now, the guards of the 9 city gates have been replaced by the men arranged by Duke Wei. When the rebel army arrives, Duke Wei will lead the army to stop the rebels from attacking the city from the east, west, and north." Li Zishuan frowned. "Who will guard the south gate?" To be honest, the dragon sect would most likely attack from the south of Chang'an City, but Li Zishuan didn't arrange for the 3 city gates in the south. This made Li Zishuan puzzled. Lu Rengui's face turned serious. He cupped his fists and said, "Marty, before you came, Supervisor Zhao came to pass on His Majesty's verbal order. Today, the defense of Chang'an City's south gate will be guarded by the left and right guards, and will be commanded by you, Marquis." "Let this Marquis command?" Li Zishuan's eyes widened. Even though he had just fought with the Tuzhu Estate Preceptor in the north, that was only because of his own bravery. To have him command an army in battle, especially a battle to defend a city, to him, this was the first time he had ever done it. "Yes, Margaret." Lu Rengui nodded his head with certainty. Li Zishuan opened his mouth with a helpless expression. But now that things had come to this, he could only accept his fate. Lu Rengui suddenly thought of something and continued, "That's right, Marth. This morning, His Majesty also decreed that today's morning court assembly is temporarily cancelled due to his ill health. You don't have to rush to the palace to attend the morning court assembly." "There's such a thing?" Li Zishuan was stunned at first, then he suddenly realized, His Majesty is wise. This move can let those officials who colluded with the Dragon Sect lower their guard and help the Dragon Sect army outside the city. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for these people to give themselves away. If Li Er had ordered Li Jing to lead the 6 guards to the various city towers early in the morning, it would create a sense of urgency that Chang'an City was about to be attacked by the enemy. In this way, those officials in King Shi's faction would definitely suspect that Li Er had already known that Dragon Sect was about to attack the city. In addition, if Li Er did not cancel the morning court assembly today, there would definitely be officials in the morning court who would ask him to give the order to lift the blockade of Chang'an City. At that time, he would be in a dilemma. So when Li Jing led the army to secretly take over the city defense, Li Er came to cancel the morning court assembly by claiming to be ill. Not only did this avoid the suspicions of some officials, it also gave those people a chance to collude with the Dragon Sect outside the city. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Tell the hidden sentries to be alert, don't let anyone discover them. Once there's a situation, there's no need to report it, just arrest them directly. Li Zishuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Lu Rengui and said in a deep voice. Since old Li Zishuan attached so much importance to those officials who might rebel, then he, Li Zishuan, had no reason to not attach importance to them. Lu Rengui cupped his fists and was about to turn and leave when Li Zishuan called out to him, "Hey, wait." Lu Rengui quickly stopped in his tracks, only to hear Li Zishuan ask again, "Are there many citizens outside the city gates waiting to leave or enter?" Lu Rengui was stunned for a moment before nodding, "That's right. This general went to the south gate an hour ago to patrol and saw many citizens surrounding the city gates." Li Zishuan pursed his lips and pondered for a moment before saying, "How about this? Send people to the city gates to disperse the citizens and tell them that the city gates will only open today. Tell them to return to their homes and don't waste any time at the city gates. Remember, no matter what method you use, you must drive the citizens back to their homes. But there is one rule, you must not harm the citizens." Once the 50,000 Dragon Sect troops arrive at Chang'an City, It would be too late for the commoners at the city gates to escape. Moreover, they would most likely be captured by the dragon sect to be used as meat shields. Li Zishuan knew that many people would be injured or even killed in this battle, but he wanted to do everything within his power to minimize unnecessary casualties. So what if he lied and deceived people? Open the city gates at midnight? Marquis, what if we fail to destroy Heavenly Dragon Sect before the end of the day? Although Lu Rengui understood Li Zishuan's intention, he was still worried. Li Zishuan said decisively, "There are no ifs. Do as I say. Before the Dragon Sect troops arrive at Chang and city, evacuate the citizens outside the city gates as soon as possible. There must be no mistakes." Lu Rengui hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed. "This general obeys." Seeing that Li Zishuan had no other orders, Lu Rengui turned and left. "Marquis, head steward Zhao is here." As soon as Lu Rengui left, a soldier walked in and cupped his fists to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan's eyes lit up. "Quick! Invite him in." Chapter 1606. Master, the Dragon Sect's army has arrived outside Chang'an City. The South City Gate is under martial law. The Marquis of Yong and is personally leading the left and right guards to resist the Dragon Sect's army. Chonghua Square, west of Chang'an City. An old servant came to the study and bowed to a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. The middle-aged man was slightly stunned when he heard this. He couldn't help but clench his fists behind his back. After a short pause, he turned to look at the old servant and sighed. "What will come will come. This day has finally come." The old servant hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask, "Master, do you really plan to?" Although he didn't finish his words, the middle-aged man knew what he wanted to express. So, how could this old man not want to spend the rest of his life in peace? But the Crown Prince was a great benefactor to this old man. On the surface, we were monarch and subject, but in secret, we were best friends. This kindness is unforgettable even in death. In front of the Black Tortoise Gate, this old man had no power and could only watch as the Crown Prince was shot to death. Now that his descendants have sent people to find me, how can this old man stand by and watch? If this is really the case, how can this old man face the Crown Prince in the underworld after 100 years? After a long silence, the middle-aged man painfully closed his eyes and muttered to himself. When the old servant heard this, he couldn't help but fall silent. When he saw the middle-aged man raise his foot and intend to leave, he was still slightly unwilling and said, "Master, what if the Dragon Sect's army is defeated, you take Madam and young Master out of the city and escape?" Without waiting for the old servant to finish, the middle-aged man waved his hand and said. With that, he didn't stay any longer. He went directly to the door and pushed it open. "Master, you can't go out." The middle-aged man came out of the study and into the courtyard. Just as he was about to leave, a woman suddenly came out of the side courtyard and blocked his path. His Majesty ordered this old man to enter the palace to discuss matters. "Madam, what are you doing?" The middle-aged man's expression changed, but he quickly returned to normal. He frowned and asked in a deep voice. Who knew that the woman wouldn't listen to a single word? She said anxiously, "Master, don't try to deceive me. I heard everything you said to the Heavenly Dragon Sect's venerable. Master, normally, this concubine doesn't understand the important matters of those countries and doesn't dare to interrupt. But this time, this concubine has to advise Master. Master, King Shi is dead. No matter how good King Shi was to you back then, he's already dead. Do you really want to disregard the safety of our family for that groundless descendant of King Shi? Are you really willing to do that?" The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that the conversation between Du Yi and him would be overheard by his wife. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, "Madam, you don't understand. Today, this old man must go. Get out of the way. As for the price, if the Heavenly Dragon Sect is defeated, take him away from Chang'an." After saying that, he used his hand to push the woman away, intending to forcefully leave. "Master, you can't go. He's still young. Master, you can't do anything stupid." The woman didn't give up. She went forward and hugged the middle-aged man, crying. On the south gate tower of Chang'an City. At this time, Li Zixuan had already arrived, and Zhao Song came with him. Now, the number of gurus left in Chang and city could be counted with one hand. Although Zhao Song had dropped a rank because of the compression of genuine qi last year, he was a veteran guru after all and quickly cultivated his realm back. This time, he accompanied Li Zixuan to guard the city. On the one hand, he helped Li Zixuan hold the line. On the other hand, he wanted to see with his own eyes which officials would come to the city to stir up trouble. Chapter 1607. On the city walls of Chang. The iron-masked man's words almost amused Li Zixuan. At this moment, Li Zixuan had every reason to suspect that the dragon head of the dragon sect had a screw loose in his head. He actually advised him, a marquis, to give up everything and join the dragon sect? Li Zixuan felt that even if he put aside loyalty and morality, even an idiot wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Why would I give up my free and unfettered life to become a rebel with you? You really think you're someone important? You're the dragon head of the dragon sect, right? You keep saying that His Majesty is cruel and merciless, provoking the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. But what this marquis sees is that since His Majesty ascended the throne, the people have been getting better and better food. Where is the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people? You're lying with your eyes wide open. If you're not trying to bewitch the people, what else can you be? Li Zixuan looked at the iron-masked man and mocked mercilessly. As the dragon head of the dragon sect, you don't even dare to show your true face. What qualifications do you have to make these tens of thousands of people work for you? At this point, Li Zixuan looked at the ordinary people standing in front of the dragon sect troops and said in a very sincere tone, "Fellow villagers, touch your conscience and tell me, since His Majesty ascended the throne, haven't your days been getting better and better? Now that the world is peaceful and His Majesty loves the people like his own children, what reason do you have to not cherish such a prosperous Tang dynasty instead of rebelling with this sneaky person? Even if the dragon sect can really invade Chang, who can guarantee that this man who doesn't even have the courage to show his true face will be a wise ruler? Who can guarantee that he will be wiser than His Majesty? This marquis knows that most of you were bewitched by Du Yi to join Heavenly Dragon Sect, but this marquis can tell you with certainty that Du Yi's reincarnation is a lie. His immortal arts are also a lie. As for the Jade Lake holy water that can cure all kinds of diseases and grant immortality after consuming it for a long time, it is also a lie. You want to pursue a high position in the Heavenly Dragon Sect, no illness, no disaster, and even immortality, all of these are nothing but lies. All of you are just sacrificial pawns for this person to fight for the world. If you can repent in time and turn over a new leaf, it's still not too late. Shut up. Li Zixuan's provocation caused the Heavenly Dragon Sect members to waver even more. The iron-masked man was completely enraged. 3 feet above your head, Mark Yong, and you're distorting black and white, disrespecting the gods. Be careful not to suffer the wrath of the heavens. Also, my Heavenly Dragon Sect's Jade Lake holy water can cure all diseases. This is obvious to all. Don't even think about smearing my Heavenly Dragon Sect's name. Hearing this, many of the ordinary Heavenly Dragon Sect members couldn't help nodding secretly, whispering to each other. Dragon Head is right. That day, I saw with my own eyes that Butcher Zhang from Stone Village, who often suffered from leg pain, immediately stopped hurting after drinking the Jasper Lake holy water. And Auntie Zhang from Liujia Village, I heard that her waist immediately stopped hurting after drinking the Jade Lake holy water. So I joined the Heavenly Dragon Sect to get a bowl of Jade Lake holy water so I can bring it back for my mother. Feeling that the scales of victory were tilting towards the Heavenly Dragon Sect, the iron-masked man couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. But Li Zixuan on the city gate tower was not the least bit flustered. He calmly said, "Men, bring up the venerable Du Yi of the Heavenly Dragon Sect." Hearing this, the iron-masked man, Zhang Liang, and General Luo all paled. The rest of the Heavenly Dragon Sect members who didn't know the inside story looked curiously at the city gate tower, muttering to themselves, "Why is Du Yi in Chang and city, and even captured by Li Zixuan?" Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Du Yi was escorted to the city wall by 2 imperial guards under the lead of Zhao Song, who was shackled with iron shackles. The heavenly dragon sect's people at the bottom of the city could vaguely see Du Yi's shiny forehead. The iron-masked man and General Luo both had excellent eyesight. They quickly recognized that the monk on top of the city gate tower was indeed Du. How is this possible? Is Du Yi really captured by the imperial court? As he gazed at Du Yi, who stood on the city wall, tempestuous waves arose in the iron-masked man's heart. The plan that he'd once thought to be foolproof was now filled with flaws and had been destroyed by Li Zixuan. At this moment, the iron-masked man suddenly felt that he'd fallen into the trap set up by Li Zixuan. "Dragonhead, what should we do?" General Luo couldn't help but whisper. The iron-masked man was silent. Reason told him that now that the plan had failed, they should retreat in time. But he was very unwilling to return without success after so long of planning. Just as he was hesitating, Du Yi opened his mouth. Not only did he speak, but his voice was also very loud. It was so loud that it shook the heavens and the earth. This was because Li Zixuan had asked someone to give Du a loudspeaker. It was the first-generation loudspeaker that Li Tai had developed in the Attack and Defense Department half a month ago. This poor monk is the venerable Du Yi of the Heavenly Dragon sect. Everyone used to think that this poor monk knows magic and is the reincarnation of gods and Buddhas. In fact, those are all fake.